you work on it.
Sound wave. Kick it. I love the way you move. Kick it.
Check it out. 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 Check it out.
All this money, I'ma fuck it up, fuck it up. All this cash, I'ma fuck it up, fuck it up. She got ass, I'ma fuck it up, fuck it up. I get that money, I'ma fuck it up, fuck it up. it up, fuck it up. I get that money, I'ma fuck it up, fuck it up. I like it when they come and they call me daddy.
I like it when they come and they call me daddy. I like it when they come and they call me daddy.
selector, bust it up. Mash it up the thing and I selector, bust it up. Mash it up the thing and I selector, bust it up. Midnight baseline team. Yeah. Baseline team. Jungle sound. Jungle sound. I gotta make some Bible shit. I can sell a black man some rockin' this. I gotta make some Bible shit.
Give me them. Yeah. Give me some. Yeah.
Get on up, drop it low, make that ass go.
Get on up, drop it low, make that ass go.
Get on up, drop it low, make that ass go.
Get on up, drop it low, make that ass go.
Still 187 when the baseline drops.
keep. Just grab a little bit of that. Yeah, keep. Yeah, said grab a little bit of that. Keep. Just grab a little bit of that. Yeah, keep. Yeah, said grab a little bit of that. Keep. Just grab a little bit of that. Yeah, keep. Yeah, said grab a little bit of that. Keep. One more clap. Yo, grab a little bit of that.
Welcome to level 1. Everybody knows I got the flows. 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 Everybody knows. I got the flow. Everybody knows I got the flow. Everybody knows.
You know we get it poppin'. You know we get it poppin' like.
keep on to the. It's harder, it's wetter, the passion is burning. I'll keep on to the. It's harder, it's wetter, the passion is better.
How long can you twerk for? How many strip clubs that you work for? You a beast type of hoe you get murked for? I can tell a lot about a girl on the first fuck.
How long can you twerk for? How many strip clubs that you work for? You a beast type of hoe you get murked for? I can tell a lot about a girl on the first fuck.
We about the dopest shit. How long can you twerk for?
Work to my Nikes, yeah, raised on the pioneers, fly gears, rope chains ain't nothing on me, though the prophet stays logic, there ain't nothing to see.
Word to my Nikes, yeah, raised on the pioneers, fly gears, rope chains ain't nothing on me, though the prophet stays logic, there ain't nothing to see. 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 Nothing to see. There ain't nothing to see. Nothing to see. There ain't nothing to see.
Turn up the BS. Turn up the BS. Turn up the BS.
Word to my Nikes, yeah, raised on the pioneers, fly gears, rope chains ain't nothing on me, though the prophet stays logic, there ain't nothing to see.
Word to my Nikes, yeah, raised on the pioneers, fly gears, rope chains ain't nothing on me, though the prophet stays logic, there ain't nothing to see. 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 Nothing to see. There ain't nothing to see. Nothing to see. There ain't nothing to see.
Turn up the BS.
Many men tryna say something. Better be safe, better not say nothing. Many men tryna say something. Better be safe, better not. Many men tryna say something. Better be safe, better not say nothing. Many men tryna say something. Better be safe, better. Say nothing. Say something. Better be safe, better not say nothing. There are many men tryna say something. Better be safe, better not. There are many men tryna say something. Better be safe, better not say nothing. There are many men tryna say something. Better be safe, better not.
the block or the whip then, raise up a hand or a lighter. Murderous phrases, I'm hyper, making my way through the night just. If you're in the block or the whip then, raise up a hand and a lighter. Murderous phrases, I'm hyper, making my way through the night just.
Drop.
If you're in the block, go to whip then.
Bounce it, get it.
Baseline.
I was trapped in space. I was trapped in space.
Whole motherfucking house.
One chance, one dream, one match, one energy, one fight, one aim, one action, one hope, one expert.
Events with Dash Fight. Keep up with the fan schedule, observe standings and brackets, watch VODs and highlights, and keep an eye on your favorite player. Follow events with dashfight.com.
Як зрозуміти, чи б'ється в тобі серце чемпіона? На що ти готовий, аби кинути виклик? Чи готовий ти продовжувати, навіть коли вже немає сил? Ти мусиш бути готовим. Кожен поєдинок може вирішити усе. Відчуй ритм бою.
Крокуй разом з чемпіонами. Дивись Ultimate Boxing Night.
It is day 2 of the WePlay Ultimate Fighting League SOULCALIBUR VI tournament. Group A ended yesterday and today Group B begins. 8 new players take to the stage to test their might, pick up their weapons and see who will make it to the playoffs. But how do they get there? How does it all work? Well, check out this video.
Welcome to WePlay Ultimate Fighting League, Season 1. Best fighters from all over the world compete in 3 iconic disciplines: Mortal Kombat 11, Tekken 7, and SOULCALIBUR. Each week, we have a new fighting game on the arena. 16 best players will be divided in 2 round-robin groups. Only 8 players will survive and get to the playoffs, where they will have to fight in a double elimination bracket for the WUFL Championship title. By the end of season, 3 champions will be crowned.
And yesterday, we worked out which of the 4 players have a chance of being the champion for SOULCALIBUR. And today we discover the next 4. But let's see which 4 it's going to be. Let's start this show off, because we need to introduce our opening set of players to the stage. And this man, starting things off with here, he is the counter-hit doctor. It's Pantocrator. Next up, it's your girlfriend's favorite gamer. It's Milo's. Following him, it's the Sunfish, Akapo! The next man is insane in the membrane. It's Sane! It's the work Wi-Fi king. It's Woz! Then we have the French Nightmare. It's Kyiv. The next player to the stage, it's the crawling chaos, you Toto! And the final player to round out Group B, the savior of humanity, it's Blue Guard! A stacked up group. These 8 players will be fighting it out across today. It's time for them to pick up their weapons and show their best form as they fight it out here for the Season 1 of the WUFL. And it is time for us to get into our opening games and start to see the magic unfold when it comes to Group B. Joining me as always, I've got Kayani, I've got HBT Warrior, and we're ready for another spectacular day once again. But let's just start by looking at yesterday because it was pretty special. We got to see some great Soul Calibur action. We saw some players go home that we would like to see more of, but we saw a lot of good players go through as well.
Yeah, yesterday was amazing. I think that nobody could expect that Party Wolf would be 7-0, the whole pool. He played really amazing, beating Ski, Linkers, everyone actually. And we got some good surprises with Kura. I'm so happy because he's not used to play against European and American players. Yeah. And Kura got qualified, and Dexus could make some upsets. And I think that the fact that he won against Shenshan made that Shenshan couldn't make top 4. So it was actually really incredible to see all these matches, and congrats to Party Wolf for really devastating everyone in this pool.
No, he absolutely swept the competition, and honestly, I think that everyone slept on Party Wolf, which is why when he came here, he was able to basically pull the rug from everyone's feet, and they were like, where has this Cassandra come from? Because, you know, I've been watching his streams. I know he has a Cassandra, and he's been putting a lot of time into her, and it 110% paid off. And you know what? We may see something like that today, of course, with Group B. There's explosive players, 3 Evo champions, which is, it's going to be ridiculous. Our first match is basically going to be Evo, like, finals.
I love it.
Yes.
We deserve that kind of action, though, for a tournament like this. Now, last time I asked you guys who you think would make it all the way through, but this time I got a different question for you.
Yeah.
Who do you think has the best chance of being a 7-0 in this group, or is it not even possible when it's this stacked? Kayana, you can kick things off.
Oh, I would say Kyiv.
Oh,
not only because
bias,
he's
bias.
a very good friend of mine, and not only because he's French, but you know, COVID has made people play at home a lot more.
Yeah.
And you know, Kyiv, when he had the free time, he was between dancing bachata and playing SOULCALIBUR. And now he could only play SOULCALIBUR 6 at home. He trained a lot. And he said that SOULCALIBUR actually changed his life because he could pay his studies thanks to the money he would make from that. And he paid his apartment. He paid a lot of things actually from SOULCALIBUR. So he really invested a lot of time because of his passion and also because he just likes to play. But he wants that money too because he has another project. So I think that he's ready for all matchups. But in first two, anything can happen. So I'm really excited to see that.
Honestly, I can't disagree with that one. It's hard to deny how good. Now, the reason why I say that, Kyiv has continuously proven why he's one of the very best in the business and arguably the best Nightmare on the planet as of right now. And Nightmare in this current patch is in a really strong position. You give it to a character loyalist and someone who has stubbornly stuck with that character through and through. He doesn't need an ICE 212. And, you know, you basically got a juggernaut on your hands.
Yeah.
You know, everyone here, we're going to see some, I could only say, janky, unpredictable stuff. So don't be surprised if we see like someone get the confidence, much like Party Wolf, to just pull off a point blank unblockable. We will definitely be seeing that here. Looking at you, Milos. So we will see in our matches.
We will see indeed. Now, we were talking about Dexus last time, right? And the fact that it was his first offline event and he was a bit of the dark horse because considering how well he'd done on the online side of things, is there a player you guys are keeping your eyes on that could cause some big upsets here?
I think Akopo would be a very good surprise, actually, because he plays Tira, and it has been said he is the best Tira in the world. But first time traveling, I think, outside Asia. So it's difficult to play in an offline tournament like this, you know, because you have a pressure. And we could see that with IELTS yesterday. Yep. It was really sad for France. but it's, I've never seen this player playing outside of Korea. So I really can't wait to see how he goes. But he can make some good surprise. I expect also Ponto Crater to do well with Siegfried because when he plays in Europe tournament, he sometimes beat Kyiv in first two. So he can make the surprise, I guess. And Siegfried, you know, we've seen yesterday with Dexus. It can be very fast, big comeback potentials. So I really can't wait for the actions.
I'm probably going to go with Utoto myself. You know, I'm a firm believer of this man and his very unpredictable style, which is, I think, is going to be universal across this entire group. But, you know, a lot of people weren't ready for him when he really did bring out to seal out a big win a few years back.
We don't even see who he's going to play because Utoto can be full of surprise. One of his goals in life, he said, it's to be the edge master. Like he wants to play every character in the game perfectly. So it's really funny because I've never seen a pro player saying this. And actually he plays Voldo, but he can main Zasalamel, he can main Aswell, but also Cervantes I've heard of. So who knows who he's going to pick
could
today.
come out. Yeah, he could get some different picks going in there. For all of you guys at home, though, it's not just about the tournament that's going on here. We do have some things happening for all of you guys. So any of you watching right now, you might want to win yourself a PS5. We already found out that Kaone has 2 of them because she's that lucky when it comes to it. She likes to flex on us with this. But if you want to grab one, you can look for the codes on your screen during the tournament. Have a look for them, write them down, and enter them on WePlay.tv for your chance to win. Hopefully, you can try and grab one. But I know you guys want to see some matches, and we want to see these weapons clash. So we're going to get over to our commentators to kick things off with here today. It's Sabaz and Danorai.
Versus
What is up, gamers? Zubaz here, and today again I am joined by the phenomenal Danorai. Dan, how are you doing today? I'm doing very well, thank you, Zubaz. Yesterday was an incredible display of Soul Calibur, and like we heard from the analyst desk, we have not one, not two, but 3 EVO champions in Group B. I am super excited to get into these games today.
Yeah, they're going to be absolutely fantastic. As you mentioned, 3 EVO champions. Now, it's kind of funny that Utoto is the EVO champion for Soul Calibur 6 of America. Kyiv and Blue God, who were also the EVO champions, were the champions of EVO Japan. So we're going to have all 3 of them going, and it's kind of funny that the Japanese player is the American EVO champion, but definitely a very stacked bracket to be going into. And right off the bat, we have 2 EVO champions going head-to-head, Kyiv versus Utoto. What are you feeling about this one, Dan?
So we have Kyiv, the Nightmare Specialist, the man who has never stopped playing this character from Soul Calibur 5 to Soul Calibur 6. And we know that Nightmare is a very hotly contested character in terms of the current roster. Utoto, on the other hand, while we know him as an incredible Voldo, he's got a bunch of characters under his belt. And for this first game, I think we're going to see a classic EVO face-off. Mains on mains. Utoto's going to be going for Voldo, and Kyiv's going to be going for Nightmare.
Yeah, definitely Kyiv on Nightmare makes a lot of sense, especially in the current meta. Nightmare is an absolute nightmare to deal with, pun intended. He is just so strong at the moment. A lot of his bad matchups have gotten worse, and the meter gain that he can attain is just second to none. It's the best in the game by far. So he can just constantly pressure you with incredible high damage, and using his movement to really just fade in and out and get crazy whiff punishes with moves like his 6-6B, 6BB, and it's just a lot of damage potential this character has.
It's very true. And the fact that Nightmare has got some pretty decent buffs on moves like you mentioned, like 6BB, for example, where it's now -12. So Voldo, especially in front turn, doesn't really have a move that's going to be able to contest that. You know, while Nightmare and Voldo do have pretty decent range, Nightmare has probably a little bit more depending on the moves that he uses. But of course, it's Utoto. He's an EVO champion, but of course, so is Kyiv. So you know what? I think usually what I'll do is I would ask you who you think would take this if you had to put money on it. But I'm just not going to ask you that because I want to see some good-ass caliber.
Yeah, it's going to be absolutely fantastic, as you're saying. And one thing that's going to be very difficult is, as you mentioned with block punishment, Voldo's fastest moves are when he is in blind stance. But when he blocks a move from blind stance, it automatically puts him into front-facing stance. And his block punishment there, for an I-12, he gets a 2A really, or a 5K, and the range isn't great, and the damage potential is just really not there on it. So I think Utoto, what we've seen from him before is he's really good at maintaining that blind stance, you know, using the movement, kind of trying to get the spacing for it, and staying in it with the frame traps that way, which can be annoying for Nightmare to deal with, especially with which HBT said earlier on, which he doesn't have a standing 12-frame attack, which is kind of a big deal in Soul Calibur. He has the low grab, which catches crouching opponents, but he does not have that standing block punish. That can be a bit annoying for Nightmare to deal with, but he's able to just make up for that weakness tenfold with the amount of damage that he can put out when he does hit you.
Yeah, that damage is like one of the major contributing factors as to why I'm always scared of finding a Nightmare, whether it be in ranked or in tournament. But you know, Utoto, absolutely no slouch. This man has maneuverability in what I call Volvo stance, like nobody else in the game who plays Voldo. So, you know, I'm looking forward to seeing how both of these stack up to each other.
Yeah, definitely going in early on, both of them fighting back and forth. We have blind stance already ready to go. So this is that kind of spacing and frame trapping potential we see from Utoto, but gonna have to block something and go back into that front turn stance.
Oh, and there's that 2-2 AA, a very slow and unsafe move, but if it does catch you on counter hit, he can get you with the okay, starting off strong with the PlayStation button option select. Kyiv absolutely unfazed, just staying focused on that screen. We'll get back to it in a second. But as we saw there, pretty much immediately, Kyiv started going for those cheeky lows, you know, those 2As. And if you are unaware of Soul Calibur, just in general, we have 2A as kind of a universal special low, which means it can be blocked standing or blocked crouched. However, some characters, such as Nightmare, Siegfried, and I believe there's one more that I'm forgetting.
Astaroth.
Astaroth, that's the one, yeah. They are what we call true lows. So it means that they can actually, you have to block them with a crouching block rather than a standing block. Which is why sometimes people like to say that Nightmare doesn't have any lows because his lows are traditionally slower. However, all of them are true lows, and they can do pretty much decent damage when he's able to hit them. And it looks like we're getting back into the game, Zubaz.
Yeah, it looks like we are. And another thing to mention about Nightmare's 2A is it is plus on counter hit, which is a pretty big deal. It's a relatively fast horizontal low, so if your opponent's matching step is, if they're matching side step, it's going to be a decent situation for Nightmare to get a bit of frame advantage, which is normally hard for him to do with quicker pokes, but that's definitely one of them that he can use if their opponent is likes to move around a lot. It looks like we're gonna just go back in and reset the game 1 situation here. They weren't too far into that first round, so it's not like it was going to be a game 3 situation. We're gonna do a reset, so shouldn't be too bad. Imagine we're gonna probably go to the same stage, or are we gonna go random again?
Oh, I see what stage they're hovering on, Zubaz. You know what I'm about. You know what time it is if they press that button.
Well, I think they're going to have to go into the same stage.
Yeah, it looks like they might have to go into the same stage, which is fine.
Yeah, another thing with
consistent.
Another thing with this stage as well is it's all ring outs. There's no walls, and Nightmare is extremely adept at getting ring outs, especially off of guard breaks, which isn't something we talked about. Nightmare's guard damage potential is the best in the game at the moment, right? With those key moves that we mentioned earlier.
Oh yeah, best in the game with, I mean, just even without NTC, which is this kind of install state, which you can get without even spending bar, is just insane. Like, I mean, with that massive sword, would you expect anything less?
No, it's definitely a character that's going to be putting on the damage. Goes for that AGA, but gets the drop into the throw. And Utoto, despite getting hit early, is just absolutely dominating Kyiv. He's forcing him into the corner, limiting his movement options, and Great uses that tech crouch to duck over under the AGA. That is a similar to Siegfried's that we saw earlier on. It's +2 on block, very fast horizontal high, but being a high, you can duck it.
You can indeed. So one thing to note is that Nightmare doesn't have, as we said earlier, a standing I-12 move. But when he does IAGA, which Zubaz said is +2, the moves that come out are now 2 frames quicker.
Oh my goodness, he whiffed the throw and he gets lethal hit by the Wild Rising Punish. Great read from Utoto. And he's going to convert that into another situation, gets the throw tech, doesn't matter, he's still way faster than Nightmare is, and he's going to get that round number 2. Utoto looking very strong after this reset.
Incredibly strong. It does look like Kyiv is kind of crumbling under the things that Utoto's throwing out. Like right now, Kyiv going into Soul Charge, understanding that if he loses this, that's 1 game down, then he's going to have to come back from
He had the counter hit, he didn't pull the trigger on it. That could have been a way better situation going in for stance. But Utoto going to pop Soul Charge, negate that pressure that Kyiv has, but he gets the Repent on the armor trigger. That is Soul Charge exclusive that lethal hit when armor proc.
Pressuring him at the edge here. IAGA goes for that +2 once more. As soon as you move, he gets that counter hit. That's a really good. Oh, nicely done with the 6-6B. You're not going to be able to armor through that one. 2-2-8 over and over again. Let's go, Utoto. Grab doesn't get it this time. Oh, he gets it again! And another 2-2-8 underneath an IJ, but there's a reversal edge to finish it off. Very nicely done by Kyiv there, keeping composed, even though he was on the cusp of losing that very, very quickly so soon into the set.
Immediate Soul Charge again. Nightmare's powerful. He gets the 6-6K. That's a natural hit combo. Look at this carry. Is he going to get the ring out? Not quite.
He actually tried to do the like I4 million Quake stun. Man's a mad lad. He actually thought he wasn't going to duck that.
He's just setting in the conditioning right now. I like the use of 2-2-A from Utoto to get that armor break, right? Nightmare's armor does have a threshold. If you do enough damage, it will break. So I like that Utoto is constantly using that move.
And 2-2-A is just a very solid move as well. It tech crouches, it's long range, it's a horizontal mid, and it's safe. It's such an all-purpose move.
Ooh, taking advantage of the mental frame trap there. He goes and just keeps pressing buttons and gets him with that 2A at the end. Great sequence from Kyiv.
Oh, nice 6-6-6 lethal hit. Let's go, Utoto into the soul attack. Not going to be able to get any good follow-up from this, but he's going to keep the pressure up with the soul charge, and he's going to hit thrust him out the arena. See ya later.
And just like his regular stances, right? Valdo, his Mantis stance, which is when he's on the ground, it also has a forward turn and a back turn. It's like feet towards, head towards. So that dash forward that he's doing when he's in feet towards is a mid, but you can't really press a button after you block it. So there you saw Utoto do it a couple times. Kyiv thought he could press a button and thought it'd be his turn, but he gets clipped and he gets wrung out for trying to press.
All right, now we're back into our next game pretty quickly. No stage swap this time. And there's that 6BB that got buffed to I-12 earlier on in the patch.
Yeah, great sidestep from Utoto. He's in blind stance though, so he can't get that 666B lethal hit again.
Oh, the perfect spacing into the IAGA. You gotta love how perfect Kyiv is. Well, these just Nightmare and Siegfried specialists, they've got this these button inputs on lock, and that's such a great... Oh, I actually thought Utoto wasn't going to take it there, but you know what? The Voldo shenanigans just got him through that one. And a nice little ring out there from Utoto.
Kyiv is just running right into Utoto's face a lot and kind of competing in a frame situation where his character isn't quite as strong. I think he's doing a little bit better when he's going for those more spacing-oriented gameplay.
Oh, here's him with the fish dive.
Soul charge again. I like the counter soul charge here.
Soul charge here. Gonna have to get out of that tricky position, but it doesn't matter because you're gonna try and backstep, and there we go. That is such a dangerous sequence for Voldo because in Soul Charge, 66BB is so dangerous. You can't interrupt before the second. You can't GI it either. You just have to take the guard damage and the chip if you don't perfect guard it.
Ooh, the Shoryuken ducking under that high. Great launch from Utoto. Crazy read. And he brings him out with the slide. Utoto taking this in a very convincing 2-0. Wow. That was incredible. This is a different Utoto than the last time we've seen him at an offline event, which was, I believe, the Invitational that happened last year, and he didn't do too well in that event. This Utoto looks like he is prepared, he knows what his game plan is, and you could see it when he was fighting Kyiv, right? He was going for 228 to blow up that armor that Kyiv kept going for, which is normally such a strong tool for Nightmare, because you can't really do those quick pokes against him. But Utoto was like, all right, that's cool if you're going to keep going for armor. I'm just going to break it, take this frame advantage, and work you from there.
Yeah, I think especially with the armor breaking move, not even just moves, just move, 2-2-A, getting so much mileage out of one move, but that move is so good, as I mentioned earlier. I think Utoto also understanding Kyiv's pacing really allowed him to make the most of those 2-2-As because it isn't the fastest move in the game, nor is it the fastest move that Utoto has access to when he's playing Voldo. So, you know, Kyiv was kind of underestimating him, trying to think that he could get these slower moves when he's trying to activate the armor on them. And then, you know, later on in the set, Kyiv realized that he had to stop doing them because Utoto was just going to knock him out of them every single time. And that is Evo champion thinking for you.
Yeah, definitely. Look, we're going to be seeing a lot of this coming in, and hopefully in some of these highlights, just being able to break that armor and just negate that powerful mechanic entirely, right? Like you see him going for there, gets reversal edge, but it's not going to deter him, right? He knows that that is a good condition for him to win games with. He's not going to stop doing it, and that's why he won, right? He limited one of the character's best options to go with, and that is what you need to be doing at the highest level of gameplay. Take their character's disadvantages and work them to the maximum, and Utoto definitely did that today. He was absolutely fantastic. He looked super prepared, and that's why he took it as convincingly as he did, in my opinion.
No, I completely agree with you. We just saw there at the end of that highlight that Kyiv went into 2 3Ks and then 1 2A. So he knew that he had frame advantage on his quicker moves and he tried to take advantage of that. But then Utoto gambled it all and then just dunked him straight over his head because he knew that Kyiv had had enough of trying to play small caliber and wanted to go for something bigger because he thought he'd condition Utoto to stop pressing buttons, but not when you're an Evo champion. We've had this conversation yesterday and we have it in the community all the time. Mashing is a completely viable strat because if you manage to outmash your opponent and you take a win, you take that W, completely worth it.
Yeah, definitely. And there's a lot of times, a lot of characters don't have great anti-mash tools. Like Nightmare doesn't have a super fast counter hit like fishing tool. He has 6-6K when he has Terror Charge, which is his unique mechanic that he has, kind of like an install as you mentioned earlier. But outside of that, he doesn't really have anything that's like a dangerous counter poke, right? It's nothing that's a mid that's quick that's going to give him that slight combo on counter hit. So that's a weakness that Utoto was okay with. You know, he was okay with taking those light little pokes. He was okay with taking those slight amounts of damage because he knew that his win condition was to get those reads, work in and take away those tools that Kyiv had. But coming into this next one, we're going to have the third Evo champion, Blue God, who is the most recent one of Evo, the last Evo Japan, and he is an Aswell specialist.
Aswell specialist, Aswell loyalist, and just an all-round great person. Sane, on the other hand, is, I believe, just like straight up an Ivy specialist as well. I don't think this man has picked any other character since the inception and the release of Soul Calibur 6. And you know what? Kind of similar to a buddy of mine, Eyelash Wish, big shout out, who plays Yoshimitsu. I think Sane is a very creative Ivy, in that he doesn't really go for just your standard pokey neutral game with Ivy. He really does try and go for the flashy and complicated stuff. Sometimes it gets him killed, sometimes it gets him really incredible wins, and we'll see how that goes today.
Yes, Sane is a player that really wears his heart on his sleeve in terms of his gameplay. He goes for obscure options like unblockable cancels mid-game to just throw off your timing, and like he makes you have to play against him in a very unorthodox manner, right? He's going to be backing away full screen, unblockable canceling, running up into her command grabs that she has. So he's a very stylish and unique player, and it can be very overwhelming for people to deal with, which is an effective strategy that expresses himself in the way that he wants to play. Now, you mentioned earlier that you don't think he has any other characters. He does actually have a couple characters that he can play. I don't know if we're going to see them. He does have a solid Cassandra, and he does also play Setsuka, but I think that he is wanting to go with Ivy for pretty much his whole event, unless he feels like it is not going to work. But he was definitely confident going in with Ivy, proving that he can go in. His best potential is with that character. He wants to prove and has like the attitude with that character going into this event. And that's a very sane thing to kind of feel it out and just go with what his heart says. As I said before, wearing his heart on his sleeve, and that's a lot of what we're going to be expecting to see with his gameplay. Blue God, on the other hand, definitely more technical in his approach to the game, right? Very his moves are very calculated in his decision making. So it's kind of a contrast between playstyles. You have like the human computer versus the man who wants to be flashy, wants to express himself in the best way possible. So it's a very like contrast of players that we're going to be seeing.
Oh, very much so. And I think I completely agree with that analysis. Speaking about how Sane likes to wear his heart on his sleeve and is very flashy, the man his drip today is insane. Wearing the gold shoes with the gold dynamic focus clothing, like that man is on point today. I'm loving the style.
Yeah, I guess a little bit behind the scenes. Sane and I talk a lot about fashion, so it's always nice to like see like some of the outfits that he's planning and working on. I love talking about it with Sane because he's like what his visions are, and like his outfits are just so creative, and like how he's feeling and what his emotions are going through for that day. And he plans these outfits out, and as we can see, he's like the king of drip.
Oh, absolutely. So coming into this game, Zubaz, who do you think each of these players will pick? Sorry, because I want to see them go with their mains, but I kind of want to see some spicing up this tournament.
I imagine that we're going to see their mains coming out going into this, just based on a bit of a hunch that I have. Blue, he's kind of trying to find what he likes in the game right now in some regards. So I think he wants to just stick with what he knows and go in with his comfort pick, which is Aswell, unless he maybe, I don't think that he's going to switch to like Grow or anything against Ivy. If there was an Astaroth player, we'd probably definitely see that. And Sane, as we mentioned before, wants to prove and go in with that energy of his Ivy. So I think we're going to see main versus main going into this, which is kind of a funny matchup because these two in the launch of the game were uncontested the two best characters in the game, and they've fallen pretty far in terms of their tier list placings from being literally like the only two characters that you really needed to have to worry about to characters that are, they're still good. They're like upper mid tier, like kind of high tier area, but nowhere near what they used to be. And the players are having to explore a lot more options and kind of find those different playstyles. I think these two players do a great job of that, of incorporating all aspects of their characters.
And here we go, straight into the match. We have, of course, Ivy versus Aswell, Blue God versus Sane. Let's get into the match. And funnily enough, on the same stage as Buff, never mind.
Never mind.
Okay.
Didn't want that one.
No, definitely not. Okay. Okay, so we still got Aswell, we still got Ivy. You can hear it in the background, but of course, they may be just going for a stage pick or maybe just another random.
Check the colors on the characters. Are they the same?
I mean, that's a hard thing for me to notice, Zubaz. Do you remember?
It's a known fact, Dan. It's a known fact. If a different color is a different character, okay? You have to pick your main color as well as your main character. No, it looks like they always went in with basic defaults. I don't know. Maybe they didn't want space colors.
Yeah, exactly. But we are on, once again, a very big stage. So a lot of space to maneuver around, but this time, complete opposite to the other one. No ring outs or wall combos.
Yeah, definitely. And Aswell has a pretty solid wall available option to him, but not going to be anywhere close to that situation right now. And I like Blue God pressuring like crazy in sword mode. That's his fastest mode that he has. Very unique character. Each mode that he has access to different weapon speeds.
Oh my god, and he hits him with the 50-50 from long range. Blue God falling for it, and a nice conversion for Sane to take that first round.
Yeah, definitely. Oh, gets his weapon out. He's using axe mode right now. This is his mix-up stance. And there's that mix-up low. Yeah, that is one of the best lows in the entire game.
There we go. Power of Reason, the honest neutral coming in thick and fast right now. Just throw your axes at him. 6-6B, very nice. There's that complete break attack horizontal mid.
Yeah, but Soul Charge coming in from Sane, gonna negate that pressure. Runs up. I think he's dropped the command grab, but it's okay. He's still got the attempt on it anyway.
Oh, the cancel into the prisoner to the thorns. Very nice by Sane right now. Actually trying to run up on Blue God instead of trying to use that superior Ivy range zoning technique. But you know what? He's got the life advantage. Just kicks him in the private area real quick and tries to go for a GI, but gets break attacked right into the face. And Blue God evening up that round counter.
Yeah, definitely. Oh, in sword mode right now, he's going to be, again, his fastest stance available to him. So this is when it's going to be harder for Sane to kind of be up close, as you were mentioning before, and kind of box against Aswell.
Oh, Blue God tried to get that hard read, but just walked straight into the Ivy stance transition. Oh, and there's the Calamity
Symphony. Yeah, huge high damage grab coming through for Sane.
Doesn't try and go for the GI this time, just trying to hold that guard button. He's not in any danger of losing guard gauge or getting his guard crushed, so, you know, no reason to press any buttons there. Throw your axe at him. Throwing a spear at him this time, mixing it up. No!
Ooh, great dock from Blue. Yeah, he got the dock on him. He did not get the optimal punish, but still able to convert that into a round. But huge meter advantage for Sane right now. Ivy's Soul Charge is also nothing to scoff at.
No, definitely not. She does have an unblockable high as well. That's part of a mix-up. But, you know, if Blue God's able to stay out of this range, there you go. He's trying to use that back step to make sure that that Soul Charge gets wasted. But Sane does have another one on deck just in case.
Yep. Ooh, okay, gets hit by the AB. But command grab comes from downtown. So much range on that one, but fantastic tech coming in from Blue God.
And there's another Calamity Symphony. He's just buffering these on block, on hit, on whiff, on everything. There's that 1K. Blue God not giving up just yet. And a nice 5K straight to the face. Evens up the round counter once again in Sane's favor. It's 2-2. Blue God now on 2 bars. Never mind, back down to 1.
Yep. Ooh, goes for the whiff punish, but no, that move does not hit grounded.
Oh, not out of range just yet. Oh, he's doing the UP cancels that you were talking about earlier, Zubaz, but he does not going to be able to contest with that long range 6-6A plus B. There's a good soul charge by Blue God this time. Is he going to? No, he's going to back off. Oh, there's that 4-4B lethal hit. Very, very nice.
Delays his option, avoids the guard impact. Gonna get that. Is going to the wall combo. Blue God in a very favorable position. Still in axe mode, but this is at its slowest. Sane can potentially make a comeback here, but not if he's going to be whiffing like this.
Oh, and there's a cheeky axe 6B. Very nicely done by Blue God, managing to actually take it when he was down 1 round against Sane. Managed to take it in the second to even it up. Wins the 3rd round. Sane evens it up again, so it literally looks 50-50, and Blue God was like, I'm having none of this. Take this axe. And he manages to take that first game.
I think the biggest factor to talk about is Blue is doing a great job at Tekken Calamity Symphony. It is a hard grab to break in this game because the break window is actually shorter than other grabs. So it's difficult in that regard. So it's kind of a reaction check a lot of the time to even get that break. And you saw him get hit by it a few times. It's very distinct animation, but just getting that reaction is very difficult. And he is on point with that today. He is, I think, broken more than he's got hit by.
And now we're on a very different stage to the stages that we've been seeing before, what we call Yoshi's Island, basically heavily in favor of Yoshimitsu, especially with his Brave Edge mechanic. But Blue God showing that maybe this is Blue God's stage. Almost got Sane down to death in less than 30 seconds. Very nicely done with the back grab, and there we go. Yeah, very nice.
And back they're going to take it out. This is a good stage, though, for Ivy against most characters in the game, but as well, it gets access to a free weapon at the start of this round because he's just so far away. Ivy can't do anything.
Oh, there's that 3K into... No, oh my god. Actually
Summon
gets
Suffering.
the SS this time. Summon Suffering, the untechable grab.
Yes, it is. Oh, nice 9K. Gonna get the knockdown. Delays his option. Gets the knockdown again with these lows. And Sane is looking very strong right now, but the AAI-10 in sword mode, very difficult to deal with. But the 6-6, or the Serpent's Embrace K, gonna duck under and get the round for Sane. Looking very good.
I'm really enjoying how back and forth this is so far. Second game, of the day, and there is no wash happening. Both of these competitors on point.
There's Calamity Symphony.
CS.
Yeah, he has those perfectly buffered just from downtown. Max range grabs.
That's a good soul charge for Sane, but never mind, because Aswell's going to do that Superman thing. That's the end of his soul charge, though. While Sane has got pretty much full life and just a little bit of soul charge left, but doesn't matter. Blue God is not phased at all, going for that 5BB, and once again, he's in sword, has access to an I-10, one of the quickest moves in the game. Absolutely not letting up. Doesn't want Sane to press a single CS, and there's a good back grab.
Yeah, and I like him making up for the weaknesses of sword mode, which is lack of mix-up by going in for those throws, and he's going to finish it off with the 6-6B. That is just using your character's maximum potential in a nutshell, and Blue is doing a great job at that.
Oh, I'm not entirely sure what Sane was trying to do there. He did use some bar, but I couldn't see what it was. Maybe it was CE, but of course, only AGI's verticals in this patch. Not literally everything.
Ooh, but gets him out of the air. Nice combo. Yeah, coming in from Sane, being very evasive right now. But Blue God gets his time and gets the post GI elite late. Not going to be a ton of damage, but decent situation afterwards.
Oh! That's not going to work. Blue God thought he had the perfect advantage. This isn't Tekken where you get free stuff from behind, but very nicely done with a different grab this time. 6-6B safe on block, trying to pursue him. Keep that pressure. Doesn't get the counter hit though.
Yeah, Soul Charge go coming in from Blue. Going to be able to just negate that pressure that Sane had. Need to get that advantage with a low grab. Going to hit him all the way across the screen. Going to get that punish. And Sane is not out of this one yet. Very close on meter. Pretty much 1 bar apiece. This is going to be a very tight game, or round 3 in game 2.
Oh, he tries to go for another CS. Blue God having none of it. That tech crouch on Toei was a perfect tech crouch with the perfect timing to make sure he didn't get grabs.
Soul Charge coming in from Blue God now. Yeah, I like that. You're going to be able to take his advantage back as now in his powered up state, but his ticks down very quickly when he uses those special moves. Yeah, only got 2 of them, but they both were very good for him.
Damn, Sane either wants this ring or he wants this wall splat. Neither of them are going to happen. Goes to the cancel. Very nicely done by Sane. Gets the counter here. Oh, but he drops the combo, but luckily enough, he was already in the ring out animation. Yeah. Oh my god.
Yo, he's talking to himself. He's hyping himself up. Let's go. Love to see that. That was a great positional awareness from Sane. He knew that he wanted to have Blue God contained. And when you're the one, again, the weakness we keep talking about with Aswell is his sword moves, where he uses the swords. When he's in that mode, they are 8 frames faster. But when he is trying to use any other move, like for an axe move or a spear move, those moves are 8 frames slower. So it's very difficult when he's backed into a corner, when he's not in the mode that he wants to be in, for him to sometimes fight his way out, right? If he's in axe mode in the corner, it's very hard for him to get those quick pokes because his fastest move is 6B, and it's not the fastest move in the game. It's pretty slow.
Yeah, relatively slow, exactly, compared to... Oh my god. All right, here we go. I have a feeling this is where Blue Gold's just going to give up all pretense and just go for the Axe 3B and Axe Low mix-ups. He's had enough now.
No, he's working these stances back and forth, but great lethal hit coming in from Sane.
Doesn't go for the full just frames, or maybe not.
Yeah,
oh, okay, are we going to be able to get a walk splat? Back
yes, we are. He's going to get the full conversion.
Full combo. Nice. This is pretty decent damage.
Yeah, I think he knew that the angle wasn't right for the full combo, and he optimized properly. That is the blue guy. No, look! He lets it rip! Sane! Oh my goodness, and he steps on him!
Out of here!
My goodness, that is a message.
Insane. He is just BMing him on the spot. Take these frames.
This is really bad for Blue right now. Sane is feeling himself. That is when he is at his scariest.
And Blue God now, he does have a life lead and also Soul Charge. I wonder if he's just going to be trying to keep it just in case he has to use it. But right now, it doesn't look like he's going to have to. That's a good full crouch 3B. Very nicely done, keeping up the pressure. And there's an Axe Low, evening up that round counter once again. Like I was saying earlier, Zubaz, neither of these you could call as the winner. It's been so close.
No, definitely not. You definitely can't. No, that was the -12 version. Sane just goes for the A+B, trying to maybe bait out a GI afterwards. But Blue, he did not let that round one phase him at all.
That was a really weird decision by Sane. Tries to go for the Prisoner to the Thorns, but unfortunately he's tech jumped during that soul attack animation. They're not able to get him with that low grab. All right, Blue. Oh no, that's a really bad decision. That's hella minus on block, and Sane takes full advantage.
I think he may have mistaken which mode he was in at that moment.
Give as well a weapon counter, please. There we go. Yeah, that's a really great call for Blue God. He needs to keep that life lead, and with the chip damage that he can get out of somebody, he thinks beautiful 4-4B with punish. Not going to be able to get a kill, but Blue God is in such a great position. 42 seconds left. Okay, cheeky low, not going to be able to get it. Goes for the 50-50. Never mind.
Sane not at this one yet, but the roll forward, an amazing option coming from Blue. Knew that low grab was coming. Roll forward, you cannot get hit by grabs like that in that situation. But he's able to.
Blue God was having absolutely none of that unblockable spam. It was like, enough. I'm just gonna swing at you from half the stage away.
Nice block punish from Blue God. Has the Oki situation. This is very bad for Sane. Gonna pop the soul charge, negating this pressure right now. Oh, the jump! What a crazy read coming in from Sane. But Blue God, he hits a jump of his own. Going back and forth. Both these players swing for the fences. The side switch. It's anyone's game right now. Sane is playing absolutely crazy. But Blue God's going to have none of it. And he finishes off with the AA. That was so much spaghetti all over the place. But wow, that was an incredible set. So much back and forth between both of those players. And that was just absolutely amazing. Wow.
I do have to wonder what was going through each of these players' brains, because of course Sane was taking a massive gamble trying to go for that jump. Of course it paid off because he managed to jump over the Axe Low and avoided like 30-40 damage. But then maybe Blue God just thought, okay, I guess this is how we're playing now, and just 9-8'd him over and over again, when I feel like he maybe didn't need to.
9A is definitely a solid move from Aswell because it gives him sword mode. His jump moves are the only exception, really, that don't have a penalty for how slow they are when he's in a different mode, right? So it gives him a really consistent way to get sword mode, and it's just a decent move overall. It's a tech jumping horizontal mid, so being able to use it in that regard, he gets the mode that he wants to be in. He's able to jump over the low, and it's just probably the reason why he was using it so often there, right? In those situations, it's kind of like a decent step killer and a mid, which sword kind of lacks a lot of the time. So that may be some insight as to why he was using it so much there, but definitely did fantastic. And you're able to just keep his composure in such a spaghetti scramble situation at the end of that game, jumping over each other, side switching back and forth, which is absolutely incredible at the end of that game.
I mean, this moment right here, I thought that was going to be play of the game. If that hit, I would have just said, let's end the tournament right now and we'll go home, because I don't think we're ever going to see a play as good as that. But no, good job by Blue God managing to duck that unblockable. Or maybe it was just out of range, I'm not sure. I couldn't quite tell.
Yeah, definitely. You've been a very close situation there, but this whole set was an incredibly close situation. Both of them just fighting back and forth. There was no way to determine a clear winner in this set. Both of them played absolutely amazing the entire time, and that was just what a game to watch.
This was a really good soul charge by Blue God as well. Like, he understood that he had the life lead, but then Sane was just insane. Did what he had to do, and you see right there, he knew that he wasted a perfect opportunity to be able to bring that game into his favor, but unfortunately, Sane was able to get that counter hit and drop the combo, but of course he was already in the ring out situation, so didn't need to follow it up.
No, in that situation, it just doesn't connect properly. And there's that unblockable, just lets it rock entirely. That's one thing that was saying, right? He cancels it so often that you sometimes don't think he's even going to do it, but he has that timing, right? When he's just going to let it rock and delete half your health bar.
So I do wonder, Zubaz, if this tournament alone is going to encourage people to work on the jump meta. Because yesterday we had a bunch of 9Ks, and then today we're having a bunch of 9As. I think, maybe we're going to have to start nerfing these jump moves if Okubo's watching these tournaments.
Yeah, well, Blue was using the 8A, which is the mid one. But yeah, Sane with the jump K as well. Both of them it's a good move, right? Because they're really usually relatively safe. They avoid grabs, which is we've already established before, are I-18 unblockable highs that do guaranteed 10 chip damage. So you can't, unless you're fighting Astaroth, you're fine. They jump those. They avoid a lot of situations, especially on Oki, that people like to go to. And the air hit properties in this game, it's not like Tekken where you get juggles. Normally, if you hit someone in the air, you kind of maybe get one hit if you're lucky, and then that's it, right? So jumping is not a bad option in a lot of these situations, because that's why you see these players going for it, right? Because it's relatively safe and they avoid a mix-up situation that can potentially get a hit.
Yeah, definitely. I think we've also got, as opposed to Tekken, we have air control, in that if you do hit somebody and maybe you don't have a full combo, or you think you have a full combo, somebody is able to actually air control themselves out of your trajectory so that they're able to recover quicker and not take any more damage. And in the case of air hits after the moves like 8A or 8K, if you do get an air hit, like Zubaz said, you may get one more hit, but nothing else, and you're not allowed to do float combos, which is, I guess, an advantage and a disadvantage in some way, depending on how you look at it, but unique to Caliber, and we love it that way.
Yeah, but coming into this next game, we have Woes in his potentially nowadays his not most optimal environment. This is Woes offline and not at work. He doesn't have that passive buff of being on work Wi-Fi right now. But let's see, he has been a tournament veteran throughout multiple games and was considered to be the best SOULCALIBUR 4 player and dominant throughout SOULCALIBUR 5, making top 8 at EVO in SOULCALIBUR 6, and he's been a threat for a very long time. And his opponent is Akyopo, who is an amazing Tira player, but also plays a lot of different characters at the same time, right? He has, I know he has a Huang that he can play for sure, and I've watched like YouTube VODs of him, and he's like almost every character in the game this guy can play at. Like it's incredible the amount of characters that he can play to a high level, and it's someone that you have to be kind of worried about in terms of which character he's going to go with. But coming into game one of this tournament, I think we're going to see the first time we're going to see Setsuka, which is going to be Woes. I imagine we're really only going to see that character coming in for him. Akyopo is kind of a wild card on who he's going to pick. His Tira is considered to be his main, so we may see that coming into game number one, but he's going to be a hard guy to pin down on which character he's going to play.
Yeah, I totally agree. I think going back to what we saw yesterday in terms of Linkors, we know he's got multiple characters that he's been able to play. And while we did see him play Amy for a majority of his games, he did bring out the Groh and the Siegfried when necessary. And he was incredible on those characters too. And with Akyopo, I'm honestly not sure either. Like against Setsuka, do you pick a particular character if you have all of them in your repertoire, or do you go for your main? But, Woes also has a character that's arguably one of the most annoying in the game, Raphael, and arguably one of the best too. So this is a toss-up. This is more than a 50-50. This is like a 2020-2020. I have no idea who I could call.
Yeah, as you mentioned, Woes has a very solid Raphael. That's what the character he made top 8 at EVO with. He also has Savataki. But I think he's feeling most confident with his Setsuka at the moment. But this is going to be a very good proving ground for some of these newer characters like Setsuka. We have not been able to see her in an offline environment at all. She was released during this pandemic. So this is the first time we're going to be able to see her in an offline competitive environment, just see how the character functions here, right? Because there is a difference between the two formats, right? There's a less latency here. This is considered to be the most pure competitive environment being offline. So this is going to be a test for the newer characters in the game that have only ever seen offline play.
Correct. And if he does go for Setsuka, if Woes does go for Setsuka, I think Hwang also being one of the latest characters, or the latest character to be released, also during a pandemic where we've not been able to test him online. If Akapo goes for Hwang, I think Hwang does genuinely have a good matchup against Setsuka. And even though Setsuka's been out for longer, she's arguably a little more complicated to play optimally than Hwang because of her execution requirements. But also with Hwang, you have the auras, you have the talismans, you have the life force mechanic. I mean, I do really hope I see a Hwang in this tournament at least once, but if I don't, I'm okay with it.
Yeah, we're just going to see a few of those newer characters, and the amount of gameplay we've seen, just like being such a high level, being this invitational, these are going to be, when we're seeing those newer characters, it's going to be people that have practiced them, and they're choosing them because they're confident in their abilities with them. So if we do see these characters, and we're going to see it with Setsuka, it's going to be like the maximum potential that the character is at this moment. So this is going to be really fantastic to watch in terms of gameplay. Now, speaking of Setsuka herself, she's a pretty unique character. She has a few unique mechanics that she has. She kind of builds up throughout the course of the game. One of them is like she gets block punishment and things like that, which builds up like a blue pedal, counter hits build up a red pedal, and so on and so forth. And then she gets slowly powered up throughout the course of the game by completing all of those little objectives.
And all of those little objectives then turn her soul attack into a lethal hit if she hits it, which she then gets a full combo off of for like 90 plus damage or something like that. It's insane.
Yeah, definitely very strong character when she has that available to her. And look, he's going to get that first mechanic almost ready to go.
So Woes are doing a lot of 9k here. The same thing that we saw him do against Linkos in the Soul Calibur Online Challenge, but nothing that got him anywhere. And there's the headbangs against the ring. Akapo managing to get the lethal hit and evening up this life bar pretty quickly.
6B pressure, but the air hit is going to avoid that combo, but the A plus B calling out that GI. Kyopo going to hit that huge meter gain and that round number 1.
So we're seeing Akapo here playing Terra, and we actually saw our own, well, I say our own, another, wow, there's a 9k lethal hit. Oh, yeah, for those who may not be aware, that 9k lethal hit is just hit somebody while in the air, which Terra also has a lethal hit for. So, you know, maybe we'll be seeing these out the wazoo if they're able to get these on point.
Yeah, maybe that's why he was fishing for it earlier, trying to call out like things like Jolly 6B, where she is airborne. So perhaps that is a strategy that Woes is going for.
Oh, you know what? I actually hadn't thought of that. 6B is a solid move for Terra, like when she's in Jolly. Arguably her best move, where she's able to continue pressure. Both options, I believe, are safe. It's a high-mid mix.
Yes, they are.
So yeah, if Woes manages to get that, it's so good.
They're going back and forth right now, Dan. Like, it's crazy. They're just swinging for the fences right now. Goes with the mid option. Has a slightly bit of a mix-up stance there. Has a low and the mid that she can go for, but not going to deter Kyopo at all. It's still going to be going in, poking back and forth. Soul Charge coming in for Woe is going to negate that pressure.
Oh, Akapo tried to stand on him. Damn, that was pretty risky, but he gets the 3A. Doesn't go for the full to get the mood switch, but it doesn't matter. He's just going to try and go for it again. Gloomy Terror is the more dangerous Terror, but it doesn't matter because that 6-6B is going to hit the counter hit, and a very nice call out by Woes.
Yes, great stuff from Woes. Gets the throw back down into the knockdown. Oki situation coming in for Woes.
It is just such a pleasure to see somebody with the execution of Woes play Setsuka in an offline environment.
What are you talking about? Woes doesn't have execution.
Damn. Oh, damn. He calling him out. And there we... Oh, I'm not sure if this is going to scale enough. It's just under critical health. Yeah, okay, there we go.
You don't get full damage on that combo. Oh, what? Wake up critical. This is Street Fighter 4.
And he manages to get Coda, but is it too little too late?
We can make a big comeback. It's not over yet. The second hit, but he doesn't get the full combo conversion. Goes for a reset instead, but he's gonna get the 3A. Lets it all rock and able to stay alive in this game. A Kyopo just living on the edge.
living on a prayer, and that prayer was answered, and Coda was given from the heavens. But you know, Woes now with a bar and a half here, going to go into Soul Charge, doesn't want to waste it. He knows that he's really close to the wall and may be able to keep that pressure, but that raw updraft is going to turn the tables in Akapo's favor. And he goes for the wrong move, tried to predict a tech crouch to get the lethal hit. Doesn't matter though, that headbutt is just going to take out all of your offense if you're not careful.
But now Woes has all of his mechanics ready to go. That's because most powerful state going to convert into the wall combo. Isn't going to do a ton of damage, but nice reset there. Akiopo, I don't think was ready for that one.
Okay, so the 668, that's got some pretty good frames on block. Is a horizontal high though. There's
the back hit.
Robbery. Absolutely
Akiopo's
robbery. Woes is not going to be happy with that one.
No, definitely not. And that's why Jolly 6B is such a good move. It's such a wide hitbox. It's a vertical, but it's so difficult to even get around for that exact reason, because it hits behind her. It hits beside her sometimes. It's just incredibly annoying. And it's a string, so that she can just do the first hit and keep applying pressure that way, as you were mentioning earlier, Dan. And that is why it's probably her best move in that stance.
Oh, inarguably her best move in that stance. But once she gets into Gloomy, it's a barrage of 3A. I mean, you know, Gloomy is the much better stance that she gets. She gets more plus frame, she gets more damage, more guard damage. But 3A,
but damn,
quick
look at this game. This round's over,
my
man. Look at, they're just poking each other back and forth. You called that one earlier, Dan. Saying they both have the ability to get those air hit lethal hits. This is just incredible gameplay.
There's that headbutt. Doesn't get a move switch on that one. Once again, trying to call out the GI. Not this time. Ooh, no. Okay, that is why I love to see these Setskas who are super on their game. That 2-on-4K is really hard to hit in an online environment, especially when your opponent's in string or when you're in pressure. But Woes, no fear, gets that counter hit and continues to pressure.
He does. Yep, but now Akiopo dominating this round right now. Has the 4 mood switches, but Woe's not going to let that deter him at all. He's going to try and close this one as fast as possible, poking him down, getting these pokes, containing this movement.
Oh, on 1A. Very nice. There we go. Soul Charge again. Woes wants to keep that pressure. Pushes him right to the edge. 668 plus B becomes a break attack in Soul Charge for Setsuka. But it doesn't matter because Akapo also has Soul Charge. Who's going to be able to beat the other? Woes right now sitting at just a bit less Soul Charge, but a hefty life lead. But it doesn't matter when Tyro's going to go into the untechable grab, kill you, and take your life for it. 6XP lethal hit. See you later. Good night, Setsuka.
Yeah, great mix-up at the end there, going for the mid-low mix-up and able to take it. Oh, nice jump from Woes, just trying to negate that low option because hers does tech jump.
Oh, it doesn't finish off the string on 6XP, 6XP plus K, sorry. Doesn't matter though, because he goes for the easy input 6A plus B, not going to bother with the full input there. It does the exact same thing, just a little less damage, I believe.
And takes a bit of meter.
And a tiny bit of meter. Ooh, okay. Woes pressing buttons. That's what I like to see. But now we have Akapo in Coda. Very, very dangerous. Even if you're 2 rounds, if Woes was 2 rounds to none, I would still be terrified in Woes' place against Coda. This stance is just insane. It's everything Gloomy does, but better because it's got Soul Charge.
And look at that whiff punish, right? Yeah, unlimited Soul Charge well in Coda and Gloomy. So you're able to get that punish for free without having to spend any meter.
Oh, Woes once again not remembering, or just trying to this is what I'm not sure. Is he forgetting that it's double hit, or is he just trying to read that Akapo goes for a single
been conditioning. Akiopo's been conditioning by going for single ones. And it's gonna be jockeying under that with the wall rising K there. And Akiopo tying this up 2 bars of meter, pretty much even on there. But this is only 1 more round for Akiopo that he needs to work out and get this 2-0 over Woes.
There we go, Soul Charge for Woes. Oh, he gets a spike. Very nice. That happens when your opponent's in the air and the Soul Charge explosion spikes him down. Hits him with the just range 2-1-4-3B. Doesn't matter if he doesn't get the full damage on that because it does a hell of a lot of chip damage in Soul Charge. But there's Coda once again, but it might not matter because Woes has got a really good life lead here with these really, really good pokes. Goes for the double. Woes holding strong, even though he does have red guard gauge. Could get crushed any second now.
It's a GI battle going back and forth. Gonna get the wall combo, not really much of a conversion possible. That flashing red guard gauge is going to be very hard for Woes to deal with. Soul Charge is going to negate this pressure. Get that +8. Hard situation. And yes, because that Soul Charge hit a Kyopo, Woes was at +8. Did not have enough time to get that reversal edge off. Great awareness from Woes, recognizing the frame situation.
Indeed, so as Zubaz just said, if a Soul Charge explosion hits somebody, the person who initiated it is +8. But if they get it blocked and you hear the little weapon clashing sound with a break attack, that's +0, I believe, because it's just a pushback. Yeah,
it's just neutral.
Neutral on block. Oh, and there it is once again. That Jolly 6BB coming in clutch for Akapo. So nice. And there's that 4K headbutt into the stance transition. Oh man, he's running through him right now, Zubaz. What can Woes do here?
It's a hard spot to be in, trying to get as much as possible, but that whiff punish is going to secure Woes' fate in round number 1 in game 3.
No block punish on the 3B this time. It goes to the 1K stomp. Doesn't transition, not confident that it was going to hit.
It can also just be a mix-up, right, for next time. I like that Woes is going for that aerial stance, gets the mix-up. Great combo. Mix-up situation, gets it again, and Woes looking so dominant, gets the throw, and if he doesn't drop this should be the game. Doesn't get the follow-up. Doesn't want to risk it, but still manages to take out Akiopo.
And Akiopo's on 4 mood switches here. 5 more, and he gets access to that scary, scary coda. That's a good back grab as well. Because from what I can remember, Akiopo hasn't been doing a lot of grabs this time, so, you know, there's no information for Woes to go on in terms of what he likes.
But look at this wall combo. Great conversion coming in from Woes right now. Soul Charge, gonna knock him away. Just using that to reset neutral. No GI this time.
That max range 3B not gonna be able to get the follow-up though. Akiopo he's calling out Woes right now. I was like, cool, you want to try and GID? But that's a beautiful counter hit into the wall combo.
That should be the round.
And he's
yes, it is. Wow, great timing from Woes. Using that 668 to contain his movement. A lot of people complain that Setsuka doesn't have great horizontal control, but Woes saying that is not a problem. The 668 is all I need.
But what you also missed, Zubaz, was that he taunted at the end of that round.
That's not important.
That's the most important. The most important input in this game.
No, what's important, Dan? It's all these mids that he's just shoving down to Kyopo's throat. Are you watching what's happening on the screen? He just hit him 4 in a row. He can't miss.
Ebony. But there we go. He gets him with the grab. Going to get a little bit of life back. And he's got 1 transition to get back into Coda. Is he going to guess right? No, he won't. Stan blocks the 50-50. And Woes brings it back from the brink of defeat there. 2-1.
Yeah, that was definitely Woes hanging on with that veteran tournament experience, being able to keep his composure and work it towards that game win. And he did a great job of using Setsuka's tools to contain movement with the 668. It was a huge one. 2A also. She has a fairly long range 2A, so that's definitely a boon for her. But just taking what people can normally consider to be a weakness against the character, and he was just doing 668s over and over and over again. It made it feel like Akiopo couldn't move anywhere. And in that last game, he went for the 3-3B over and over again, because at that point he'd conditioned Akiopo to just not sidestep at all, because he'd been counter hit constantly. And that is conditioning. That is how you make your opponent do what you want them to do, and that is how you win games.
Very much so. Like you were saying before, people say that Setsuka doesn't have a lot of horizontal priority. Her step kill isn't great. But as we saw there, as long as you're able to condition people well enough to stop moving, then you got those verticals, those superior on block and superior on hit verticals.
Yep, that 3-3B is such a good move, right? It's a very long range, safe on block launcher that does incredible damage on normal hit, but on counter hit gives a stun for even more damage.
And here we can see the beginnings of the set. Hit 2 rounds to 2 rounds. Getting hit by that 6, yeah. That 6BP, man.
Yeah, you can see the frustration there. Like, the total opposite reactions. One of them just like, oh man, I can't believe how dumb that was. And Kyoko like, yes, my move worked as intended.
Of course, yeah. Damn, the patience from Woes there. was not very good. I mean, yeah, that's a situation where you don't wanna press a button, because that 6-6B is just gonna come and destroy you. You don't want to duck, just stand block. It's ideally your best option. And you can see where he's there, just trying to get his head in the game. And get his head in the game, he did, coming back from 1-0 down to taking it 2-1.
Yeah, and there's that frame trap we were talking about earlier. This is a sick wall conversion here again from Woes, just showing that his knowledge of the character is just so deep. And at the end there wouldn't even have mattered if Kyopo blocked that, because Tetsuko, when she has that mechanic ready to go, when she's full up on, I believe it's the blue one, she gets the low is a break attack, so it's safe on block. It's crazy. You have to sidestep there, but then she has a horizontal low out of that stance, and it just becomes incredibly annoying.
Oh, very much annoying. But, you know, in addition to just being able to maybe guess right on that, you can't GI or RE for fear of getting hit by that low. So it's just an extra layer of not even mind games, I guess, just straight up being scared of pressing a button, which is, you know, 6-6K, I think on block is, I think, -2. So overall, a very good move. Quite linear, though. So, you know, if it hits, it's a very, very good mix-up. If it doesn't, on block, you're safe. If you get the whiff, though, she can be killed pretty heavily for it.
But now we're going in. We have EU versus EU. Panto creator originally from France, rocking out of Germany now, and we have Milo's, the incredibly handsome player from the UK.
Oh yes, he is incredibly handsome. I mean, but you know, also from the UK.
And from the UK. Like also that one's also true.
I mean, you know, it's it just runs in the SOULCALIBUR UK genes. I mean, what can I say? It's the culture, you know.
But definitely going to be an interesting match. We're going to have Kyiv versus Siegfried. I actually had the opportunity last year to travel to your country and fight against Milo's in a casual setting with my Siegfried versus his Kyiv, and he was very adept in the matchup. He performed pretty well, and he is a very different style of Kyiv than we saw from Kura yesterday. He is a little bit more freeform and doing some of the more fun stuff, as you mentioned, like the on the ground A+B, where he like pogo hops up off the ground. He likes to put himself back turn to go for that back turn K parry attack, to just be very obscure and always making his opponent think about what he's going to be doing. Panto Crater is a veteran Siegfried player, has been playing him for an incredible amount of time, and is showing that he's still a competitor in SOULCALIBUR 6. He definitely has some good showings, as Kayane mentioned earlier, being able to beat Kyiv in some events, which is no easy task. Kyiv is an absolute monster of a player, so both these players are going to be giving us quite the show today.
Oh, and of course, Milo starting off with his signature, get on the floor. I love it, Milo's. I'm so excited to see you.
It is
and of course, the 2A+B
action.
This is what I love seeing about Milo's, right? Very similar to Sane in some respect, in that, you know, he's very freeform. He plays from the heart, plays on feeling. And sometimes it gets him incredibly far because his opponents can't predict it, and sometimes it gets him killed. So I'm kind of waiting to see which option it's going to be.
Working out for him right now, Dan. Look at this pressure, not letting that round get to him from the previous round, and he's going to get the ring out here. Over the low wall. Yes, he does. Great combo, great conversion from Milo's. Able to take that round number 2, not going to let that first one get to him. But Panto also is going to say, I have the experience. That ring out does not matter to me.
Okay, doesn't get anything off of the block from that.
Panto trying to go for that
good step into an AAA. No way. Is he going to get a ring out? Okay, not quite far enough. Okay,
he gets the whiff punish,
but he commits. He overcommits just a bit too much, and Panto takes full advantage and rings him out himself.
Yeah, I don't think Panto intended that ring out. I think he went for the wall splat, but because of the wall splat, I mean, he did the combo right away. He's able to get it, and there's that back turn K, getting the parry.
Yes, Milo's, let's go. I love seeing this character, and I love seeing Milo.
Oh, this is going to hurt.
Oh, good 3 AP.
A huge amount of damage. Look at his life
and he's
bar.
out.
He's out of the ring. What a huge conversion. He took him from coast to coast with that wall combo. Look at him flexing those muscles. We know he's got him.
Ban him. Ban him. That was disgusting.
Look at him. He's so calm and cool and collected. But nice whiff punish coming in from Panto Crater. That Siegfried soul or critical edge, so much range on it.
Good contest. Nice, going for the slower Oki there, but okay, all right. Milo's looking a little bit shaky at the moment. Not sure what he should be doing here, but a good 6BA gets the knockdown. And a wonderful whiff punish means that Milo's are going to take this first game against Panto.
Yeah, Panto getting a little too comfortable with these stance transitions, right? If you had done that CE right away, that spin that Siegfried does will dodge the vertical, but Milo's, he knows the matchup. He has the experience. He waited and then did the CE because Panto, he knew that he wasn't going to do it multiple times, right? There hasn't been that situation yet for Panto to have the knowledge to spin 2 times in a row, so Milo's gets the counter hit. He gets game number 1.
And once again, he tries to go for that 2A plus B, I-30 plus low, trying to hit it for his own satisfaction. Good block on the base hold A.
Yeah, late on the punish. Doesn't know how to tech that combo properly. Let's see if Panto's going to get a lot of extra damage off of that one. If he keeps going with a 2-2B hold, lethal hit. Great opportunity for Milos to come back into this round.
He wants that 2A plus B. He wants it. Oh, the 6BA once again saving him. That's a nice 1B, but you're not going to be able to backstep quickly enough out of that. Not enough frames for you.
Now that Wild Rider would be 16 frames. One of the best, if not the best, from crouch launcher in the game.
Damn, Panto. See, this is... Oh, okay, nice. 4-4B plus K. This is what we were talking about earlier, Zupaz, where you kind of need to... Oh, he reacted to it, Zupaz. He reacted to it. God.
Yeah. Those gamer
this is what we were talking about in terms of Siegfried stances, in that you kind of have to press a button to make sure he doesn't stance. So at the moment, Milos is just trying to not mash into too many things, but of course he mashes into
But then he mashes in reverse ledge, yep. He teched out of the combo, but he did not get the block punish on the 668 plus B. So Panto's still getting away with murder sometimes here, but nice with punish. Gonna go with the soul attack. This is a very hard situation to be in with your Panto crater.
Oh, that was a beautiful
nice
raw
AGI.
monument AGI with the lethal hit. 6-6B from Evil Killick has that extension with the attack grab. Panto definitely having to soul charge here to make sure he doesn't get killed. But the pillars, the new soul charge move. What's going to happen is Milo's going to be able to survive this. That's a good break, but he's -6.
Oh, the 2A. Yes, that stance. It is +2 into stance. However, his fastest move is 16 frames, so that 2A is going to be fast enough to get that counter hit there.
That was a good call for the 4-4B plus K, the pull back and strike, but not far enough. That's another good 2-2B from Milos. His placement of this move is impeccable.
Yeah, those early on instant wall rising Bs from Milos really made it so Panto's going to be thinking twice about those AGAs.
That's a good flapjack over.
Oh, he's
him.
going to get the tech trap. Yes, he does. This hurts so much. He's been seeing that Milos likes to tech a lot in these situations, right? And he conditioned him to tech with that 668 plus B. He wanted him to tech. He wanted to get that combo.
And now Panto is just a single hit away from winning. There we go. 2-2K, nicely done by Panto. And can we just look at the stark difference between Milo's his heart rate and Panto's? Panto's is at 145 right now, 144, because he was so close to getting that round and evening up the game score. Milo's, I don't think, has gone above 100. Not only is he beautiful, but he has such composure over himself.
Well, the guy rose like a ton, right? So cardiovascular health is going to be a big factor here for Milos. That's why his heart rate's so low. His heart's incredibly efficient.
That's very true. We do call him Swallows in the UK.
We do. Nice sequence coming in from Milos. He's getting a lot of extra damage with that low poke, but Panto Crater just gonna run up, gets that throw, doesn't ring out, so Milos is safe there. But the counter hit AAA gonna hit him out of the ring, and he sleeps on him.
That's exactly what we were talking about literally like 5 minutes ago, and he puts it into practice. That AAA, while Panto is just busy dancing right at the edge, manages to get him that first round in game 3.
That is one weakness of Siegfried Stance, is when he's transitioning between them, he is susceptible to counter hits.
Oh, Milo's trying to go for OTG A plus B, but not today. He says it's the second time he's tried it and been unsuccessful. And you absolutely can't mash into that 1K on hit into stance transition.
No. No, the only option there really is to sidestep. Ooh,
wow,
nice.
Okay,
Gets his tech crouch under the AGA. Yeah, nice.
Very nice
choice there from Milos.
He's just backing up. He doesn't want to deal with any of this.
Oh, he doesn't get the counter hit confirmed. That's going to give Milos the opportunity to just take full advantage, and look at this sequence coming in from Milos right now.
Oh, once again gets the That's the tech trap.
Into the tech trap.
Yes,
and
he is.
Gone. Wow, Milo's just taking
very close here.
Taking a mile.
Panto down a game. Or down a set, sorry. Oh, that right there was perfect conditioning.
For the tech trap, cheeky.
Almost 2 different ROs in like 10 seconds. And that's a beautiful whiff punish.
Whiff punish here? Yeah, he is. So he's going to be halfway to a free Dark Legacy. This is all right. Milo's still going to be alive. He still has a lot of meter. And worst case scenario, he's going to be going with a big meter advantage into the final game. Oh, great whiff punish. Huge call out from Milo. He whiffs there, and the wall rising K on the duck throw, popping off, has the fist bump.
Oh yeah, you
Great
see the
stuff from
pop
Milo.
up right there in the corner. You gotta love it.
One thing Panto Crater does have going for him, though, is he does have a nice shirt. I was wearing that one yesterday. It's a nice one. But Milo's is going to be your victor here with that very solid Keelik play, and very different than we saw yesterday from Kuro, as I mentioned earlier. He's a lot more free form in terms of his gameplay style, and goes for those moves that you don't really see too often from Keelik. He's going to be taking it, going to be 1-0 in the bracket so far. And coming up, we have, look at that, we have Sane versus Woes. This is going to be a battle of the NA East Coast. These two players are going to have a decent amount of experience against each other in this game. So it's going to be an interesting one. But I'm really excited to see some of the highlights that we got from that last match. Dan, how did you feel about that last game?
Well, I wrote something down specifically because it was something that I noticed. We saw Milo's only go for 2-2-AA. We never saw him go for... 2-2-AB. 2-2-AB. He never went for 2-2-AA because he knew that Panto was probably going to be able to react to it. And then at the final round, he was able to 2-2-A into nothing and get a counter hit on Panto and take the round from that. Yeah. And that was something that I want to applaud him for, because, that freeform style of play is very exciting to see, but when you see him get methodical, it's so good.
Yeah, that conditioning playing a huge part. Nice right from there, right? If he had done the BB there, the Panto Creator would have got a huge lethal hit. Still gets the round off of it. Milo just being very situationally aware.
Oh, and those pillars, so good. And this was that 2A that finished off this round. We've got Milo's on the board.
Yes. Yeah, Panto just, underestimating his opponent's knowledge, right? He's just so used to people letting him get that for free sometimes. Like, people don't mash into that stance a lot of the time. And because he is back against the wall there, Milo's didn't get pushed back from that A-slide B either. So it's very hard for Siegfried, if you don't space that A-slide B properly, to even get away from 2As there.
Yeah, you see the Milo's pop off. That's his, just a little bit of a behind the scenes. Milo's has been very nervous about this entire tournament so far, but this performance is going to give him so much confidence going forward. Beating Panto Creator, somebody who is incredible at Soul Calibur, a Siegfried loyalist, and a character that I'm sure Milo's does not have any love for, managing to take it 2-1 over him in his first game is going to be really good for his mental state as he goes forward. But Panto Creator, this is only his first game, one of the best Soul Calibur players on the planet from France, representing Germany, with a character that he seems to know absolutely down pat. Cannot wait to see more from both of them in this tournament.
Yeah, Panto has a lot of experience, but I don't think he's going to let a loss get to him at all. He has that veteran experience. He's going to be able to regain his composure, and I think he's still going to be able to do very well in this group stage, right? It's only early on, right? We haven't even finished anywhere close to halfway, right? But we got Sane versus Woes. I imagine we're going to see the Ivy versus the Setsuka. Now, Sane does play Setsuka as well, so it can be very familiar with the character and how she functions, but Woes is definitely the best Setsuka at the moment in the world, right? Without a doubt. His character awareness, his ability to get those confirms is incredibly solid. But Sane, he plays in such a unique way that it can be very frustrating for people to deal with.
Very frustrating indeed. Setsuka just in general is very frustrating to fight against with those incredible verticals. But do you think Woes is going to go for Raphael against Ivy? Because while it's sometimes good to go to your main because you know that character well and you know their options the best, sometimes if your sub has just a way better matchup, it could be beneficial for you to go for that character. So what do you think, Zubaz? Do you think we're going to see a Raph switch, or is he going to stick to his Setsuka?
I don't think so. I think he's from what I understand, based on some conversations before this event, he seems very confident in going with Setsuko for pretty much the entire thing. So I don't think that's going to happen. But he does. There was always that possibility that character could come out, perhaps maybe on a loss if that first game doesn't go too well. But he's definitely going to be hovering over Setsuko here. I think we're going to see main versus main, and yeah, that's what we're going to see.
Yes, indeed, we are. Setsuko versus Ivy. I wonder what kind of game plan Woz is going to run. You know, Setsuko with 6-6A and 6-6B can be very, very dangerous because it's a high mid mix. Both of them are safe on block. One of them can guard crush. It's interesting how Woz is going to be able to close this gap, but it doesn't really matter if you close the gap and you get CS'd in less than 10 seconds. Woz is not going to be happy about that.
Drop the combo. No, definitely not. But it's okay. He'll be able to come back. Has that launch potential. Setsuko is very, very good up close. Sane just throwing it to the fences right now. Look at these crazy reads coming up from him.
And just like that, he's actually got the... oh, no, never mind. Not the slight life advantage he did after that combo. But Sane
gets the combo that time.
With the crazy side-switching combo. So flashy.
Yeah, he's got that full crouch 1B a few times so far, just in round number 1. So catching Woz when he's pressing buttons, great tech there from Woz. Not wanting to get hit by that CS again.
Okay, both just whiffing. Nice 6-6-8 to get in, close that gap. Here we go, 9K's coming in fast. Oh, another great
tech
break.
Coming from Woz. Yeah, he might be just every time he's guarding, just mashing a button to tech that throw. It's a pretty common strategy for a lot of players. If they don't want to have to react to it, they'll just be constantly mashing whenever they're not doing something.
Oh, that 1A just whiffing the second time. Woz was not ready for it.
Wasn't in that 2A from Ivy. Incredible range. Hers is not a standard speed. It's slower than pretty much every other 2A in the game, and it's not a low, but it has that range behind it.
Okay, Woz starting off strong. Nice bit of damage on the boards. Woz not going to fall for that one this time. Great GI. Probably trying to wait for a re-GI to get the counter hit. Oh, sorry, to get the whiff punish lethal hit. But he's still got 2 bars. Looking like he might not need it at the moment. Never mind, he's going to pop it. Try to get out of that soul charge mix with the unblockable that Ivy has in that stance.
Yeah, he wants to secure this round, right? He needs to be able to prevent Sane from getting this round of taking game number 1. Game number 1 is a very important game to get.
Interesting break attack. Probably thought Woz was going to try and go for a GI.
Yeah, no, gets the counter hit.
Oh, and there's the reset into
nice.
Yeah, prisoner to the thorns.
Yeah. Got it. Very nice reset from Sane. He knew that Woz was going to be waiting for that Oki situation after the combo, right? Because he kind of slams you down right in front of her, but didn't give it to him. Reset it by intentionally dropping the combo there. Great read from Sane.
Oh, wow, right off the bat, we didn't even... He was so quick on that, we didn't even see it in time.
Nope.
Nice 1B. 1B, one of the better lows that Setsuko has.
Yeah, definitely very solid one. It's pretty fast.
He's doing the... Sane is just proving that he is very, very nice with these unblockable cancels.
Now, you're trying to just bait Woz, right? Get that timing. Force Woz to do something, right? He just wanted to get a reaction out of him.
Oh, he tried to press a button. He could have gone for a GI there. Woz doesn't actually have access to that break attack at the moment, so both options very much GI-able or Ari-able if he goes for it.
Yeah, now has access to that break attack. Ooh, but he's just poking at him like crazy, just going in and out, gets that counter hit on 3-3B. Max damage coming in from Woz. Very flashy combos.
Wow, Sane is he's just waiting for him to make that one mistake for the ring out.
Yeah, he's trying to get his win condition, right? Nice jump kick over, taking advantage of Woz, just going for those slight little pokes. But
yeah, you can't contest on hit on that one. Setsuko has the advantage. And Sane now sitting on almost 2 bars. I wonder if we're going to be maybe seeing more CEs coming from Sane's side, especially since Setsuko's better moves the verticals, and if he's able to get a hard read on it, that's a pretty decent amount of damage.
Yeah, it is a gamble though, because look at all these horizontal pokes that Woz is working in at close range, right? Trying to contain that movement from Sane. Gonna pop the soul charge, keep that advantage, knock him away, and have a pretty even like on life situation. But Ray, as he tries to go in, he gets clipped by trying to do some style with those unblockable cancels.
Oh, so close to getting that 2B for Setsuka. And there's a CS.
Run up Calamity to Infinity. Yeah, not over yet. Look at this knockdown right in front of her face. Scary spot to be in. Mixing it up with the mid. Ooh, the patience coming in. And the low grab. Wow. Sane.
Oh, you could see Woes there not being very happy with himself, not reacting to that. He was getting he popping off, but for the wrong reasons. Hopefully he can stay composed because he is only 1 round away. Good duck. I'm not sure if that was a reaction or prediction, but it doesn't matter because he still avoided a hell of a lot more damage.
Wow. This is so much back and forth from both of these players. I love how Woes is just running up right in Sane's face. But as I say that, Sane takes advantage of that slight delay in Woes' offense and sneaks that CS in there.
Go confirms the combo. Doesn't get the just frame, but still without easy mode umbrella. Oh, but that 2-2-A.
The jump back into the 2-2-A lethal. What a huge bait coming in from Sane. Not going to be enough to kill, but decent Oki situation here.
There we go, good block on the 2-2-K, like but doesn't manage to get anything from it. 6-6-B, counter hit. Are we going to be able to get a CE out of this? Yes, he is, and this will kill Woes.
Yes, it will.
Taking the second game.
Yep, very, very close back and forth from both these players. Woes knew the situation. He had a great win condition ready for him to go, and he just pulls the trigger on it. He spends that meter. The guts bonus going to give him enough damage to get that kill in that situation. He really, really needed that low life bonus on his critical edge to get that round, but I imagine Sane's not going to let that get to him. He's been playing very well, but he didn't switch stages. This is a very small stage. Not going to have a lot of room to run around, and this actually has the smallest starting position of any stage in the game.
I mean, very good for Woes, of course. I do kind of wonder though, because this stage is pretty big. It at least gives Sane the opportunity to zone if he is able to successfully do it. But right now, you know, Woes has been able to chase him down really effectively and stop him from doing things like 6-6-A hold, which we've not seen much of from Sane.
No, he has that ideal range, kind of just like range to 1 and 2 kind of area, like about that distance where he just was. But not going to be a situation where it's, wow.
That was such a hard read. Beautiful.
I was about to say, not a situation where Ivy is definitely at her best in terms of the tools available to her, but Sane not letting it get to him. I like Woes again sticking with these pokes, trying to take advantage of Ivy's slower moves at close range.
Okay, backing off. And just run straight up into his face with that whiff punish grab. Nice block.
Ooh, gets the block, but not the correct punish. Soul Charge coming in, gonna negate that offensive pressure.
Sane gambling right here. Very nicely done, confirming the 6-6-B once again. And there's that Soul Charge follow-up. God, you have to get up. It does so much damage. And once again, another launch into Slide BA.
It's gonna get that free bar meter for being 2 rounds down, but Woes looking very strong this game number 3. Gonna immediately pop that meter, knocking Woes away, and gets counter hit by trying to press the button. Woes using the aerial stance to just get that approach.
Yeah, the excuse me, the 8A plus B, you have an option of either A or B afterwards. The A is a horizontal high and the B is a vertical mid. The B actually doesn't hit people who are on the opposite side of you. You have to jump over them to be able to get something from it because it doesn't have any active frames there.
Yes, you do, but look at Woes. He's looking so clean right now. He's trying to take this round with there's all these little pokes. He doesn't have to take any big risks. Gonna be 1 hit away, and he just gets them with the wall rising K there. Woes kept his composure very well. Yeah, he just had that close range control, right? He's just poking Sane slowly, right? He hit him with just 2A after 2A, just all these little tiny pokes, making it so Sane couldn't really do anything at that range. And I feel like he should have switched stages because that stage, you start off just so close to each other. And Ivy, she wants to have that distance. As we saw on Indian Port earlier when he fought Blue God, the starting distance is just so far away that one, Aswell could get a free weapon, but if it was against Setsuka with her range disadvantage, she has to run a long ways to even get close to her optimal range against Ivy. So I would have liked to have seen a stage switch coming in from Sane, just to avoid that close starting position of that stage, which is just such a disadvantage for Ivy in that matchup.
Oh, 100%. I do wonder, though, what stage would you have picked in terms of trying to keep that distance apart, but then, of course, trying to, at some points, you know, because Sane, while he is an Ivy, he does like to play up close. We've seen him hit really good 2-2Bs, 2-2As, 2-2Ks, really good 3Ks as well. So he's not afraid to be up close. But of course, being an Ivy, you want to be in a zoning capacity where you can keep your opponent from even touching you, even with soul charge chip damage. You know, if you can keep them at that range 4, range 5, where you're optimal, is obviously ideal. But yeah, sorry, Zubaz, what stage would you have picked?
I mean, it's random select, right? So you can't choose the stage, but really, like,
I guess
there's
not
so many
picked,
stages that would have been better, right? Like, you know, you have Indian Port #1 is like one of her best stages. Huang, his new stage is also just incredibly large, probably like the biggest stage in the game. Nightmare stage, again, that big all walls stage, is a lot of distance for her to move around in. You know, a lot of stages just have that starting distance that are just more than that one, the plane stage. So that really is just hard for Ivy to work around when she has a disadvantage at close range. So even just attempting to get a different stage would have been beneficial, I think.
Yeah, I can see that for sure. For sure. Right, so who have we got coming up next? Let's have a cheeky look. It looks like Akapo versus Pantocrator. Okay. Right, so we have Akapo, who we saw playing Tira earlier on, and then Pantocrator, who we saw, of course, playing Siegfried against Milos. Do we think we'll be seeing a character switch from Akapo, or is he going to be sticking to the Tira?
I think Tira does pretty well versus Siegfried. It can be really annoying for Siegfried to kind of play that spacing game he likes to play, because Tira can actually just back away from a lot of it. A lot of frame traps on movement that work on most characters in the game. Tira's backstep is just so good that she can just walk out of it and then whiff punish you for doing it. So it's very frustrating a lot of the time for the Siegfried player to try and play that more spacing oriented game with moves like AGA, which is normally a very effective tool for him. So Tira can kind of just back away after that +2 and not have to worry about one of his longest range step killers, which is his 5B.
I would like to see him play Huang into this, I think, because, you know, while Siegfried does have probably a bit more range on Huang, Huang does have some deceptive range. He's got moves like Slide BA, which seemingly goes across the entirety of the arena. It is also only -12, and while Siegfried does have an I-12 punish for that, it's not incredible. He's not able to take much advantage from it. Plus, you know, he's able to deal comparable damage to Siegfried on some of his combos. So, you know, I would love to see it, but, you know, he might just going to stick with Tira, who he knows and he trusts, and he was able to almost beat Wozon.
Yeah, I feel like it's, again, a situation where does the character guarantee him a win? If the answer is yes, then that's the character you should go with. I don't think you should, especially in a game like SOULCALIBUR, deviating from your main, if you feel like it doesn't give you a 100% chance to win a game, you shouldn't go with them. Your confidence with your main is a lot more important, especially in a game 1 situation, right? If you're reasonably sure your main is going to be more than fine, you're very comfortable going for it, there's not really a reason to deviate, because matchups in this game, there's some ones that aren't as great, but they're not impossible. But every character is incredibly viable in this game, so I feel like just sticking with his main is going to be what we're going to see. Actually, we're going to see Ivy, which is very interesting. I think this matchup is very bad for Ivy, and I'm unsure why he went for it as not a character that is his main. But he plays a lot of characters, so maybe he knows something that I don't, and maybe his style is different from what I you normally see. But I'm interested to see what we're going to see here. If Pantocrator knows the matchup very well, this could be very difficult for Hyopo to deal with.
I mean, yeah, I hope we do kind of see some of this secret Ivy tech that makes him pick Ivy over Tira. But we do also have to understand that the philosophy for playing SOULCALIBUR is very different in all of the different regions, especially Asia.
Wow.
to NA and Europe. So, you know, who knows?
It 100%
Maybe he
is
just
Dan,
prefers
but
to
look at what's going on in this round right now. These players are just swinging back and forth against each other, just hitting each other like crazy. You got the CS earlier on. Now Panto in Dark Legacy. This is at Siegfried's most powerful state. He has access to crazy lethal hits and an amazing AGI right now. But not going to matter.
There we go.
Kyopo going to be able to just dominate that round, take it over, and get that read on Panto.
Damn, all right, just completely interrupting. Akapo with the movement right now seems to be his winning thing, but it doesn't matter. I didn't even realize we were that close to the edge.
Yeah,
I thought
the
we were
stage
closer to the
narrows a
wall.
lot there. Yeah, it narrows a lot.
All right, here's this stance transition. The same thing that got Pantocrator AAA'd, but it doesn't matter because, damn, okay, Akapo.
Yeah, maybe a little bit of nerves coming in
And
from Panto. Yeah, I think he's getting a lot of misinputs. You saw him go through those AAs. It was definitely AJs, and he cannot tech a single CS. All right, well, if your opponent can't tech CS and doesn't know how to be in the optimal range to avoid it, it is going to be very hard for you to win this matchup. That is a very important. There we go. You're at the wall rising B.
Tries to get the hard read, but the final hit, it still hits people standing.
Yes, it does. He probably thought he was crouching.
Okay, is he going to get the wall splat? What's the follow-up going to be? Yep, of course, into the soul attack. I mean, look at that scaling. Not ideal, but get as much damage as you can out of your combos. And now he's in soul charge, so a buffed up state and a good block on the low, but no punish. Doesn't matter, though, because he's going to be able to get some pretty decent damage and take the life lead here. Until Akapo hits him with another low grab into the guaranteed follow-up. Oh, that's so... Pantocrator almost had that there.
He does. Living on a prayer right now. Soul charge coming in from a Kyopo. But Panto, not in this one yet. A little bit more life in that 2-2K. What a great round ender. It is very deceptive, has a lot of range. And I like that Panto is playing a little bit more slowly now, right? You don't have to go and just box at Ivy's face. You can actually kind of space her out a little bit at that kind of range 1 to 2 area. Siegfried does very well in this matchup, kind of in that area where 668, that move we just saw from Ivy, where the second hit will whiff. That is where you want to be.
It definitely feels like Akapo's movement is what's winning him for this. Winning this for him. Sorry.
There we go.
My brain mixed up. And Pantocrator at the moment, I mean, you know, one round he lost from just not breaking CS, but right now, Akapo just has his number with these movements and not being able to block. That's a good soul charge to get out of this 50-50 situation, especially on block. Oh, that was very, very close. Good low block.
It is, and
he's
trying to move afterwards. Yeah, I think Panto is relying a lot on A-slide B pressure, but both of his opponents so far have really shown that they are very comfortable dealing with that situation. I think Panto needs to, one, use it more as a whip punish, and two, not even stance transition off of it every time, right? You can do it without entering into stance, and that in and of itself is a mix-up.
Okay, it doesn't get the just frames this turn. Gets the stun though, come back here. And a good roll by Pantocrator means he gets out of the Oki. We can see that Panto has really been trying to get these launches off, but to no success, or not much success at least.
No, he's just dancing like crazy, but Akyopo is just taking full advantage of it.
There's that Christmas tree.
Yeah,
it's just smacking him across the face with that 5A.
Yeah, Panto's really just trying to rush Akyopo down, which, you know, can definitely be effective, but the way he's playing it, he is just very confident in dealing with these stances from Siegfried.
Doesn't confirm the 6AA, but it doesn't matter because he gets the 50-50. Anyway, there's another While Rising A counter hit stun. Goes for a full combo. Nice 3A though to continue the Oki. Why are you trying to hit base hold A or flying Pantocrator? What are you doing? That must have been a misinput, but damn, that was cool. He better win this now, otherwise that was all for nothing.
Yeah, taunt to get bodies, real combo. Oh, the CS! This isn't going to kill because of the damage nerfs, but he's going to have a great Oki situation afterwards, and the low gonna take it for Akyopo. 2 rounds up in this game number 2.
Panther sitting on 2 bars. Nice slide AB. Continuing the pressure, just running K him. God, that damage is so good.
Yeah, these raw stance enters, he's relying a lot on the stance dancing, and it's just not working out for him very well.
Nice, that's a good side switch. At least gets the wall.
Oh, the
he
lethal hit.
manages to step the first hit, but gets hit by the second. Nicely
Okay, there we go.
done.
Bars,
If
man, take
Akapo
it.
managed to get all of those just frames, he would have been able to get a break attack at the end and be safe, if not plus on block. But Pantocrator saw that he
plus
wouldn't
12.
be able to get it and just wall rising K him.
Okay, mixing it in from all the throws he's been going for, getting that launcher. Nice, he gets the counter hit confirmed into the wall, so goes to the back throw reset, but a Kyopo, he's seen that mix up before. He knows about that reset.
Oh, good step, but no whiff punish. Just taking his time, keeping it slow and composed. Good block on the SRSHK, and this... Oh, it might kill if he gets the wall combo. No, too far away, but it doesn't matter because he hits him with the ground grab, and Akapo takes it 2-0 over Panto.
Yeah, Panto was looking very like he looked like he didn't really understand what he was supposed to do versus his Kyopo there and what he was bringing to the table. He kept going for those stance transitions after like things like A-slide B, or he would go into a raw and try and bait out a vertical, but he was at a range where Ivy's verticals aren't like the biggest threat in terms of what she's going to be going for. She's going to be going for those horizontals, and we saw so many counter hits from a Kyopo just countering those twirls that Panto kept going for. I feel like he should have just slowed it down a little bit more, kind of when going for more like AGs at that kind of mid-range game plan, and forcing a Kyopo to either try and go for CSs, and they're going to whiff because you're spaced correctly, and having that making it so her 6-6A hold is going to whiff. That's kind of where the range where you want to be at, or even full screen, because Siegfried can actually punish her 6-6A hold if it whiffs from full screen without meter with his 6-6A plus B, which is also a very good tool to deal with. But I think that is our game number 6. So Dan, that's going to be a little break for us. We're going to be tossing it over to the analyst desk with HBT, Kayane, and James Banks. Take it away, guys.
Follow events with Dash Fight. Keep up with the event schedule. Observe standings and brackets. Watch VODs and highlights. And keep an eye on your favorite player. Follow events with dashfight.com.
Our opening 6 games for Group B are done, and we did get some spectacular games straight out the gate here. Now, the one I wanted to start with was Blue God taking on Sane, because Blue God, we spoke about it, right? A champion, a player that can play to the highest of levels here. But Sane did give him a good run for his money.
Sane is really a tricky player, you know, but he has been really focused on doing this unblockable. I don't know why he really wanted to do that. I think that Sane is the kind of player, when he has something in mind, he really wants to do it. And I think that's not good, because sometimes he had advantage and then he was canceling those unblockables, and then Blue God could come back. And that's precisely what I would like Sane to change in his mind, in his game. He should be more defensive when he's winning. And that's something that he's too creative, you know. I think he's so crazy, and sometimes you have to mix craziness with being defensive and more safe.
No, Satan is just a man with no fear. He's willing to make like these crazy risks. 'Cause this guy clearly plays with his gut, right?
Yeah.
He plays with that, and whenever he can make like essentially a galaxy brain read, as we did see with the unblockable, it paid off because he ripped away like 50% like that to no one's business, which is everything I did say about this specific group of players.
That was amazing when he did that. When he finally made it, that was amazing. I think it was a Sane moment, period, as he would say.
See, that's the crazy thing, because he'd been doing it the entire game, and he basically conditioned the Blue Gods like, nah, he's not going to hit me. He already missed it once. He wouldn't go for it again, would he? Yeah. Would he?
The Blue God has an amazing gameplay. He's really defensive. He can't punish anything. He plays amazing as usual. And I think that against Sane, the tournament experience has really worked on him. So Good game to Blue God. I like this face.
See, that's
so
the beauty
expressive.
right there of going for the neutral duck and the ground grab. It was so incredibly fast, and Blue God never saw it coming, and neither did any of us. And look, the pop-off here from Zayn really feeling himself, but ultimately it came down to this final game where, Blue God get hit by that. Zayn, he's got his defense broken down, and Blue God was starting to just play a little bit more safe, keep his guns in 1 point, and it really did pay off.
Yeah, I think so too.
And it's one of those ones, right, where Zayn put up a good fight, but he is going up against somewhere of the caliber of a player like Blue God in it. Now, the next one for us to look at is Woes taking on Akapo in here, because Akapo, right, comes into this, and we said that. You guys mentioned him, what he could do, what we could see him do overseas here, but maybe not enough this time because Woes was looking on point.
I think that the tournament experience from Woes has paid off here. Woes has been competing a lot in SOULCALIBUR 5, playing Alpha Patroclus, which is quite the same than Setska. And the first matches were absolutely amazing. Akopo, we could see all the potential of Tira at the highest level here. And he was lucky enough to get the Coda. So you get 9 transformations from Gloomy to Jolly with Tira, and then you get a super powered Tira, and it was really amazing to see all these amazing setups. Akopo really amazed me. He is very solid in tournaments, even offline, which is his first tournament abroad outside of Asia, and he showed a lot of good things, even if it was a lot of pressure. And against Woes that is used to tournament, he's used to top 8, to Evo finals, and he still could make a lot of good impressions. I really like Woes doing this.
Now, interesting thing about both characters here in this game is that there's a bit of a meta game, of course, as we've seen with Tira. The stance switches and her going into Coda makes her a formidable enemy to go up against. But Woes with Setska, she has interesting meta game of having 3 different visions. And when she's able to acquire and basically fill those bars, she's able to really become a wrecking ball. And I mean, even her CE does a ton of damage once those 3 visions are filled.
Now, the next game we have to take a look at is the game of ringouts. Milo's going up against Pantocrator. There was 5 ringouts, 4 done by Milo's, and his Killick is a very different style of Killick to what we saw from the Kura.
Oh my God. I've talked to Pantocrator before the matches, and he said he really has to win against Milos because they're both from Europe. And playing against someone that is so close to your country, you have to win because for the rest of the tournament, you will feel much more confident. And here is the worst scenario happening to Pantocrator is to lose to Milos. And with so many mind games, you can lose your mind with such a start. And Milos is a kind of player that is really crazy in his mindset. And you see at his BPM, it's only 93. I think he's really, really calm, really relieved in his game. And you can feel it. He's really crazy. And I would not have liked to play against Milos in tournaments because he's really unpredictable.
Well, as we did see with Zayn just a second ago, Milos kind of adopts this unorthodox style that's really hard to kind of pin down your opponent. And I think that's what made things very difficult for Panto to just get things going, because the second he thought he was safe, he went from wall to wall and got basically yeeted out into space. It was that real. And the thing is, when you're having character, just a player like Milos who adopts a very free-for-all, just fun, explosive, unorthodox style, it can really just kind of like shake you up. How you're supposed to play, as we did see with Panto in his previous game.
Well, I want to see some more of Milo's, and he's coming up next. He's going to go up against Utoto. So let's get back with Del Boy, Danorai, and Zabaz.
Versus
Thank you very much, James Banks. Thank you very much, Kayane and HBT, for that analysis on the analysis desk. Always, God bless Hookie Street. But of course, as Banks said, we have Milo's coming up next against Utoto. And I am so excited to see Milo's back in action against an also very creative player. Zubaz, give us your thoughts.
Yeah, Utoto is definitely a player that is hard to pin down what he's going to be bringing to the table, right? He is a player that is a multi-character master, as Kayane mentioned before. He wants to be the edge master of players. He wants to be the master of every character in the game. And with having that flexibility, he can really do whatever he wants in terms of characters. We've seen him bring out a lot of different characters at the highest level of competition. We saw him bring out Zaslamel before. We've seen him bring out Aswell before, and take games off of people. Some of the best players in the world with these pocket characters. So he has the confidence to pick them in these high stress situations. Milo's, he's gonna rock it with Keelik. That's his main. That's his favorite character. So I don't think we're going to see a change out of him. But Utoto, it's really a toss-up on who he's going to play. Valdo is definitely considered to be his main, so there's a high chance we'll see that. But it's hard to say.
So it looks like he's hovering on Valdo at the moment, and of course Milo's with his signature Killik. We have time and time again we've asked him why he likes Killik, and he just says because he's got a big stick. And you know what? I can't really blame him. And looks like we are going to the castle stage, so a lot of room to maneuver for both of these characters, and a lot of room for Valdo to go into calm mode. And I wonder if Yuto's going to make as much use of that as I'd like him to.
He's a more neutral-based Valdo, relying less so on Mantis. He does go into it from time to time, but not as much as you would see from like a player like Manta or someone like that, who is, hence his name, very goes Mantis heavy. But going right into this one, early life lead from Utoto, and he is counter hitting Milo's like crazy. Look, going in for all these frame traps, hits him with the Devil's Elbow into the wall combo. Great situation for him.
Oh, it hits him with the back sway. Very nicely done. Into the 2-2A, of course, the signature move that we saw him dominate against Kyiv. It's just such a good move.
Yeah, definitely solid, pretty solid damage, mid horizontal. Now, he has to be careful not to use it too much against Keelik because he does have that horizontal AGI with Monument.
Oh, and there's a back turn. Okay.
Yeah,
if there is no
special.
other Killik who tries to do it as much as Milo's does, and for some reason it just works. It's a good reversal edge. Gonna hit that RE and get some bar just for connecting. Hits him with the A option. Gets him with the combo. Not a great combo for scaling, but he actually transitions to the Monument, gets him with the low, and now has more damage, but it doesn't matter because that whiff punish with Utoto, CE, and Valdo, one of the best looking because of just this ending screen.
Yeah, you sure about that one, Dan?
I'm positive.
Alrighty then. Up 2 rounds, but Milo's gonna have 2 bars of meat. Let's see if he can clean up some of this gameplay. He was looking very strong in the last round, but one whiff punish secured his fate.
2-2A into 2-2A.
Mashing. Yeah.
Yeah.
Ooh,
oh, there we go.
Hits
Hits him with the back grab.
But
This time, Utoto not able to tech it.
very interesting, but like, oh, nice
with the
whiff
second
punish,
speed on the
though.
map. That's a huge whiff punish for Yuto, and now he just needs one hit. Hits him with the 3K straight to the chest. Damn, Yuto completely dominating that entire game.
Yeah, Milo's got clipped mashing a lot on Oki. So I think maybe he slowed it down a little bit, maybe just try to block a little bit more. Those counter hits are really eating him up in a lot of these situations. And I do like that he got the back grab on Utoto. He probably went for a back throw while Valdo was back turned, because Valdo is one of 2 characters in this game that can tech back grabs. Valdo can do it because a big part of his game plan is being back turned, and Astaroth can do it because he's just big. So the meta is to do a back grab against these characters because they're probably going to be mashing forward break.
Okay, moving on to the Setsuka stage, and you know what? This isn't a meme, but I'm going to try and make it one. Do you guys know what happens on this stage? You can cut the trees down. There we go. New meme for the community to get annoyed with me at. So that's a nice double low from Utoto coming in. Good Regi was about to get 4 beat. That lethal hit could have done a lot of damage, but a nice 2-2B from Milos. Gets the wall splat into the conversion. Very, very nice. Maximum damage. Oh my, Yuto doesn't know what he's doing right now. He's getting demolished.
What?
Damn, finishes off with a wall right.
That was crazy. I mean, like, there's no side switching combos isn't really like a thing other than sometimes you get back turn moves, but like that was just so jank that I think Utoto just didn't know where he was.
Yeah, if it was me, to be honest, I'd probably have similar confusion. or Milos doesn't confirm the 6BB and he manages to drop the second hit, but no matter he does it, he is a round up, so he does have some room for error. Not much, of course. There's that AGI that works against Verts.
Utoto. Yeah, going for the frame trap there with the Monument K into the horizontal, but Utoto just knowing the situation, blocking it out.
668 plus B, is he going to go? No, he doesn't go for the pillars this time. Hits it with the 4B series, he doesn't complete it. He was... I don't know if he wanted to try and risk the ring out and maybe drop the input, or if he wanted to try go for a reset. But either way, that was great composure from Utoto.
Yep. Look, there's the front escape. He tried to mix it up probably that time, going for the front grab, but oh, hits him with the Shen Yuan killer.
Oh, you're trying to go for it again like we saw yesterday. Oh my god. 2-2B is working out so well for Milos. Against Pantocrator and now against Utoto. I mean, it managed to travel all the way to the other end to get him that previous round, so...
Yeah.
Here we go. Fish stance. Would you like some curry sauce on that, sir? It's a very English joke.
Going with these frame traps, though, just pinning Milos down. Gets the block this time. -16, doesn't get the punish. Milos gonna take that opportunity to confirm into that round. And Milos bringing it back. Looking much better than he did in game 1. Has that meter. Utoto on 2 bars. And we're going right back into neutral. Range 0. Both these players swinging at each other.
If there's one main difference that I can see from how Milos usually plays from when we all fight him to this, is that he's not risking 4A a lot. While it is an incredibly good move, being a horizontal true low that ends up with a lethal hit, he's not risking being minus on it, especially against all these incredible competitors, which is very
great.
Okay, it's the soul charge. Yeah, very good.
Gonna get that chip damage with the pillars. Oh, went for the throw, but he whiffed it. Oh, that is so bad. I think he wanted to maybe do a dash forward throw and potentially get the round off of it, but he drops it. Doesn't have the throw range. You're not Siegfried.
Oh, staying crouched, doesn't get the 6A plus B though. That's like the 3rd time that's been unsuccessful. He just wants it so much.
Yeah, it could be those tournament nerves going on. Nice
Good 6B counter hit.
Read from Milos there. Noticing that Utoto may have that habit, trying to call him out.
Beautiful call out with the RI,
oh,
but not quick enough. He's just a bit too slow. And that was a great dart from Utoto into, once again, the killing blow with the fish slide into unblockable soul attack to finish off the taunt extreme. Very nicely done by Utoto. Unfortunate for Milos, if he was like 2 frames quicker, maybe even 1, he would have got that, but damn, very nicely done.
Those tournament nerves, just sometimes they hit you at the worst possible moment. That would have been a great situation for Miles, but unfortunately just a couple frames late. Utoto, it's one of those things where he probably didn't, he recognized that he didn't have the timing to do the resist impact, right? He just knew that he didn't have that. So the next thing is just you hope that they're late and you hold crouch. And that's exactly what he did, which worked out for him. So that's just one of those situations that you kind of just hope for. And it worked out for him perfectly. And Utoto going to be able to win that game 2-0. But Milos did a great job in that second game. He was so close to taking it in a few different ways. He just dropped some very, very crucial punishes that you were mentioning earlier, Dan, like with punishing those throw whiffs with 6A plus B. That is a more technical input, right? It's not as easy as just a while rising punish. He went for that max damage, but unfortunately it's a slower move, a little bit more technical. You have to press 6A plus B. It's not just while rising B. And he just wasn't able to get them.
Unfortunately not. But coming up next, before we get our highlights, I'm excited for this one, is 2 EVO champions once again. Kyiv versus Blue God. And I'm just super excited to be able to say that we have 2 EVO champions fighting each other. That's it, really.
Yeah, it's pretty cool. It's going to be a very exciting match, that's for sure. But looking at this one here, this game 1 was just so dominant for Utoto. And then game 2, we were starting to see Milos with these comebacks. And this was such a poor... you hate to see it. The tech crouch going to be avoiding the throw. So much range and just great awareness from Utoto knowing these situations.
That right there with Utoto trying to get Milo's with the to press a button after the unblockable, holding that G button is so important because it does have a long wind up and Milo's was not going to fall for it, and it got him that round.
Yeah, you can kind of react to when it finally does trigger, but there is Utoto taking advantage of those drops from Milo's, and if he's able to clean up some of those nerves that he's having now, when he's playing well, he's doing extremely well in this bracket we've seen so far. Even against Utoto, who is an Evo champion, he did extremely well in that game number 2. So he was able to get past those nerves. I think he's going to be a big threat in this Group B. But coming in, we have Blue God versus Kyiv, 2 Evo champions. This is going to be Aswell versus Nightmare. This is a matchup that has gotten a lot better for Nightmare over patches. Aswell used to be, without a doubt, the best character in the game. He's definitely fallen from grace. Nightmare now considered to be number 1. He's the top dog in town right now, and Kyiv maybe going to be able to show why that is this time. Nightmare just having incredible burst damage potential, and it's just so extreme that a lot of the characters that don't have that crazy burst damage, like Aswell, his burst damage potential has been incredibly decreased. He's going to have some boons some moves that he's going to have are going to be unpunishable or very lightly punished from Nightmare. But when Kyiv is guessing right, you're going to just watch his health bar deteriorate.
That is always a fear when you come up against Nightmare. That massive sword. I mean, look, if you were to get hit by that thing in real life, you would be just demolished. It's amazing that these characters aren't demolished in just 2 or 3 hits, even though it's a video game. But yeah, I think that Nightmare, with the improvements that he's had so far, is just too much of a force to be reckoned with. Especially, okay, so here's something that I want to ask, because I'm not quite confident on it. You know that Nightmare, most of his armor activates at I-10 rather than, or as opposed to his CE armor that activates at I-12. When Aswell is in sword stance, does he even have enough damage to contest that? Or does he kind of have to stay in axe stance to contest with damage to just beat out the damage threshold for the armor outright?
Yeah, that's why it's very difficult for Aswell right now. They're going to just a quick button check right now, but that's why it's difficult for Aswell in this matchup now, because he doesn't have a lot of great ways to break armor in sword stance, and even spear is a lot slower of a stance, and his armor breaking options are pretty limited there. He has access to some decent lows, but Aswell, he's going to be very limited in his stances against Nightmare if he wants to try and counter that armor. And armor is going to be very effective against sword mode, which is Aswell's fastest stance. That's where he gets some of his best block punishment. And in fact, his best block punishment is in sword mode. So you have to kind of find the balance on what you're going to do. Does that mean, if Blue's going to be in sword mode, is he going to be doing more grabs? Probably, because, grabs will go through the armor. But then he's going to be opening himself up to the second best while rising punishment in the game, if not in terms of damage, the best while rising consistently with Nightmare, especially when he has Terror Charge. It's going to hurt a lot.
Okay, we're on the 2B stage here, one of the most aesthetically pleasing stages with many little details. I advise if you have Soulcalibur, if you don't, buy it, but if you do, then go onto the 2B stage and just have a little route around and see what characters you can identify from the near game.
Yeah, but the 2 characters we really need to identify right now, Dan, are Aswell and Nightmare going on. Great fake from Blue God. Gonna get that axe low into the Oki situation. The opposite just teleport away, gets back into axe mode. This is where all the mix-up are happening, but the reverse ledge coming in from Kyiv. Nightmares is just so incredibly fast, but Blue gonna win it out, going for the B option. And this is a great position for him to be in, and he fakes again into the axe low. Not gonna be enough damage. One more mix-up situation for him, but he's looking very good right now.
Oh! That was so okay. That was almost so bad for Blue God. If Kyiv had just done any while rising punish, I think he might have been able to get it, especially while rising B. But luckily, both of them making mistakes was in Blue God's favor, and he just manages to 5A him right out of that.
Yep.
Oh, good pickup. Scoop him up.
Yes, he is going for Nightmare. Great post-GI game.
Oh, and that Soul Attack's going to get stuffed with the armor, but he still gets access to Soul Charge because he was able to complete at least a couple of seconds of the Soul Charge. Soul Attack, sorry.
He does
9K, one of the best moves in the game thrown at me. Good back throw, though.
It's definitely solid. Okay, the trades of the stabs.
6Bs on 6Bs, Zuba. 6Bs on 6Bs. That's what I love to see.
Yeah, and looks like Kyiv going to be able to take game number 2. But look at the meter advantage. Nightmare is just a meter battery. Going to be soul charging in between these frames, gets the knock away. Nightmare is now incredibly dangerous right now. He's going to do so much damage. Look at frame trapping with AGA into AGA, but Blue knocking left at the turn. Gets in, gets the mix-up opportunity. What do you have for us next?
Okay, 2-2B into the transition, at least managing to get some... Oh, he tries to go for 2A instead of taking the sidestep, which would have avoided most of what Kyiv was trying to throw out there. But
yeah, I think he was just a little late on the option you want to go for.
Forever NTC, once again, one of those characters that gets access to infinite resource once he's in Soul Charge, and a nice NLSA to finish it off. The load that looks like a mid.
Yeah, it does look like a mid, and it's a very hard spot to be in because that punch that he does, the big break attack, is extremely plus on block. But let's see Blue if he's able to keep his composure in. These games have been extremely close so far, and he's applying this pressure in sword mode. This is where it's hard for Nightmare to mash, so he needs to be using that armor in situations like that. Oh, phenomenal whiff punish, getting the lethal hit on the whiffed vertical.
Oh, he wants it. Oh, wait, no, never mind. The armor doesn't activate quickly enough.
No,
interesting,
Soul
but it doesn't matter because
he has two different, as well as 2 different soul attacks. One is SOULCALIBUR, which is considered to be one of the worst in the game, and then he has Soul Edge, which is the best in the game. But he has to use the bad one first, and Blue being very knowledgeable of that situation, he used Soul Attack for Soul Edge when he needed it the most.
Oh, and that's a great step. 6-6B going to go for the... Oh, okay, goes for the Oki situation instead. Just wants him at range 0 instead of range 1 that he would have done if he did 6BB with the follow-up of the axe. Good 2-2-A lethal hit. Beautiful.
Yeah.
Oh, that was such great spacing. That's another great block, though.
Nice.
Going to go with the NTC follow-up after While Rising B.
Yeah,
Keep
doesn't
not
have
risking
access to
that
that
minus 22
anymore,
though.
but yeah. Okay, is he going to get the free hit here? Going to be in range? Not quite.
I don't think he was at the right angle either. It might have been like slightly too far away. Or IAJ is going to get stuffed by the soul attack. 6-6-A plus B in Soul Charge is insane. Horizontal mid break attack. You have to RI it. That's a good GI from Blue.
And he was dead. There was nothing he could have done there. Yeah, there's nothing you can do there. 4B is a break attack, and when you are in Spear or Almighty mode, which Almighty is when he's in Soul Charge, he has access to all of his weapons without penalty, so it is fast enough to smash anything. The only thing he could have done was do an RI, but I don't think he had the meter to do it.
Very quickly, if you're unfamiliar, we have GI and RI. Resist Impact is the one that uses meter and works against break attacks and unblockables, whereas GI doesn't. It's like the counter mechanic. Ooh, okay, that's a very risky move for Kyiv. Very, very slow while Blue God is in range 1, but the risk paid off, and he's now just about evening up that life bar. But Blue God is pressing buttons like nobody's business. He wants this win. You can see it in his playstyle.
Yeah, but it's one of those situations where he blocks the 2-2-AA, but maybe not in the best position to be in, especially with mode he's in, but he's going to get the whiff punish. And Blue, they're going to be taking round number 1 of game 2.
Great whiff punish.
Oh, he
tries to go for 2A plus B. What could he have been going for? I don't know. Did he just miss the micro step or something?
Maybe
I'm not sure anything combos from 2A plus B. Yeah, maybe.
I don't know.
I'm not.
He definitely didn't get it. Oh, the drop kick lethal hit! Oh my
drop
God,
kick lethal hit! Okay. Play the game. Play the game. Clip it. Ship it. End it. Amazing. And that with that new lethal hit applied to it is when you 4-4K with the drop kick over a low. Oh my God, that was insane.
Yeah, look at the game right now. Gonna pop Soul Charge. Gonna be denying. Oh, he was too far away to get the Quakes done. So gonna be reset back to neutral. And this is not over yet. He drops the AGA. That's so bad. And the block punish coming in from Blue God. That dropped AGA. You could see on the little twitch that he did. He wanted to get that AGA, but these high stress situations, your execution has to be on point.
It's a good transition for Kyiv, trying to keep himself as safe as possible, but Blue God is so aware of these transitions and how to murder them. Good counter hit though. That's going to be a lot of damage since he's in NTC. Night Terror Charge. Good throw. Yep. Will Kyiv be able to get at least 1 round on the board so this isn't just a sweep? Oh! Yes, he does.
Just obliterates him with the 2-2B lethal hit.
It's actually just... Whether or not you like Nightmare, you have to appreciate his aesthetics and just how impactful they've made his weapon sound.
Goes to the stance transition, but Blue gets the read, gets him with the mash into the launch. Oh, goes to the reset, but keeps staying on the ground, but gonna get clipped by the 668+B. And Blue, I like that he's just backing away right now. He doesn't want to have to do anything, but the huge call out from Kyiv with the jump K. Now it's his advantage.
Yeah, gonna have to pop that soul charge. Could Blue at any moment could just pull out a cheeky 2-2A lethal or a 2-2B like normal hit and just win with that amount of damage. That's a whiff. He thought he was gonna go for something low. That's a good break for Kyiv, still in the game. Oh,
and the jump B.
That's so unfortunate.
Yeah, but what a call out from Blue. Just runs up in his face, and he's been doing a lot of throws. So he just runs up, waits, does the jump B, and caught him. Looked like he caught him twitch ducking. Blue God gonna be taking it, but that was very, very close in a lot of those situations. I think if Kyiv, if he had his execution 100% on some of those situations, he wouldn't have lost his advantage. We saw it a few times, dropping AGA in very clutch situations. Wasn't able to apply that guard pressure, wasn't able to get those plus frames, and unfortunately, he gave Blue God the opportunity to come back in a lot of those disadvantageous positions.
Yeah, I mean, just on those IAGAs, we did see Kyiv use them to some effect. Like, we did see him get in with frame traps like twice with the IAGAs. But yeah, the dropped ones are much more heartbreaking to see, and they're much more heartbreaking to experience when you're the player who's using them. Blue God taking full advantage as well of these block punishes, especially on blocked flapjacks, which are pretty good moves. But Blue God is an Evo champion, one of the best players in the world, and he managed to take it pretty convincingly.
Yeah, definitely, and he's showing why. Both of them Evo champions, but Blue is just showing why he's such a technical player. He knows the optimal punishes, and he, unlike a lot of Aswell players, is confident just sticking it in sword mode. A lot of Aswells like to use axe mode because that's like his mix-up stance, but Blue says, I don't really need to use that as much as other players do. I'll use it when I feel like I have a good Oki situation, but he has been hanging out in sword mode pretty much for his entire time.
Yeah, I mean, see, there you go. He's got some really good IAGA placements, but like I was saying, the ones that whiff are the heartbreaking ones, the ones that cost you the most.
Yeah, and those are the moments where a player like Blue God's gonna be able to capitalize perfectly, right? And there's that checkmate situation right there. And if here, right, you can see gets the duck on the situation and then drops that AGA, right? He wanted to get that whiff punish, but that slight drop is gonna give Blue the opportunity to come back.
I love that move so much. And then, yeah, interrupting the reversal edge. That probably would have got Kyiv the win if he'd able to reversal edge hit against Blue God. But look at Kyiv, ever the professional and like so stoic and so calm. And yet everybody else is just ready to pop off, win or lose. You gotta love Kyiv, regardless of who he plays, how he plays. Just such a great
and he's another important factor with Kyiv is that he's one of two people I've only ever seen rock a fedora and make it look cool. So he's got that going for him too.
Very true. Yeah. So stylish. SOULCALIBUR community is the best looking, the most stylish. We've also just got the best everything.
Well, coming into our next game, looks like we're gonna see Panto Crater going up against another Ivy. Much different than we saw with Kyopo, but it's still going to be something that's going to be in the back of his head, right? You lost to an Ivy already, and that wasn't even considered to be his main Sane. Probably the best Ivy in the world at the moment. So that's going to be something that Panto is going to have to get over quickly, is that last loss. And Sane, he has a lot of experience against Siegfried. He has Linkors, Leston Lee when they fight online. He's fought against me quite a few times. So he's going to know the character fairly well and have that experience. As for Panto, how much Ivy experience he has, I know he doesn't really like the character that much. So again, you have that as a disadvantage going into it. But let's see if he's able to shark off that last loss, or if Sane is going to be rocking it and his style that he always does, being very flashy and getting those high BPM gameplay moments.
High BPM gameplay moments, indeed.
Yeah, we saw games.
It's true. I mean, we saw Kyiv there. I don't think he went above 100 during his fight against Blue God, even though at some moments it got very intense. Even my heart rate probably went above 120. But of course, Sane, ever the showman, I have a feeling that we're going to be seeing something extra flashy at the moment. You know, he's hit a couple of unblockables. He's been doing the UB cancels. But against a Siegfried, against a character that he kind of has to play this ranged game against before he gets a chance to get in there, I would like to see him do a few more flashy things as well.
Yeah, I got a little behind the scenes word that apparently there was a bet using, I believe, 1x bet for these two players from some of the production or from some of the talent here betting on these two players. So let us know at home. Of course, if you are of legal age, use the link in the description down below and support the player that you think is going to win in this match. Apparently, we got that going on behind the scenes, so it's going to be a very, very pivotal match. Yeah.
I have a feeling the Wolves have something unique on this stage, but I'm not entirely sure what it is. I think you might have to tell me. Stop. I hate Look,
that
man,
joke.
I've got to get it in. It's only happened once yesterday and once
joke.
today, okay? I absolutely love it. Right, getting into this game, Sane immediately taking a fair bit of damage from Panto. Panto playing way more compact than we saw him play in the previous two games, understanding that he does need to slow down a little bit and take any advantage that he can get, especially with his massive sword. But there's a CS right off the bat. Let's go.
Yeah, that's going to be, a bane of Pantos we saw earlier against Akiopo. But coming back in this round, he has Dark Legacy. He has that comeback factor. Let's see how Sane deals with it. Oh, and he 2Ks him out of it. What a great way to avoid that bubble. And he's going to get the lethal hit off of it. That auto GI from Siegfried and Dark Legacy, it does a lot of damage, but it only GIs mids and highs. Lows are going to break right through it.
Can we get a counter on screen of how many times CS has... Oh, he tried to go for Summon Suffering this time. Sane is feeling himself. You've only got one round on the stage where the Wolves do something. I think Panto's going to have to teach him a bit of a lesson here, Zubaz. Yeah, like, don't do unblockables when my massive sword is in your face.
And you know what? Sane's, I don't think it's going to phase him, right? He's going to be spacing back and forth, just resetting that spacing situation. And he hits him with the base hold A, trying to emulate Dexus.
That's a good step, but doesn't get a whiff punish. That could have been the end. Very nicely done by Sane, managing to not get hit by the lethal hit, but there's the soul charge spend. Could be anybody's game right now. Panto is going to have to press A button just to take this. Dark Legacy, literally 0.1. Nice.
That was such a tense situation.
Clutch.
The mid going to be able to hit Sane while he's airborne in that situation. Great call out from Panto Creator. Going into round number 3, we have the spacing reset, and Sane, needs to be checking Panto in a lot of these stance situations.
What are you doing?
He's trying to flex on him, right? He sees the unblockable cancels that Sane's going to be using, but unfortunately, Siegfried's is way worse than Ivy's is. All right, what are we doing?
Oh, that was a perfect time for the reversal edge.
Ooh, gets the guard break. Into the lethal hit from Dark Legacy. 3B on counter hit is going to give him that, but the scaling is not going to do that much damage.
Oh, he tried to hit him with the 6A, but SS was just too quick. Anto
Ooh, I like Sane staying on the ground.
That was a really good roulette. He's now in a really good position to take this with the Dark Legacy. That was so sick. I am not a fan of roulette, but that was really, really good usage.
Is he going to get the whiff punish here? No. Safe on block, though. Not going to get any punish. Okay, Sane challenging that transition. It's -2 on block. I like that awareness from him.
Okay, that's not a great whiff punish, but at least he gets some damage on the board.
You think he was concerned about the hitbox on it, because it's kind of... it is a horizontal, so can kind of swing back around. But the lethal hit coming in from Sane.
That lethal hit. Oh, doesn't get full just frames anymore.
It's all right, though. Going to get the knockdown into the Christmas tree. And you can see Panto Creator trying to fish for that 3B lethal hit, but Sane just be very patient and hitting him out and takes the bar of meter. It's all right. We got the repeat on the counter hit launcher. He has that ability to hit that move from or critical edge from stance. It's going to do less damage, but still going to do a solid chunk nonetheless.
Oh,
nice
the
read on the
duck to
Calamity
call him
Symphony.
out. Sane is going to be
punish.
laughing to himself for that. It's a good 2K. Keeping that life advantage. That's going to be a block punish. This could be really dangerous, Panto, if he gets pushed any further or closer to the edge.
It hits him on the ground. Nice soul charge coming in, going to negate that pressure. Still has a life disadvantage right now, but he hits him. This is going to hurt a lot. This might actually kill, and it does. Yes, he does, and that's going to give Saint enough damage to take game number 1 against Pando Crater. But Pando Crater looking stronger against Sane than he did against Kyopo, but definitely do different styles of Ivy entirely, so maybe more comfortable against this style of gameplay.
So, Zubaz, I just want to ask you there. Panto was at 7 stacks of Dark Legacy hits with the taunt. Would you have maybe tried to gone for Dark Legacy outside of being critical health when you're at 7?
No.
Just not worth it?
No, not worth it. Not without meter, no. Oh, 4 for A+B. Optimal with punish there in that situation. Goes for the force block situation, not max damage, but still great stuff from Panto Crater.
Nice. He sees that Sane just likes to block when he's up close or go for something like a command grab. That's a good block punish for Sane. Even better whiff punish with the slide AB. Are we going to see Panto take this round early on? That's a good 2K, but Sane is contesting. Dark Legacy just a bit too slow. It doesn't work against break attacks anyway. And a nice overhead to finish it off.
Yeah, it hit it during the active, like the startup frames after the AGI, so he didn't get lethal hit there, but still got smacked.
Oh man, Panto just reacting to these unblockable frames now. He just doesn't want to get hit by one.
Yeah, confirming to the wall. Yes, he does. Instant wall RZB. Yeah, okay, he has to go for the reset here probably. Okay, goes
yes,
for
let's
the
go. Step on him. Love it.
I mean, yeah, you sent the message, you won the round. Was it optimal? No, it looked cool. Yeah, we see you, Panto.
Exactly. We do see you, Panto, very much so.
Ooh, whiff punish. Nice sidestep. Baiting Sane to press a button at that range. And that's kind of that awkward range for Ivy where it's hard for her to do a lot. 6-6-A is kind of a gamble as to whether it's going to hit or not.
Oh, doesn't confirm with the wall rising. AA could have got the second hit into a knockdown, but doesn't matter though. Oh, good duck for Panto. Not going to be a victim to it today. Hitboxes.
Didn't get to confirm on the A+B. That would have been the round if you got it on the A+B with the old man reactions. Not going to be fast enough. And is he out? Yes, he is. Oh no, because he didn't react.
Teabag.
He's in his head. He's trying to tilt him.
Don't have it, Panto. Don't have it. Okay, Sane is he's playing such great small caliber at the moment. Get flipped though. Panto in a really good position here. Could continue the pressure, but
okay, this is going to do a solid amount of damage. And Ivy gets to Oki after this. She stomps you down right in front of her. 50-50 situation here. What's it going to be? All right, he stays on the ground, gets hit.
Yeah, all Sane needs to do is run away. That's a good running K though. Oh,
good resist impact.
Good reversal edge to resist impact. Panto's not out yet, but he gets hit with the 1A trying to slide right in there with the A slide B. And unfortunately for Panto Crater, Sane takes it 2 games to none. But Panto playing very, very well, much more compact than we saw in his previous games, and just on the cusp of taking that first game as well.
Yeah, definitely, looked very strong against Sane there. So good stuff to Panto. If he was able to get just a couple slightly more optimal hit confirms, like with that counter hit launcher with the big uppercut attack, if he got the A+B afterwards, he would have got the wall splat, and that would have done enough damage to kill. But unfortunately, he maybe didn't feel confident in it. He goes for the Chief Hold B, which splats Sane down right in front of him, but isn't able to convert into anything after that, and gives Sane the ability to come back all the way in that round and take it 2-0 over Panto Crater.
It's just so unfortunate, right? I mean, Panto Crater probably would have taken, I think it was either the 2nd or 3rd round in that last game. It was just that the follow-up move from Ivy, she has her weapon on her right-hand side, and Panto had rouletted to that side. So when he pressed the move to try and whiff punish, he had put his his character hurtbox into Ivy's hitbox, and he just wasn't able to take it after that.
No, definitely a lot of just small situations. If Panto was able to just optimize it a little bit better, I think he would have been able to potentially take a game off of Sane, and definitely would have been able to in that last one. But those are things for him to work on, and he's still in this tournament, still can potentially qualify. He's only lost 2 so far, and as we saw earlier in Group A, Kura lost his first games and was able to make it into qualifiers. So it's still up in the air on who's going to make it.
Very true. Very, very true. And that was a very good Dark Legacy. That round there, when he hit the roulette into the Dark Legacy, it was so good.
Can someone clip that? I want to hear Dan Rai say that again. Because I don't think he'll say it again.
To be fair, on stream, I'll never say it, but right now, that was a very good roulette, Panto. Very, very, very good. Very well executed. Yeah. This is what I was talking about, this round just here, yeah. And there we go, that CE puts you right in front of her, just that, it's so good. Yeah. Panto almost coming back, running K, getting the maximum damage he can with the RI, and then unfortunately he wasn't able to take it afterwards.
No, not quite. Just a few, a lot of just small situations. Just needed to just clean that up quite a bit. But Sane, if you give that man an inch, he will take a mile. And showing why that is, making all of those incredible comebacks. But Dan, let's talk about these next players coming up. What can you tell me about them?
So both of these players are veterans of the SOULCALIBUR scene. SOULCALIBUR 5 was, I believe, where they got their competitive start and have just gone from strength to strength. In SOULCALIBUR 5, Woes essentially picked up Alpha Pat and never looked back, because not only was he one of the best characters in the game, Woes was able to make him just even better with that execution. And then Kyiv stuck with Nightmare throughout his entire career playing SOULCALIBUR 5, and now coming into SOULCALIBUR 6, the character's just even better, and he looks better, and so does Kyiv. Maybe I have a crush on Kyiv, I don't know.
Captain Pride's in the chat. But just to correct you a little bit, these guys have been playing SE4. Woes being the best SE4 player, hands down.
Damn.
And Kyiv, who rocked Nightmare the entire time in SE4, and that character was not good. SE4 was a game where if you weren't a top tier, you were pretty bad. And he was able to do work with Nightmare, who was not good by comparison to a character that Woes played, which was Ivy. He played the best character in the game, probably, if not Amy in that game, and he was able to assert his dominance in that way. But 2 veteran players been playing for at least 3 titles competitively. So there's a lot of experience behind these 2. So is that going to translate over into SOULCALIBUR 6? Definitely. Is there going to be some a bit of a rivalry between them just because they've had so much time throughout so many games? Definitely. And it looks like we're going to be going in, as we expected, Setsuka versus Nightmare.
Indeed, it is going to be an interesting game. So Setsuka, half and half in terms of how she's able to break armor. A lot of the stuff that she does vertical wise does a lot of damage, can beat that threshold, but her horizontals on the other hand, relatively weaker. I do wonder if Woes is going to try and just go for more horizontals.
Dan,
yes, I did. That 236A plus G. I saw it.
I like these tech jumps though coming from Woes as well. Going to be jumping over these lows.
Look at this neutral game, Zubaz. Look at it.
Yep, nice. Gets the counter hit confirmed. Double twister. Nice. Got that execution down.
Oh, and he doesn't read the transition. Just completely obliterates him with the grab. That's a good 6-6B counter hit. He's not going to be able to get a ring out here.
Not drops the second twister, unfortunately, but still going to be in a great position and gets the lethal hit on the whiff GI.
That's a cheeky 2K running up.
It's attacking on a little bit of damage, right? That old school style, just doing 2K. That's how you can tell this man's been a veteran for so long. Just those 2Ks like that, just to condition his opponent with a relatively low risk option.
Oh no! Just hanging so close to ring out. Yeah.
Yeah, it's
good 1-1K into the 1-1A. So yeah, a good thing about the Setsuka Nightmare matchup as well is that Setsuka has a lot of -12 things that Nightmare just cannot block punish.
No, but look at that punish. Gets an incredible whiff punish, getting the 3-3B afterwards, and what a sequence from Woes. You gave him a single opportunity, and he gets pretty much the max damage punish that he could possibly get there.
It's literally that Setsuka Oki that's so scary, but the jump over! That was so smart by Kyiv, but unfortunately Woes was ready for it, and now he's got half his life left. Good soul
needs
charge.
the soul charge here. Yeah, needs to avoid these mix-up situations, but definitely can make a comeback. But to 9K, hits him on counter hit. Woes looking so dominant, but this is very scary to be in. He's gone. He's dead. That is that ring up carry that we have been talking about, Dan. He is able to carry him from basically half stage and toss him out of the ring.
The Nightmare carry is just kind of ridiculous right now.
Yep.
Okay, Woes just trying to throw out A+Bs here to stop this approach. Very, very smart because while Nightmare does have a lot of long-range things, Setsuka's got that backsway on A+B, and if he's able to time it right, that's a really good way to punish somebody. Oh, tries to go for that tech trap, not today, but he whiffs it into the soul charge. He wants this win. He needs 2 more rounds, but that soul charge with forever terror charge is super good.
Yeah.
Oh, here we go.
We're
going to see another one. Oh,
yeah.
Literally, Zubaz at the tiny last bit of soul charge, he got that. That was so lucky for Kyiv.
Yep, able to get that damage optimal combo, and Nightmare just showing that he hits like an absolute truck. That's why you can't count him out.
6B. No, absolutely not. Both of these competitors are solid.
Yeah, I like that, just slowing it down, right? Kyiv doesn't have to approach. As Nightmare, he doesn't really want to be up close in Setsuka's face all the time.
That's a good follow-up on that. That's a beautiful step into War Rising, be lethal. Into soul attack. Are we going to see shotgun soul attacks? I don't know. Doesn't matter because Woes is going to walk straight into IAGA.
Yeah, that claw punch, I believe it's like +10 or +12. It's like it's incredibly plus. In Soul Calibur, like that amount of frame advantage is like you pretty much can't do anything. So Kyiv just goes for that AGA, and Woes pressed the button and didn't have the frames to do anything at all and got smashed by an AGA. And Kyiv showing the power of Nightmare, right? Those terror charge comebacks. When he has soul charge, he's able to just do so much damage, carry you from across the stage, and just absolutely ruin your day.
Ruin your day, he will. And we've got a stage switch here. Go on to the snowy stage. So we've got some walls, we've got some breakable walls, and a ring out opportunity.
This is one of the nice
B's coming in thick and fast. So if you were Woes right now, what part of the arena?
I would be doing things like that. Actually, I would be if I was Woes, I would have done that.
9K on 9K, a perfect hard read, and he just A+B.
Speaking of perfect,
what we were talking about.
Perfect, Dan.
Literally what we were talking about with that A+B. Oh my god, I'm so smart.
Are you?
I'm incredible. How dare you question me, sir? How dare you? How dare you, sir?
Ooh, nice punish though, coming in from Kyiv. Gets the terror charge off that low grab. Look at just spacing back and forth, trying to bait him. He's fading in and out, trying to bait a whiff. Is Kyiv right now? Walks up in his face, gonna go with his close range pressure. Not an optimal situation. Now he didn't get the hit.
Okay, man, this neutral game is just too tense right now. That's a perfect whip punish. See you later.
Yes,
even if he's just pinging off the side of that cliff.
Yeah, but that's what I'm talking about, Dan. Right? He gets those frame advantages with the +2 on the AJ, fades in and out, gets the whip punish at 6K. That is what Kyiv is trying to go for, and it's working out for him.
Well, good 6A, hey. Very risky as well, especially against Kyiv when he likes to press buttons at all ranges.
Okay, he just runs up and does it. All right, cool, it works.
The no fear 6-6B. Nicely done. Yep, good 2A. Counter the option.
Yeah, so we're gonna keep that in check.
Oh, he's going the wrong way. 2-3.
Yeah, it does not hit behind. It looks like it does.
What happened?
That move where he swings it all the way around himself does not hit behind. But moves where they're clearly swinging forward hit behind and beside.
I don't know what happened.
That's SOULCALIBUR 6, baby. Going into this round, though, Kyiv going to try and not let that get to him. He's still up a game. He still has a bunch of meter.
Oh, great whip punish. And he's going to get back into Night Terror charge.
Yep.
Kyi's had enough of these lows. Just give me your legs.
Okay, soul charge coming in from Woes. Goes for a raw drop kick in neutral, trying to bait something out.
Oh, and the soul charge parry. That's such a good move for Setsuka.
It looks so cool. Soul Charge gonna come in from Kyiv right now, trying to just disrupt that momentum entirely. But these two ways always checking that stance transition. But this is gonna hurt a lot.
No. Is he gonna be able to get rung out? Yes, maybe.
No, he's staying
not
in.
close enough, but he actually gets collisioned against the wall. It saved him from the ring out, and Kyiv now with the B6.
That was A slide B.
Slams him down. I mean, to be fair, Kyiv was slightly unlucky with that character collision with the wall because he would have got a ring out if it wasn't. But still, managing to take it is very impressive. And he stuffs some meter usage by Woes, giving him even more of an opportunity to take this game after coming from behind in this round.
Ooh. And he still has Terror Charge, even though he just used it right Soul Charge ended. He keeps it throughout. And this is going to be a hard situation for Woes to be in. Nice. Gets the RI into the 1As. But Kyiv, spending that, has so much life to work with, can afford to make a couple mistakes here, but Woes gonna be trying to get it, but the slide kick on whiff. Kyiv just moving around, knowing that that's because highest damage options do come from those verticals. Sidesteps around it, gets the whip punish, and Kyiv gonna be on the board.
Kyiv on the board with a pretty clean 2-0. A little bit messy at some points, but generally watching Kyiv in his very... How do I put this? It's like watching a very calm waterfall, and then that waterfall explodes onto the rocks below. That's kind of my perfect analogy for Kyiv. He plays very confidently,
it's got the spring melt.
very stoically. Yeah, exactly. Kyiv is spring loaded. Exactly. Yeah.
Yeah. You know,
all right. Coming
after
up
the
next,
snow
we
melts,
have
the waterfalls are pretty big.
We've got Blue God versus Utoto once again. Evo champions facing off against each other. As well versus the Edgemaster of SOULCALIBUR. What are you thinking, Zubaz?
Well, the last time these two faced was at Evo Japan, and Blue God won, being the Evo champion of that event. But the time before that, they met in grand finals at Evo in Las Vegas, and Utoto was the victor of that one. So they are, I believe, 1-1 at the moment in terms of tournament sets. So in terms of like their grand final sets in that regard. But there's going to be a rivalry here, and it could go to anyone, as they've been back and forth many times.
As we look back on the highlight reel between Kyiv and Woes, Woes was looking so strong in this first game, but then, you know, that carry to the ring out, so exquisite and so... So, okay, so here's the thing, right? I thought that Kyiv was going to shotgun Soul Attack, because it's not a bad idea when you've got that on hit. But instead, no, he just goes straight for IAGA.
Man, great. This is such an unfortunate like on ring out that happened there. Like that clip, right? Messed up the combo you wanted to go for. But he still gets the conversion, right? The awareness from these players is just to a level that, you know, is the highest in the world, right? To be able to convert off of that wall slide, a lesser player would have dropped that combo, and they would have not even got any like Oki situation at all.
Yeah, Kyiv looking like he was behind in both of those games and managing to come back. I do have to say, I think Woes absolutely has the ability to win against everybody here, especially in his group. It's just that sometimes when you make the slightest mistake against Nightmare, he destroys you, he obliterates you, he deletes you. And that's exactly what Kyiv is good at and great at.
He does another thing that implies your destruction. I agree, Dan. Coming into this next game, though, as we were talking about before, going to be a very, very tight set. And this is the player that we've seen a lot of counter picks against, being Utoto versus Blue. Utoto picked, I believe, Zas against Blue in Evo Japan, and did win some games with that character swap when Blue God was able to adapt and beat that character. But Utoto showing that he is willing to go other characters against Blue.
I mean, if you had to... Okay, now I'm going to ask you, Zubaz. If you had to put money on it, which character do you think Utoto could pick if he wasn't going to pick Voldo up against Blue God?
If he were to pick his Voldo, if he were to pick Voldo against Blue God, it's hard to say. Given what happened the last time, you know, potentially Blue God would have the advantage, but it's been a long time since Evo Japan of last year. It's been over a year since that event. So these players have been able to potentially grow or fade quite a bit based on how much they've been keeping up with the game. So I think it's going to come down to which one of these players has kept up the most in terms of the matchup and if they've been studying their opponent at all. But both these players have the ability to be champions and have proven that they are champions in their own right. So it can really go either way.
Right. Blue God versus Utoto. Like you said, they are one apiece in terms of winning over each other in terms of sets. This is the game that you want to put channel points against in the chat right now. I mean, just if you can see it at the moment, yeah, channel points. Looking at the who will win prediction, it looks like there is 47k for Blue God, 52%, and around 42k, 48% for Utoto. So, you know, both of these players having massive fan bases on both sides of the world.
Yeah, but you know what's an even better place to put your bet, Stan? Oh, 1xBet. Use the link in the description below if you are of age. Go down there, put your money where your mouth is, or you can use the points there and win yourself some prizes. And let us know there where you think these players lie in this matchup. That is where it is most important, right? Going to 1xBet. Again, if you're legal age, go there. Tell us what you think.
Definitely. Right. It looks like Blue God is he's just preparing himself, waiting stoically to face off against his possibly most anticipated opponent.
Yeah, there's a lot of big rivalry between these two, and they're definitely taking their time getting set up, making sure their buttons are correct, making sure they are mentally focused for this set. It's going to be an intense one, I feel. And you can just, like, the silence in the air, just the them waiting to go into game is going to be just a lot of pressure on both of them, right? There's going to be so much on the line, pride on the line, right? You want to have, your seeding into the finals on Sunday. You want to be able to even get into finals on Sunday. So every single game matters. Winning sets matters here. And both these players do not want to give a single inch.
And I don't think they're going to give any as long as they can help it. I mean, you've got Utoto, who just seems to be super stylish when he weaves in and out with Voldo. And you've got Blue God, just completely solid play with his block punishment. I couldn't call this. Absolutely could not call this. I mean, it looks like in chat they can't call it either. 64.5k for Blue God and 65.5k for Utoto. I am just as hype as everybody else in the chat is right now, and I'm sure you are as well. I cannot wait to get into this game.
Yeah, it's going to be incredibly exciting. We're just waiting on them to go into it. Stage does play a small factor if you get like Indian Port, which has the largest starting position in the entire game. Aswell does have the potential to get a weapon off of it, but other than that, I guess like ring outs, both of them, they're okay at it. Wall combos, Aswell, he's got the axe low, but other than just starting distance, there isn't really too much of an advantage for either one of these characters.
Okay, immediately ducking the string off the bat. Good GI.
Yeah,
if there's one thing that we have seen
immediately.
Yeah, I was going to say, if there's one thing that we have seen Utoto be really good at, it's guessing when to re-GI and when not to.
Yeah, you definitely put yourself at risk to A+B lethal hits, but he's willing to gamble it, and doesn't get the correct combo to get the potential ring out there, but I'm going to be giving Utoto a second chance of life, and he doesn't get the whip punish. That's two big potential drops.
Ever so slightly with the tech jump on that K, meaning the low wasn't going to hit him, and that was perfect situational awareness from Utoto.
But it's okay, we're into round two now, and these pokes back and forth. Look at, as you mentioned before, Utoto using his movement, just fading in and out, trying to get his optimal positioning, but there we go with the crouch while rising punish coming in from Blue, gets the lethal hit. This is going to be the damage that he needs. Into the mix-up situation here, goes to the mid. Yep, I like the block from Utoto, but there is the low. There is the muscle buster.
Oh, and it hits him on 1A on the wake up.
Yeah,
that's one of those moves where you're like, you should really be blocking that, but it's in a really stressful situation. You're in a round robin in one of the biggest, if not the biggest, Soul Calibur tournament.
Yeah, and there's that lethal hit.
Decade.
Yeah,
He's going to get a lot of damage from this, but he does get a lot of carry in that 1-8. Not going to ring out as it could do. Ooh,
take this
perfect
and this
range.
That move did get nerfed. Not nearly the same amount of ring up potential as it used to have, so Blue not going to get that.
There we go. Utoto popping that soul charge. Blue God working on a perfect here. No anymore. Gets that chip damage.
Beautiful sidestep.
Is he going for full string? No, and Blue God reads that into the axe low.
And he fakes him with the crouch, right? It's a slight mental frame trap. Why is he crouching in my face? What's he going to do? Then stands up, hits him with the low.
Nice, good block punish. Damn, that I-10. Utoto trying to do a low with the... yeah. You gotta love it. And there's another axe low.
Yeah, great stuff there. All right. Oh, and he hits him!
He tried to move!
Oh, he tried to bait that out. He went for the resist impact to parry the soul charge, but Utoto delayed it perfectly. What a call out from Utoto. Now has the advantage going in for him now.
Oh, they whiffed over. The first one goes over and the second one's not far enough. That's insane spacing.
That's unfortunate. That's very unfortunate. There's Soul Edge. That is the better soul attack. Nice block punish going in. Has the mix up, but the reversal edge coming in from Utoto. Going to keep himself alive. Gets the hit.
Picks him up. There you go, buddy. No J on this one. Hits it with the Super Freak. Super Freak in tournament. Utoto, you're a mad lad. Let's go. That 2-2-A coming in clutch right now. It's super, super strong. Not used it a lot against Kombat now, but he counter hit straight to the face. Gonna get a lot of carry from this again. Good wake up for 6-6B.
Gonna have his advantage here. Soul charge coming in from Utoto, gonna knock Blue God away. Oh no, he doesn't. Just out of range of the Quake. Great GI. Gets the resist impact that time from Utoto. This is down to the wire right now. Doesn't get the guard break. Block punish coming in from Blue God, and he fakes him out. He went low with that Twitch duck before. That's why he set up that duck. He went and he ducked in his face before, went for the low. That time, when it mattered most, Stan, he crouches in his face, then does the wall rising attack. That is why you do a trigger to mix your opponent up. That is how you condition them with just something so simple as crouching. And that was absolutely fantastic from Blue.
Yeah, Blue showing exactly why being able to duck just in your opponent's face conditions them, like Zubaz said.
Yep, that's that mental frame trap.
To a significant degree as well. I think, you know, there are some characters that have really good full crouch mixes, but as well in axe stance is possibly the best with that axe flow 3D mix. We're getting into this next game, and something wrong with these walls, guys. Please let me know in chat. But here we go into game 2. Deal with it. Oh, here's with that new season 2 move. Well, it's actually like a recent patch move, I think. I'm not entirely sure.
Going into this though, Blue God gonna be a big life deficit right now, but it's okay. He's gonna get the hit. Utoto being very slow. He's okay with taking a few hits here, right? He can just wait for his moment, and he waited patiently and gets the throw. Gonna be able to take that round with his patience, right? He had the life advantage. He didn't need to force a play. Blue needed to make something happen. And huge.
There's that 666B lethal hit. That's so good. Oh, and the break attack on the low once again, making sure Blue God doesn't reverse a ledge. Nice 2-way from back turn. Yuto gonna make as much use of this soul charge as possible, and he has done. Blue in critical health and critical guard gauge, but he doesn't care. I'm gonna hit you with this axe. Take this command throw, and Utoto
goes for the cycle crusher, but it whiffs. It's okay. Blue still has the advantage here.
Is he out?
No.
Oh, yes, he is. He just slides past the claw on the walls. The move. That's insane. That was like threading the needle. Oh my days.
Like any other angle would have probably not worked there, but it's the perfect angle to be able to get that ring out.
Oh, definitely perfect angle. Completely intentional, of course.
Yeah, oh, nice tech crouching under the AA. Sidestepping though on the Wild Rising B. Has the mix-up situation, keeping his frame advantage.
Blue God is in a pretty bad position right now, and that's a beautiful backstep into 6-6B lethal hit once again. Utoto got Blue God's number for like that last 20 seconds. Oh my days.
Yeah, that's a very difficult whip punish to get. Okay, has his own twirl of his own, Siegfried-esque.
Nice, dunk him. Not staying on the ground, could have avoided some guard damage and chip damage, but it doesn't matter.
Has to be very careful here about his guard.
Though.
Whiff punish, though, coming in from Utoto. His guard pressure is going to be a huge factor here. If he gets guard broken, he is dead at this point. He's trying to go for it. The throw coming in from Blue. That is what he needed. He has to keep this pressure up, and it's working for him. Mix-up situation. What's it going to be? And he goes for the mid again to close it out. Blue not worrying at all. He knows exactly what he needs to do. Going to be popping Soul Charge nice and early, trying to get as much advantage as he possibly can in this round.
That's a good Soul Charge for Utoto right now. He's in. Oh, he gets
there it is.
Sky's protected, Blue God. No more Superman for you. Uto is in a great position. A bit more Soul Charge, critical health for Blue God, and yellow flashing guard. Oh, Super Freak for the first one. Manages to mitigate some of the damage from the double hit string, but still doesn't work on 2 or more hit strings. Great dunk for the punish into the lethal hit. Yuto is becoming an absolute god right now into the Volvo with feet facing, and very nicely done evening up those games. Zubaz, what are we watching?
We're watching 2 of the best players, 2 EVO champions go head to head, swinging back and forth. This is like the best set we've seen so far, in my opinion. This is just absolutely insane, the level of gameplay we are seeing.
Damn. And yes, indeed, we are going into the final game between Yuto and Blue God. No character switches, staying loyal. What stage are we getting this time?
Got the castle stage. Lots of room to run around, no ring out potential on this one. It gets a reversal edge.
Okay,
nice, going to be building a lot of meter off of this one. Gets the guard break, and look, he's going to have a full bar. Yeah, full bar of meter here as well. That's a huge advantage to have in round number 1.
Tries to go for the whip punish, but it doesn't matter. 2-2B counter hit, pretty decent, even on normal hit as well.
Yeah, definitely very solid, and going to be able to secure the round with that. I like that Blue is working in throws and 2-2B now to go in with that mix-up, just to try and catch his opponent off guard and force a reaction out.
There we go, hits him with the hip thrust, AGI. Tries to get the follow-up. Blue God once again flashing in yellow guard gauge. This is a really good position for Yuto to be in.
It is. There's the run-up throw again, conditioning Utoto to try and duck, make a force him to duck.
Another 2-2A. This is a really good stage for him to start hitting those 2-2As as well, because if Blue God is trying to hit him at these... Oh, never mind about 2-2As, Zubaz. What about them fish dives?
Yeah, slides right into those DMs, securing that round.
Really good call with the Soul Charge for Blue God here. Nice 6B into nothing, into the neutral, trying to keep his frames.
Gets the counter hit combo into the Oki situation. Ooh, staying on the ground, gonna avoid that one. Okay,
save 6B into Soul Charge once again. Yeah, he just wants to keep him there, but it doesn't matter because Yuto's got a Soul Charge of his own, trying to hit him with those jumping moves, but this Axlo is going to take your legs out one more time.
Yeah, and that conditioning with that crouch, right? Utoto is now thinking twice about what's going to happen there, and that's going to give Blue God the advantage in terms of the mix-up. Nice!
Oh,
sidestep into the whiff punish. Gets the wall splat.
Gets the wall splat, bit of extra damage.
Yep. Fortunately, the angle wasn't correct to get any sort of extension off it, but look at this situation here. Gets the knockdown into the raw spear low. He doesn't even care that it has 8 additional frames. Doesn't matter. Utoto was frozen solid. That's that conditioning.
Oh, that was a really good call by Blue God. Regardless of the fact that Voldo is one of the 2 characters that can break back grabs, just go for it. And if you get the damage, you get the damage.
Back throws are the highest damaging, unless you're Sophia. Coming in, Soul Charge, Utoto needs to make something happen. Guard flashing red for Blue God right now. This could be a huge turning factor for Utoto if he gets the opportunity, but Blue trying not to let him have it, and he pops the Soul Charge to avoid the guard break. Ooh, goes for the GI. There's the guard break, but it's not going to do...
I mean, it's not going to go for, it's not going to kill, no, but it's going to be a hell of a lot of damage. But there's that spear AGI that he gets from Almighty, and a beautiful low block on that Axlo.
Wow.
Final game, final round. Oh, but it doesn't matter because they're going to get 6-6 equals be lethal.
Yeah, he hit all the weapon arts he
insane.
gets. Soul Charge coming through from Utoto. Needs to make something happen. Hits the power of truth.
Oh, that's
Nice
a
delay
good
coming in
transition
from
to
Utoto.
avoid the GI.
Gets him with the frame trap as well.
Stand up,
Stands him
buddy.
up. What's the mix up?
Oh, grabs him out
great
of 6
throw
XP.
tag.
And another
Nice throw tag
one.
again.
Blue having none of it, but it doesn't matter because you're going to get tech crouched.
This is so tense right now. Blue needs to make something happen. And the slide, securing it. What a close set. Both of these players
How many times?
going back and forth.
How many times is Yuto going to finish out sets with that one move? Eventually, somebody's going to have to block that, right? Eventually, at some point.
Yeah, it's just one of those things, right? It's just such a weird timing on the move, right? Because he kind of steps forward and then slides, and it's like, what happened, right? What's he doing? So it's just one of those situations where it can be very difficult for you to even just react to the move because you're waiting for something, right? It's that conditioning. We saw it when Blue God was conditioning Utoto, right? Utoto was just standing still. He's waiting for the throw. He's waiting for the mid potential, right? But then he just goes for that raw spear low, despite it being incredibly slow. Utoto wasn't looking for it. He'd been conditioned to expect the grab 2-2-B. And that is where, those moves that are slower and may not work if you're looking for it, when you're not looking for it, it doesn't matter.
Oh, absolutely. It doesn't matter. I think just to expand on your point a little bit, when you are able to condition someone to the point where they just have to stay still, that's when you have them in your timing, in your tempo. And we're going to see it happen once again with these highlights. Utoto versus Blue God. And that throw is such a really good throw.
Definitely. This was just so much back and forth. What a crazy lethal hit. That 666B lethal hit where he hits you with the elbow looking attack, you have to triple tap forward, which sounds more difficult than it actually is, and he's just so good at it, right? You can buffer it, sure, but just letting it go and having the awareness to pull the trigger on it is just so difficult, and Utoto has those ready to go.
And that T2A coming in once again. This beautiful spacing from Utoto and Blue God that he just slides at his feet. I mean, that's twice. He managed to do that in one set, which is impressive. There we go. That's that raw low spear that you were talking about. 8 more frames of startup, but still Utoto was frozen solid. Didn't have an answer to it.
Yeah, it's just one of those things, right? You're conditioning your opponent back and forth, and it's what you're trying to deal with is sometimes not where your opponent is currently throwing at you either, right? So it's a complicated game is Soul Calibur. There's a lot of moves that people can throw out, and sometimes it's the more obscure moves that can end games because they're just not used that often, right?
Yeah, exactly. You know what else we got to throw? We got to throw our simps straight at Milo's, because coming up next is going to be Milo's versus Akapo. Now, okay, got to keep asking this question because, we know Akapo has many characters in his repertoire and Milo's 6 of that Killick. Do you think we'll see a different character against this kind of freeform Killick?
Hard to say for sure because he's going to have a character that he's most comfortable against Keelik with, right? He probably fights Kura quite a lot, who we saw yesterday in Group A. So because he has that experience with the character, he's going to have a comfort pick of sorts. Now, Milo's plays differently, but that character familiarity is still going to be there. As for what character that is, I'm not 100% sure on, but his main is Tira, and he may go with it for that reason.
And we can see there the 1x bet. Okay. This was not something I expected, Zubaz. I have to say, I did not expect people to be in Milo's favor over Akapo, but if you do want to take part in these 1x bets, please make sure you are of legal age and you are able to participate in your country.
Yeah, it's definitely it's nice to have that insight just on what the people at home are thinking these games are going to be like, whether or not it's bias or not. It's what the people at home are wanting to see, where they're putting their money, right, where they're trying to get those points and win some prizes as well. I think it's going to be an interesting set because Milo's is looking pretty good today. He did well versus Pantocrator and even against Utoto, right? He was looking strong in game number 2. I think he is a player that can really upset a lot of people in this tournament.
Indeed, he can. I'm still just intrigued as to who Akapo is going to be playing because okay, there you go. There's the answer to the question because I was literally racking my brains thinking, you know, I think he's going to have to pick a character that Milo's can't do that many shenanigans against, and that character is Nightmare.
You were thinking 100% without knowing he plays Nightmare that he was going to pick Nightmare, Dan?
Well, of course. Yeah, of course. I mean, I didn't think that he was going to pick Nightmare because I didn't really know he had a Nightmare. But a character that shuts down the kind of shenanigans that we've seen Milo's perform today.
What was that call out with the 4A? Converting that into a ring out. That was incredible. That was a no information, just hard read.
Okay, Milo's going for the hold B plus Ks once again. Damn, committing to the 6B string. And that's going to be NTC for Akapo.
Yeah, this is where that experience is coming through for Akopo, where he's just willing to press buttons in certain situations because he knows that Keelik doesn't have the Oki, but Milo's not going to care. But great read with the 6-6K, going to be ducking under that high, and the critical edge gets the armor, gets the parry, and that is going to take the round.
And yeah, I mean, look, that normally his armor activates at I-10, so if he's got an I-22 move, activates 10 frames before the actual hit. But with his CE, activates at I-2, 2 frames into the startup. That's an insane amount of time.
Into the armor startup.
Yeah, exactly, into the armor startup. It's I-2, and then the CE is like I-4 million.
Yeah, oh, GI Battle drops the AGA. That would have been a lethal hit, but unfortunately the execution is not there.
Okay, once again, goes for the monument mix-up instead of going for proper combo potential.
He's been getting a lot of extra damage tacked on with that. Gonna spend the bar here. I like that. Gonna secure the round. We always take rounds in this game.
Yes, we do.
But yeah, he's tagging on a lot of damage with that monument.
There is a little bit of an issue with... there's a bit of an issue with Keelik CE, though, in that it scales really, really hard in launch combos as opposed to some of the other characters in the game. So sometimes Milos has been going and opting for the non-scaling options by going for resets and mix-ups afterwards.
Yeah, oh wow, what a great challenge from Akpo. Ooh, soul charging away from that AGA. That would have been a bad situation to be in. And he just pops it immediately, gonna get that little bit of health regen. Is that gonna be a factor in this round? It's hard to say versus Nightmare because he hits so hard.
Akapo is just happy to play this neutral game that Milos is forcing him into. That's a beautiful 9K into the tech trap. Oh my god, that's so much damage. Ooh. And then just kicks him straight in the chest with that 3K.
So that health regen gave him one chance at life.
It did, yeah, it did.
But yeah, gave him one mix-up at the end of that combo. But that was a very dominant game one with that Nightmare. Kyopo is showing that he is also a multi-character master. He's what, picked 3 different characters so far?
I think so. It was Tira, and then I can't remember the second one, and now it's Nightmare.
Ivy was the second one, but Milo's going to be going in right now. Gets the launch combo. Ooh, goes with the mid that time.
Oh, man. Akapo's neutral is just so good. Phasing in and out of the effective range of Milo's is so impressive.
It definitely is. And again, he's just interrupting with these 3Bs. Oh, no, he drops the combo. That's going to be the lethal hit. Yep. Nice.
Doesn't matter though, he goes for another 2-2B.
Yeah, great patience from Milo's coming in. Just waits patient, gets that 2-2B as you mentioned.
And another one. Another one. Doesn't bother transitioning into Monument from that B plus K, just wants to take the frames that it gives him. Great
nice
6-6
from Milo's. Yep. Nice duck though from Akapo. Gets the soul attack. He's powered up right now. Gets the pickup. Milo's is not blocking.
Is he gonna regain some health now, or is he just gonna go straight for it? Goes for the plus frames. Not a quick enough whip punish, but he's not got that much damage left to go, but he's going to even it up with that sequence. Ducks to grab into the NTC extension, and Milo's just gets socked in the face. Loses
Yeah,
that
he
round.
waited so long for that throw, expecting Kyopo to stand back up, but he did not give it to him. But nice, again, he's starting off all these games with amazing launches, and he hits them with the delayed string into the ring out. Milo's.
That was so good. This is what you call adaptation right now.
Oh, gets
6-6B
on
into
the
the
approach
NTC.
with the 6-6B, yep. Okay, goes with the slide.
Almost did it. He almost did it.
That's the frame advantage. Okay, went for the tech crouch, but Milo just blocking it out.
Okay, still gets hit by the Monument A regardless of not getting hit. But interesting.
The active hitbox kept him alive there.
Agabo with the life lead here.
Nice.
Interesting decision. Thought, yeah, 2-2B lethal hit. Goes for 4-4K instead. Into the dunk. Look at that damage.
He tries to attack on extra damage.
Though.
Yeah, just aware that Milos likes to go for it in that situation. Okay, Soul Charge going to be extending his time left in this round. Going to be powered up for the rest of it. Gets the throw. Nice tech from Milos.
Oh, he
Goes
thought
for
he
the
wasn't
string
going to remember the
extension.
follow-up.
He's
thought he
seen that
wasn't
mix up
gonna
before.
remember it.
Yeah, he's seen that one before.
The amount of... I swear, there's one move that each person is just hitting. Good, gets him with the wake-up AB. And now he's back at full health. We cheating out here.
Gets the clash in his favor, able to get the full combo conversion, hits him with the 4-4A, and look at this Oki blunder right now coming in from Mikyopo.
You grab me, I grab you. Interesting decision to go for the 4A, but not going to be able to whiff punish quickly enough. IAGA, and he gets hit with the 6-6A plus B. Probably thought you were going to try and go for a low, but Milo's unfortunately gets smacked out of his dunk.
Yeah, just a little too late on that punish was Milo's. That would have been the game for him, but unfortunately just not quite fast enough. And Kyopo, I'm really impressed by the amount of characters he's able to play to this level. We saw the Tira at first, we see the Ivy against Pantocrator, and then he brings out the Nightmare against Milo's. This man cannot be underestimated with his characters, and it makes it hard for us here to be like, what character is he going to play? Because at this point, I have no idea what character he's going to play.
And I think that's the allure of an Edge Master, right? As well as Utoto, he's got a plethora of characters that he can pick from. But, you know, I'm sure we haven't seen all the characters so far. The roster is pretty big, 28 characters all in all, I think. And, you know, not including Inferno, which I think is the 29th. But, of course, you also have our character loyalists like Milo's, who just... Man, that 2-2B usage was exquisite. And of course, we are going to hand it back to our analysts, Kayane, HBT, and C'est Magnifique, James Banks.
Follow events with Dash Fight. Keep up with the fan schedule. Observe standings and brackets. Watch VODs and highlights. And keep an eye on your favorite player. Follow events with dashfight.com.
One chance. One dream. One match. One energy. One fight. One aim. One action. One hope. One expert.
The games continue to go on here for the WePlay Ultimate Fighting League Season 1. And I just got to touch, guys, on that last game. Milo's so close to trying to take that to a third game. so much back and forth with it. And he was doing some good stuff, but maybe a little bit of meter spending needed at the end.
He should have used his meter maybe sooner, but he has a lot of misinputs. And every time he whiff punish with CE, but it's always a bit too late.
Yeah.
And if he has done that, he would have won the match, I think.
Well, let's start looking at our opening games that we're going to look at on the replay side of things. And Kyiv versus Blue God is where I want to start things off with here. Because one thing we've got to note, right? Kyiv did have a tough time to start off this tournament. Two EVO champions. And yes, okay, he's a champion himself. He's very skilled. But to start a tournament in that fashion, it's not so easy.
Definitely. It was a clash of champions here. But at the end of the day, Blue God managed to seal out the win. But how was this done? Well, with Kyiv playing a character like Nightmare, lacks that 12 frame, Blue God was essentially able to go into that sword stance and just constantly pick away at Kyiv's defense, make the right decisions at every turn. And at the end of the day, he just kind of bullied Kyiv, who seemingly in this tournament has struggled to get like the engine going a fair bit.
Yeah, Blue God Reese was really amazing. And I think that Kyiv was really afraid of his weapon art. He wasn't sure when he would use that. So he basically tried to 9K all the time when he would hope that Blue God would do weapon art, but then he wasn't really successful. And 9K doesn't make that much damage compared to as well as weapon art. So I think that Kyiv here losing to two EVO champions to start the tournament with is really difficult mentally. And he told me when he saw the order of the matches, he told me, hey Kayane, I'm against Yutoto first, and then I will be against Blue God. I don't know if it's good. And I told him, would you prefer to fight them at the end of the tournament at 3 a.m.? And he said, oh no, for sure.
Well, this was more like the Kyiv we know and love though, right? He came back in full force, looking like a different man when it came to taking on woes.
Honestly, this definitely seemed like the game that Kyiv needed to really get things going. But, with a character like Nightmare, who's so explosive, sometimes you struggle to really get things going, but once you do, it's like, thanks for playing. I'm going to hit you with CE's worth of damage at every single touch, and all you can do is really hold that and pray for the best.
It's a typical Kyiv's set at the beginning because he always loses the first rounds in general, even in tournaments that I've seen online. It's a difficult start much of the time, and then he's able to come back and do some strong reads. And I think that the tournament experience here and his patience and reads have been helpful to overcome worse pressure.
Now, when we're looking at the next game, we're going to be taking a look at Yutoto taking on Blue God. And Blue God, he's been looking so good with this as well. It almost looks like it's unstoppable, but he found a way to get it done. Yutoto right to the wire with that Voldo.
It really did come down to the wire in that match. And I wouldn't expect anything less from these two because these two have been leading the points. And, as mentioned by our fantastic casters earlier on, we were kind of worried about this pick for Yutoto, but it goes to show the level of adaptation that Yutoto has against this character. You can probably wonder from the multiple times they've gone up against each other that, he's had this kind of mindset and decided to change his approach against Blue God, which is definitely what we saw here. But, Blue God answered every single punch that was thrown his way as well.
What I like about this match is it's an EVO Grand Finals. We've seen that for EVO US, we've seen that for EVO Japan. And first, Yutoto won at EVO US, and then Blue God won at EVO Japan. And here we go, we have it once again. And I asked Blue God, what do you think about your matches against Yutoto? And he said, it's been 1 year, as well as has been nerfed. And Yutoto is really creative with his character, and he didn't know what were his new tricks, but here we go. Yutoto won 2-1.
And right now, Yutoto is up at the top with a 3-0 lead right now. Not dropped a game just yet, but still plenty more for him to fight. Callum, do you think he can get the 7-0? Do you think he might be the man to do it?
It's, considering that huge win that we've just seen, I think it's definitely possible at this point. We can't count out any of these groups because they've been so incredibly back and forth. This was the wild card group, as everyone had said it backstage, but I don't know, man. Anything could happen. Anything could happen.
Yeah, finally, if there's a man that can do 7-0 today, it would be Yutoto. And what I like about his story is that he's the youngest player here. He's 21 years old, and he started competing when he was 19 for SOULCALIBUR 6. And he has been a champion directly. So in Japan, he was famous to be the best player in Japan. And I think that he didn't do that much at the first EVO Japan. So we didn't figure out what his real level was, and that's when he traveled to EVO US that we've seen that he's a true champion. And he's showing that it's never too late to compete in SOULCALIBUR, in tournaments, in any game in general, because he's been competing here against players that have been 20 years of tournament experience sometimes. So he's showing that anyone can compete at a strong level today, and I really love this player.
It's never too late to get involved in the game, but it's also never too late to learn some more about different fighting games, and that's what you can do on the Dash Fight website. Dash Fight is the official partner of the WePlay Ultimate Fighting League, and if you head onto their website, you'll find interviews, news, so much more, plenty of content. It is going to be the most compiled website for FGC information for you to get your hands on and see all the stuff that's going down. And they're here conducting interviews of everyone, looking at the tournaments from start to finish, and you can also vote on their website for which game you think they should be covering next, because they're expanding how many games they're going to be covering into. Now, the next game we've got, guys, is Blue God going up against Woes in this. Now, Blue God has looked really strong, but how do you think this matches up?
I'm actually very curious to see how Woz would do with Setsuka. I actually have no idea how Setsuka deals with as well as pressure, so I would be very excited to see him. Woz have been showing a very strong Setsuka by far, and I really can't wait to see that match.
Well, we can't wait to see that match either, and that's where we're going to go next. Let's get back with Danorai and Zabaz for more of the matches.
Versus.
Welcome back, everyone. Dan and I are here to finish out our last 6 games on this broadcast for us today. After that, you're going to be rocking out with Jobin and Eternal Dragon, but for now, you're going to be with us. Dan, how are you feeling about this next match that we are going to be seeing today?
Well, Blue God versus Woes, a matchup kind of made in heaven, I think, because while we have seen Woes absolutely rock out at every single range, I feel like Blue God, if he's able to keep Woes at a perfect distance where he's able to hit those axe mix-ups, he's got this in the bag.
Yeah, definitely. And there's a lot of a bit like friendly history between these two players. They do know each other fairly well. So they have that going for them in terms of just there's going to be that experience fighting each other, and just them being friends is going to be I guess a bit more relaxing for them potentially, or that may even make it more stressful because they're going to have that experience against each other. They're going to kind of know each other's habits, but they are both extremely strong players, and we've seen throughout this tournament so far today that they are both capable of doing adaptations on the fly and conditioning their opponents extremely well. But looking at what you guys at home are viewing are putting down, you're thinking that Blue has a huge advantage going into that, and you guys can do that at home by using the link in description, going down to 1xbet. Of course, if you are able to do so of legal age and it is available in your country, you can let us know how you are feeling with that. But I think it's going to be a close one because both these players are phenomenal and they have a lot of experience with each other.
So if you had to put money on it, who do you think would be able to take this?
In SOULCALIBUR 6, Blue God, I would think I would have to go with.
Okay.
Previous titles, it would have been a toss-up. SOULCALIBUR 5 especially, that's where they were both like playing competitively. But in this game, it's definitely, I think Blue God just has better results than Woes. Woes made top 8 at EVO, but Blue God got second place at that EVO. Blue God has won an EVO with EVO Japan. Just been a great player overall, making it to finals of many large events. We're going into this. Hey, we haven't seen this stage, I don't think, yet this whole event. This is the new stage, Huang stage, and the biggest stage in the game.
easily the biggest stage in the game. You know, of course, we have in Soul Calibur ring outs and wall combos. In this game, you're very unlikely to get either. This is probably the purest form of Calibur that you might see so far.
Okay. Nice going in with the mix-ups. Gonna have the Oki situation. He's like, let's go for the Psycho Crusher here, but just teleports away against Woes.
Oh, that's a beautiful 2-2-B. Yeah, very nice.
Are we actually gonna see it? Wow.
Okay, never mind. You know what?
I have played like 50 game sets. Yeah, I've played 50 game sets on this stage and not gotten a single ring out. And he just shuts us up immediately with one.
Damn. Okay. All right, Blue Gods. He's going in right now. That's a good one. 1K, 9K again coming in for Woes. He wants that lethal hit because he realizes that Blue God likes to do 9A quite a bit, and if he can get that hard read, that 9K lethal hit coming in strong. Damn, but it doesn't matter when you get axe load and you're almost dead.
Exactly. He's back into sword mode now. This is at his best in terms of speed, and he's trying to just force out a small mistake from Woes in order to take this round. Okay, goes for the ground stomp. You don't see that move too often, but this could be one of those situations where you see those obscure moves coming out from these players just to try and throw each other off.
Oh, and that's actually Ari safe, managing to get the RI on that.
That low gonna blow right through that parry. Doesn't get an optimal block punish there, unfortunately.
All right, there's the soul charge. Woes definitely has to make best use of this right now. With that, oh yeah, with that red guard gauge, it's not looking pretty for him at the moment. And there's
that
break.
Guard break into the lethal hit. Gonna get the pickup into the critical edge.
Now he's gonna orchestrate a symphony into Woes' almost death. Very, very close. All he has to do is hit him with one move, maybe even an AA.
Yeah, goes to the GI, but Woes just delaying his option slightly, but the 2A from Blue God. Going to be able to take game number 1 in a very convincing fashion. He was very dominant that whole time.
Yeah, incredibly so. It definitely feels like Woes is being shut down a bit too much because he's pressing a lot of buttons. I know he kind of wants to take advantage of the plus frames that he has and keep Blue God in a really solid position, but an I-10 against Setsuka, especially if you're able to avoid her verticals, is so good.
The Blue immediately running up and forcing those mix-ups, right? He's been going for the low so much, he finally opens them up with the mid. Going for the low again, just out of range, giving Woes the opportunity to get a whiff punish. But how far can he take this?
That's a good grab, but an even better break. Damn, grabs on grabs. Oh, the 6-6B just whiffs.
Yeah, slight sidestep from Blue God making that whiff, but hits him with the jump attack.
Yeah, oh, he gets hit by the soul attack. That's no guarantee, but he hits the RI, whiffs it, and just a cheeky 5A while in soul charge for Blue God.
Yeah, he hit him with the tip range of Axlo, which is plus on hit. So he goes into soul attack, catches him the frame movement trap, and works that into the round win. Going in with the muscle buster again. He's getting so much work done with axe mode in this matchup against Woes, more so than we've seen him do against other players so far in this bracket. And he gets that lethal hit again.
That was a beautiful step from Woes, but not able to do anything with it. And Blue God's still in a really good position to take this round because he's got a life lead, slightly more bar, so going to be able to access Soul Charge quicker, but doesn't matter. I think that's the first trade that we've seen where they've just reset neutral completely.
Yeah, usually there's at least some advantage to it, but he's going to be able to get the round off of that launch. Blue God 1 round away, almost has a bar meter. Woes going to have a bar and a half. This is looking very dominant for Blue God. Look, he is walking around Woes right now. Woes doesn't even try to challenge that movement, which we saw him do earlier today.
So, Zoob, just before we potentially get Blue God in a 3-0, what does Woes have to do right now to win this?
He needs to start containing his movement more. He needs to make sure he is not letting him just walk around for free like that and getting all these whiff punishes, which create opportunities for him to go for axe mix-ups.
Oh, and look at that pushback with the guard crush, and he ducks into the 4-4-B
from downtown. I didn't know SOULCALIBUR 6 had an op. Did you see that? Are we watching CS:GO? Because that was an incredible cross-map snipe.
Woes was looking like he was trying to predict the 6-6A where he throws the axe, but no. Blue God saw that, and he was just, no, I'm going to snipe you with this pinpoint accuracy. and gets a lethal hit to finish it off as well.
That was just very dominant from Blue God. Great stuff to him. It felt like he just couldn't guess wrong, right? He was just be able to move freely, and he was walking around woes. Like, he would just walk around him and then grab him, walk around him, axe mix up. And earlier on in this event, we saw woes just being able to just fully commit to doing 6-6A, 2A, 6A, and shut down movement from his opponent entirely. But in that game, we didn't see that at all. It gave Blue just full opportunity to do whatever he wanted to do. And that's why it was just such a dominant victory for Blue.
Yeah, 100%. I've got to agree with you. It's that movement containment that you really have to get down pat with Setsuka. Yes, her verticals are way stronger than her horizontals, but her horizontals are enough in order to stop people moving too much. It was just that Blue God's movement was just a bit better than Woes' application of horizontals.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and even like just slight movement options that he was doing, avoiding the 3-3-Bs and making those options whiff, so which is going to fluster your opponent, right? Because Azul's sidestep is not very good, but the fact he's still able to get around those verticals is going to frustrate Woes, because that's his highest damage options, right? And if that's not working and he's not able to adapt and go for those horizontals, that's how you start to get frustrated. That's how you start to tilt, and you could see that he was just stand blocking a lot, and Blue able to fully take advantage of that.
Yeah, I mean, it's really difficult, right? When you're a character who excels with verticals, but you have to try and contain movement with horizontals. I think to a lesser degree, we can say that about Raphael, but Setsuka in particular, she doesn't have the same type of range as Raphael. She doesn't have the same type of guard crush. She's got quite a bit more execution as well. It's really, really tough. And once we get into the highlights, which I'm sure will be here in a second, we'll be able to break down a few of the things that gave Blue God all of his wins. But, Woes, one of the best competitors at this event so far, a favorite to win, I think, or at least get top 4 in Group B, has not been performing particularly well. I think I'll just throw it to you, Zubaz. What could Woes do in terms of continuing a run here to potentially start winning more games and get into that top 4?
I mean, he's been doing okay against some of his opponents, right? Definitely against Kyopo, he did very well, right? Able to contain his movement, so he's able to get that and those adaptations down, which we know he's capable of doing. I think he definitely has the potential of being able to qualify. I'm just not sure why he wasn't able to do it against Blue there, but looks like we have our next players ready to go. We're gonna have Sane versus Milos, both kings of fashion.
Kings of fashion indeed.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and both of them, again, not only being fashionable in terms of their physical appearance and what they wear, but their gameplay is also quite fashionable. They are doing things that no other players are really doing, because they may not even see them as optimal. They can't really do it to that same level. Same with those unblockable cancels. You see Milos, every time he's back turn, he's always going for that back turn K. He likes to go for setups and everything that you don't really see other Keelik players going for. And again, it's the same regard. He likes to do things that no other Ivy is doing with the character. And I think that's their personalities shining through into their gameplay, which could make this set very interesting to watch.
I do wonder whether or not Milos might try and rush down Sane, because, he does like to use the Killick neutral tools, like we were seeing yesterday with Dakura, using AA, BB, 1B to perfect effect at managing to get himself into that top 4. But of course, Milos is very unpredictable. His 2-2-Bs are probably going to be coming through and shining through, especially if Sane tries to go for those low blocks, those low grabs that are, relatively linear. You're gonna have to watch out for those.
Yeah, definitely. It's gonna be something that Milos, as you mentioned before, that he can go for that kind of rushdown style. Keelik is a character. He's like the jack of all trades kind of character. Right? He can do some spacing stuff. He can do the close range game. Is he the best at either one? Not really. No. But he's a very neutral, focused character that can play a lot of different ways, and it just can be matchup dependent, it can be player dependent. So definitely it is possible for Milos to be an aggressor in this matchup, but Sane is a very aggressive Ivy, so it's going to be interesting to see how this one plays out, and it's kind of hard to say how it's going to play out. Definitely there's a lot of potential strategies that either player could go into. So I think it's whoever can adapt the fastest is going to be in a very good position in this match.
Mm-hmm. Well, yeah, they've both had an opportunity to watch each other's games while they've been sitting backstage. So, you know, we're getting to that part of the tournament where you should be able to notice some habits from certain people and how they play characters. But, you know, this is a tournament. Sometimes what you've seen is just straight up wrong. Somebody can just pull out a move that you've never seen them use before. I mean, Milo's in particular, when he uses moves like 2A plus B offline, is just the most unpredictable thing ever. It hasn't worked so far, but I'm waiting for the moment that it does so that he's justified at least once in using a move like that.
You know, sometimes using those obscure moves is what can win you games, right? We've seen it a few times so far in this event where, like Utoto, right, using that slide to get a few ring outs to end game, just because it's not a move that you see used outside of those situations. Panto Crater, again, with things like 22K from Siegfried, you don't really use them outside of like these more obscure situations of trying to like close out rounds, which makes them difficult to see coming sometimes.
But what we did definitely see coming is that the picks will be Killick versus Ivy, of course, the character loyalist and specialist, on the Yoshi's Island stage. Who do you think this stage favors in this matchup?
Ivy can definitely get some reverse ring outs, which can be pretty annoying, but we've seen Milo's get some pretty long range ring outs as well. The starting position is definitely going to be a favorable position for Ivy to view in. Oh, and there's that Calamity Symphony right off the bat. That's another thing that Milo's, if he's able to get those reactions and tech that throw, that's going to be a big tool taken away from Sane.
No block punish on the 3B, but it's fine because he gets him with the 4A. Okay, Milo's was coming out the gate pretty explosively, but is now having to slow down because Sane is matching his speed. But 2-2A is going to get that lethal hit. Is this going to get a ring out? I don't know. The angle's just a bit too off. No, he doesn't.
Okay, Milo's onto this one yet. Still has one more chance at life. Sane getting the throw tech. Doesn't get the block punish there.
So what's really interesting is that Milo's has been doing 6BA a lot during this tournament. And I think he's kind of expected his opponent to catch on to that. But of course, another beautiful 2-2B from Milo's. Oh, that 3B, that hitbox is incredible. No block punish on it though.
No. It's okay. Sane gonna be in soul charge. This is a very tough situation. But Milo's the patience getting that whiff punish. Again, Keelik being so adaptable, being able to play in so many different ranges. That is one thing he's really good at. Oh, but the whiff punish.
To the low, yeah.
Yep, that's Ivy also very strong at this game. But the post GI lethal hit coming from Milo is going to get a big meter gain from that. And he's just mixing Sane up right now.
There we go, using those neutral tools. But
oh no, that was the forward movement made it whiff.
Milo's. He could have gone for 2-2B, but unfortunately goes for 2-2 neutral BB. But it doesn't matter. He gets him with the B6 anyway on the jump.
Yep. Yeah, B6 is also a really solid move from Keelik. It's pretty wide for a just a straight up thrust, and decently fast too.
Pretty chunky, yeah. I agree.
Going for that wall rising B, difficult move to punish.
Nice, catches with the counter hit on AB. Milo's getting a little bit too overzealous with these 2-2Bs this time, but there's the first CS.
Yep, first CS at the round, and it's going to connect. Milo's going for the A plus B on the ground, but not going to work out for him. Gonna get shot down, and Sane up 2 rounds. But 2 bars a meter for Milo's. Let's see if he can make any work happen with it.
Yeah, he's trying to play such small caliber right now, but Sane has got his number on most of these exchanges. No duck on the final hit of that string. Could have got Milo's a pretty decent wall rising B.
And now Sane is adapting as well, noticing these 3Bs. Is actually getting the block punishes this time. Yep, there we go again.
Nice. Get that soul charge, Sane. Yep, definitely wants to get Killick off of him. Into the SS,
the untackable grab. Yep. Hard spot to be in into another one. And that is going to be game number 1 for Sane. And Milo's didn't use his meter at all that game.
Unfortunately,
right?
not.
I don't. Yeah. It's hard sometimes, right, for Keelik to sometimes justify it because he does start losing HP as he's doing it. So it is a commitment, as where other characters, they kind of just get buffed up, and that's just it. But you know, there was not a single situation where he used it, right? You could be using it as a whiff punish for soul attack, even for that, right? It can be a combo ender into soul attack, which makes it very hard to step afterwards. It's maybe something you'd be able to just use that meter to have that resource to potentially make bigger comebacks happen, but maybe he didn't feel comfortable. And the CS block punish, all right, I see you.
Yeah, it definitely just seems, okay, that might have been a good opportunity to let it rip, but he does get the distance. Anyway, 2A plus B, it hits, but not enough distance to get the ring out. That's a good 4A, though. Sane answers back with an, okay, man, there's so much happening right now, Zubaz. It's back and forth.
Yeah, gets the monument, the new extension off of it, hits Sane for trying to mash into the unblockable, but not quite the right alignment, and he waits patiently after his GI, baits out the resist impact from Sane, takes his meter, and takes the round.
Okay, Milos is definitely feeling himself right now. He can feel the energy from the chat emanating, and he wants to perform.
But Sane is a performer himself, going to be going for the Oki pressure, applying that guard damage, running up in Milo's face, but Milo's going to be patient. He's blocking it out. Oh, the whiffs back and forth, and Ivy ends up back turn somehow.
Just SOULCALIBUR things. The 2B tech crouch recovers tech crouch, so 2-2A doesn't get the lethal hit. Just these whiffs on whiffs on whiffs. Another 2A plus B. Milos is unsuccessful. Probably trying to get a wall hit there or something, or at least continue pressure.
Stole some meter off of that one. Sane, no meter at the moment. That's a huge loss, but the Calamity Symphony gonna end Milos right in front of him.
He tries it one more time.
Or the A plus B off the ground. Yep, not gonna work out for him, and he gets thrown. Milos has gone for that a few times, and every time Sane is hitting him out of the air.
Nice, 2B catching the jump. Milos is going to get put in this blender right now, and he guesses wrong, doesn't identify the right animation, and gets a lethal hit. It's a pretty chunky
I saw
piece
some
of
fire.
damage.
Maybe he went for the A plus B off the ground again. Hard to say.
Perhaps, yeah. Okay, get caught. 6-6 A plus B. All right, let's go, Milos. The 4B
into the ring out.
Let's go. Finally finishes that string into a ring out. The one he dropped against Panther Crater. Very nicely done. Milo's now on course to actually take a game from Sane.
Yeah, hits him again with that string out of Monument. Frame trapping Sane at the moment. Gets the tech trap with that 2A plus B. Again, keeping up his frame advantage. Okay,
nice.
Gets the hit.
He actually gets the final hit. Let's go, wall combo. What's he going to do? 3B lethal hit, 4-4K. Yep.
Yeah, it's going to scale like crazy, though.
I know. It's unfortunate.
Yeah. Milos backing away, has a life lead, doesn't have to approach, doesn't have to take any huge risk, but that counter hit is going to be so bad for him. Goes in for the throw mix-up, gets him with the low grab that time, hits him with the soul charge attack, and Milos now, his life advantage is just ticking away, especially with a whiff like that, and that is going to do a ton of damage. Spends the meter on it. This is going to be close. You're going to have that gut scaling. This might do enough. It's hard to say. Not quite. Has the mix-up, though.
Option going to be?
Gets the block, not quite in time. A plus B afterwards.
Milos could have got a CE whiff punish there. Goes for 6B instead. He does have a bar and a half, and he does manage.
Second hit.
I know, but he does manage to hold on to that bar into this final round. 2A plus B underneath the high. Milos has got all the advantage right now. Life lead, bar lead, and possibly guard gauge lead as well. He's going to have to hold on to this as best he can.
Yeah, popping the soul charge here. Here we go. Finally using that meter. He doesn't get the whip punish because she was on the ground.
Good RI. Goes for the A plus B instead of the CE, but he could have got it.
Nice duck on the throw from Sane. He's going to do a lot of damage in the Oki situation. Goes for the break attack. Hits him on the ground again. Milos needs something here, and he gets the back turn K into the critical edge. The Milos special.
Oh, yeah, baby. This is going to... It's not going to scale that much, but it's pretty dangerous for Milos still. Is he going to be able to use this second bar to A plus B once again? He thinks he's online. 2-2-B into the CE. This usually scales quite a bit, but that is dead because of guts for Milos. Yep. Very nicely done. Bet it all on that unsafe launcher.
Wow, Milos, just the patience. The patience. He waited just ever so slightly, sees the whiff, gets the 2-2-B whiff punish, spends the bar, gets the round, and he is not out of this one yet. That, I think Milos is going to be feeling himself pretty well after that. That is a huge confidence booster getting that game there.
His heart rate spiked to like almost 160. You can definitely feel that he was excited about that one. Get clipped on your 2-2-A with a vertical. Milo's with the 2-3-6-A plus B. Is he going to be able to tech trap? No, not this time.
No, not quite, but still he has a huge life advantage. Gets him with the horizontal that time. Sane showing that he's going to sidestep against that string. Great adaptation from Milo's, and he secures it with the single B. Milo's has the adaptation. It is now up to Sane to readapt at this point, but great whip punish in the patience from Sane.
Yeah, not tech crouch long enough with that A plus B, and Milo's going to have to guess here for his life. Nice, just wakes up, grabbing! No, stop it! Get out of here! Get out of here. Oh, AB almost got him. Tries to go for the 2A plus B one more time. He's going to be able to get the ring out. Not at the moment. He wants these plus frames. He wants to make sure that he's safe. Good whiff punish by Sane, though.
Yeah, drops the combo, unfortunately, giving Milo's a second chance at life here. Oh no, the second hit, but he drops the combo, and the wall rising B coming in from Milo's. Great situation here, goes to the 4-4K, gets nothing out of it. Sane coming in with the Soul Charge, wants to negate this pressure entirely.
Love it. Let's go, Milo's with the Monument A plus Bs, trying to get out of this position, waste that Soul Charge time. Very, very smart.
Exactly, lambing it out. I like the strategy, and
he's going to be able to get the second round
to get the game. Oh my goodness,
Sane.
Dan, right? Are we going to see the reverse sweep?
I think we might, but you know, Sane is a fierce competitor. He's come back from much, much worse. But right, I just want to make an observation real quick. Oh, never mind. Monument, let's just go. I'll talk about it later.
Now, not the time for observations. Now is the time for decisions.
Oh, okay, that's a good Soul Charge by Sane there, keeping Milo's in that position. That's pretty okay for Milo's, I think. That's a good block. Nice punish with the wall rising B. Goes for the back turn, goes for the cross up. We're playing 2D fighting games right now. There's the whiff punish, and Milo
and he gets it.
Takes it over Sane. 2-1. This is ridiculous. Let's go. What a beautiful display of patience by Milo's.
Just perfectly adapted and did exactly what he needed to do in the game. And you see the pop off from Milo's. He gets the adaptation. He slowed it down just enough to get that. Right, that's the adaptation that he needed to do. Right, he was, that first game was definitely Sane controlled, but Milo's didn't let that get to him. That last game in game number 2, last round in game number 2, Milo's clutches it out. He's now setting the pace for it. He slowed it down just enough to get that game win. Right, he was getting those whiff punishes as we saw throughout that last game. Right, he's playing more patiently, and that's what he needed to do.
Oh, man. Okay, so now I would like to explain my observation now that I've been able to calm down slightly. Yeah. So Milo's has been doing 6BA over and over again. And last time, Panto tried to adapt and did it fairly well. Sane should have been able to notice that 6BA was the option that he was going for his previous matches, but Milo's just kept on letting it rip, and Sane kept on getting counter hit by it. Allowed him to get so much Oki, so much damage, and just get in Sane's head, because how many more times can you do it?
Yeah, you even saw him go for the 6BB a couple times, and Sane was sidestepping it. Right, he was sidestepping, and then Milo's was like, oh, okay, well, if you're going to keep sidestepping here, I'm just going to go for the horizontal that punishes you for doing that. And that was a great adaptation that allowed him to negate Sane from getting those whiff punishes that he was kept going for with those 2-2As and things like that. Take that option away from him. You get those Oki situations. You put your opponent into situations where they are uncomfortable, and you limit their options. And Milo's was able to do that. And in game number 3, he showed all of that adaptation, and it came to fruition, and he won.
And here we go, on with the highlights. So in the beginning, you can definitely see that Milo's tried to play very small caliber, very slow caliber. But then Milo's just said, I'm done with that nonsense. Take these hard reads, Sane. And in the end, it worked out.
Yep. And that was a huge clutch factor there for Milo's. That slight delay, you felt like Sane thought he wanted to press a button. He goes for the counter hit, but Milo's being super patient and able to get the game. And that patience there, right? He just waited ever so slightly, notices the whiff from Sane, and he spends that bar. And yeah, that pop off there from Milo's, definitely very excited to get that game win. And he's ever closer to potentially qualifying for Sunday.
Definitely. I mean, look, after the day that he's had that win over Sane, the reads he was making, absolutely, I can agree with the sentiment. He did say a bit of a bad word, but how can you blame him? He's in a high-pressure environment, and he just beat somebody who most people would say is a better player than him.
Yeah, when these emotions are tense, right? This is a very competitive environment. And when competition comes passion, and all of these players are very passionate. Everyone involved in this event is very passionate, right? So your emotions are just firing like crazy. And when you have that victory, right? You fought so hard for that victory, and you get it.
Oh, so
your emotions just peak and they unleash, and you have that pop off, and it's very genuine. And it's no ill will, against his opponent, right? You saw the respect at the end. They hugged it out, but that emotion, you keep that pop off. That is all that tension releasing.
Indeed, we do. But coming up next is the battle of the French players, Pantocrator versus Kyiv.
Yeah, I think Panto going over there doing a little bit of translation for Kyiv.
Yeah,
because I believe Kyiv does not. His English isn't fantastic. So Pantocrator definitely going over there, trying to help his opponent out. That's the camaraderie that we have in the Soul Calibur community, right? We may be competitors, but we're also friends, and that friendship is what comes first. This community is what comes first, and Panto showing that off there. This is going to be a very interesting game because these players have a lot of experience against each other through multiple titles, as we talked about before. Both these players have been playing for competitively for at least Soul Calibur 4. They had all of that game, all Soul Calibur 5, and now into Soul Calibur 6. And as Kayane mentioned at the beginning of this broadcast, Panto has actually had Kyiv's number a couple times in some of these online events. Now, how does that transition to here? Well, we're going to find out today.
Indeed. So I do have to ask, Zubaz, when you come up against a Nightmare as a Siegfried yourself, what's a game plan that you try and run? Because, Nightmare has the armor, but a lot of Siegfried moves, I believe, can actually beat that threshold, especially when you do
your
the
best
slower
tools.
moves.
Yeah, your best tools with Siegfried are going to smash that armor, right? The threshold, except for things like Critical Edge, are not high enough to really matter. Like A slide B is going to smash through it, AGA is going to smash through it, 3A4 is going to smash through it, so it doesn't matter in that regard with his best tool. So Nightmare's not really going to be using armor too much, or he's going to be using the moves that do it, but he's not going to be using it for the armor, right? I think Siegfried does fairly well into this matchup. And currently, Nightmare is like super strong, so it's not nearly as beneficial for Siegfried as it used to be. So I think it's fairly even at this point. Both these characters have incredible burst damage potential, but how they get that burst damage is very different. Nightmare has the Terror Charge, which he can pretty much choose whenever to get it. Siegfried relies more on Dark Legacy. Dark Legacy definitely is incredibly powerful within itself, but we're going to see here how that plays out. This is the battle of oneself. This is technically the same character. We'll see how it goes.
Indeed. I think it was maybe Soul Calibur 3 or 4 where they actually introduced, was it, or maybe Soul Calibur 2 where they introduced Siegfried and Nightmare as separate characters. Oh my god!
Soul Calibur 3 and the AGA into the ring out from Kyiv. Wow.
I am worried for Panto that he actually got hit by that. Although, you know what? I probably would have done the same. I thought I was out of range enough, but no. I just got hit by the tail end of that that quake.
And gets hit the challenge afterwards after that -2. Kyiv showing he's going to press buttons on that slight frame advantage situation, and he's going to get the lethal hit off of the 2-2B, and he converts into the ring out with the Knight lower stance K. A great awareness from Kyiv to transition to there. He knew that he didn't need to go for max damage. He knew that ring was there, but the patience from Pantocrator, he gets that CE whiff punish early enough to avoid the stance transition, and this is going to be a solid situation for him to be in. Going to have the life advantage, going to have those 6 stacks. And it's early on in this round.
6 stacks is only halfway to Dark Legacy though, and unless Panto's going to be able to pull out these Mahans, he's not going to be able to make a lot of use of those. But Kyiv with the Soul Charge here, Forever Terror Charge, it's just going to be really difficult to get out of this situation. But it doesn't matter because IAGA is going to slash you right off the side of this very, very tall building. Very nicely done by Panto, answering back against Kyiv.
Goes for the side hold mix-up. Definitely not as good as reverse side hold in terms of the 50-50 potential, but still exists. But 2-2B, again, just stepping all the way around. That hitbox from the base hold B, not nearly what it used to be, and Kyiv has no problem dancing all the way around it.
Yeah, we're playing the
Look at
kick
these
game
pokes.
now. Good GI. Great re-GI, especially considering how slow 1B actually is.
Yeah, that move was made slower. It was an I-30 move, and I believe they've made it I-34 because of online. So it was already an incredibly slow move that they made slower.
I mean, it's also pretty risky, right? It's quite linear, so you can step it really
It's
easily.
really linear, but it's plus on block and a breaks guard. So there's that.
True.
Ooh, gets
Oh.
the spin into the back turn launch. Panto Crater pulling out all of the Siegfried shenanigans. Gets the counter hit into the stance mix up. There's the 50-50 stance that you want to see.
Oh, I'm not sure if that was a dropped IAJ or if he actually tried to go for an actual grab, but a good block by Kyiv. Not going to get the flapjack this time, but there's the armor coming in strong.
Yeah, against stances, it can be more beneficial because his options are more limited in terms of what he can do. Gets the trade on the K, gonna avoid a huge damage combo, and he gets the full crouch 3K hold, and he does the Nightmare move. Nightmare player is still salty that Siegfried has that over him.
Well, you know, to be fair, I do think it really fits Siegfried a lot more because it's like the corruption is slowly starting to take over. He's not completely there yet.
Nope. Oh, nice Tekken throw frame advantage for Panto Crater, and he's faking. And maybe these are drop AGAs, definitely was what it feels like.
It could be, but I also think, especially in this matchup...
Oh, he's dead. Oh no, he knows his low
so-
wall. These low walls are so
Yeah.
jank sometimes. They're super inconsistent. Panto Crater
So
has another
convinced.
chance at life, ducking under with the 3B. Oh, I like staying on the ground, though. That's how you avoid that mix-up situation. You just stay down. He can't hit you.
Oh, side switch. Oh, he catches him out of the air. Nice.
Yeah.
We Astaroth now, boys. Hit the air grabs. Oh, what a nice
Ooh, with a
2-2-8 to
2-2-8.
finish it off by Kyiv.
Mm-hmm. Poking at him with 2B. That move got buffed recently. It's much faster and does combo on counter hit.
There's a transition. Panto doesn't even try to contest. Oh my god, these IAGAs.
Yeah, and the patience from Kyiv, baiting in and out, right? He attacked 2 times those AGAs. Panto tries to duck under it, but Kyiv gives him nothing and gets the whip punish.
Oh yeah, of course Panto's going to try and go for that 4B. Absolutely no reason not to. Good 2K into the soul charge just to avoid the follow-up 3K from Kyiv. Great 2A to stuff the tech step though. And another 2K. Such a great move.
Yeah, the slight delays from Kyiv in these clutch moments are really making a difference. Panto's trying to go for these GIs, but Kyiv not going to give him. Laid on the punish, goes for the flapjack. Nice backstep there from Panto Crater. Siegfried has the worst backstep in the game, so it is sometimes hard to dodge those long range moves like AGA from Nightmare, but he spaced that one perfectly and gets the critical edge punish.
Okay, nice. Just trying to get as much damage on the board as possible. If it gets blocked. Okay, no step from
No side
Panto,
step.
but... Oh, he gets the grab.
The side throw ring out. You don't
That
see
is something
one
I
too often.
never thought we'd see. Yeah, that's
Yeah,
so
that's-
situational.
Yeah.
Nice. Goes into While Rising a transition. Good mind games right now.
Ooh, nice delayed get up there coming in from Kyiv to denying that reverse side hold mix up. Soul Charge going to come through for Panto Crater, wants to deny that terror charge pressure, but he's going to get smacked immediately from the AGA into the 6K. Going to do so much damage here. He still has terror charge, and that's going to end it. That 5KB terror charge getting spent, taking the game, and Kyiv very, very dominant in that set.
Super dominant in the first game. Second game, you know, Panto seemed to up the ante a little bit. He was able to get some really good whiff punishes and call out Kyiv on a bunch of his stuff. Like in the in the second round especially, I remember Panto was able to get full crouch 3K and just take Kyiv out of the air. Stuff like that is really, really cool to see. It's just unfortunate that Kyiv was able, or unfortunate for Panto, I suppose, is Kyiv was able to get these really good steps in and just avoid the verticals that Panto was throwing out and essentially take the win.
Yeah, Panto definitely had some great moments, right? In terms of spacing and decision making, right? Baiting out the AGA, getting the whip punish with his critical edge, definitely great awareness in terms of that. But Kyiv was just on that next level, right? Going in for those those mix-ups. You know, we're doing AGA on Panto's wake up 2 times in a row, and then the second time Panto, you see him, he goes for that wall rising beat to duck under the AGA, but Kyiv, the veteran that he is, the Evo champion that he is, he knows that his opponent is capable of adapting and goes for that back step, side step, gets the whiff punish with the 6-6B, and like that's just phenomenal conditioning, phenomenal gameplay, and showing why he's a champion.
Yeah, I do think that whiff punish CE was probably one of Panto's finest moments in the set. I wonder if we're able to see it. There was that first ring out, and then there was the second ring out, and then Panto answered back immediately with an IAGA of his own, I believe, in the...
Yes, he did.
Yeah. Oh, that was a really good clash as well.
Yeah. Boom. Definitely a lot of really good highlights in this game. And both these players definitely experts with their character. I think a lot of it, what it came down to, is just like the players being able to adapt and condition extremely well.
That was that ring out grab. You never really see that happen.
No, because your opponent has to be side turned to the specific side, because every side has a different grab that they do. So you have to be specific to that side and also have his back like positioned to the ring. So it doesn't happen very often. When it does happen, it's pretty interesting.
And next up, we have Akiopo versus Utoto. So once again, we have the battle of the Asia region. And both of these players, as we've previously mentioned, are Edge Masters, have complete control over a plethora, a smorgasbord of characters. But do you think we'll be seeing their mains, possibly Tira versus Voldo?
I have no idea with Akiopo right at this point. He has picked a different character for every game he's played. So I don't know. He could play anyone at this point. I wouldn't be surprised if he pulled out a Huang. I wouldn't be surprised if he pulled out Cassandra. I wouldn't be surprised if he pulled out Amy. Honestly, at this point, I would imagine he can play any character in this game to a competitive level from what we've seen, right? Utoto is also there, but we've only seen him pick his main so far in this tournament. So who we're going to see, I don't think there's a way that anyone can really predict it. It's only what these players are feeling in their heads at this point from everything we've seen.
Yeah, I think I can get on board with that. You know, this is one of the largest stages in esports for the FGC right now. A lot of money on the line, 50 grand for each game that's here for WePlay UFL Season 1. And to rely on your main makes a lot of sense, right? I think you touched on this before, where playing your main is almost in most situations the ideal option to pick. Of course, you might have 7-3 matchups, and that character that you have slight knowledge of could be useful. But if you know your character more, you know the punishes, you know the timings, it's probably just a better idea to stick to that.
Yeah, unfortunately with SOULCALIBUR, there's not really any 7-3s currently in Season 2, but there are, you know, matchups you could have played a lot with a specific character, right? And if you think your opponent's going to go with that, you know, as long as you are confident that that character switch is going, or that character selection gives you a game, then that's totally, go with that character, right? Because you have that confidence. You're like, I'm going to win with this character because I have the experience with it, and I know my opponent's not going to deal with it. Switching characters just because you think they're like, well, I got no other options and it might work, that's when switching characters is a bad decision. But Akiopo, when he picked Ivy against Pantocrator, he won. When he picked Nightmare against Milos, he won. So the confidence with him in his character selections is working out. So I don't think Akiopo has that problem.
No, I don't think so either. So we're just setting up, getting ready for this next game, Akiopo versus Utoto.
Yeah, and make sure guys at home. Yeah, make sure everyone at home, let us know who you think is going to win this game. You can use the link in the description down below with 1xBet. Make sure you're of age to do so, and it's available in your country. But yeah, give us your thoughts and put your money where your mouth is. You can do it with real money. You can do it with points and potentially win yourself some awesome prizes.
Indeed. Please do put money where your mouth is. Thank you very much, Zubas. So here we go. Yeah, we got the Tira versus Voldo, as we suspected, on the Kermorhen stage. I don't think we've had this on this day just yet.
Not on today. We had it yesterday, but both these players going with their mains, and this is going to be a lot of neutral poking back and forth so far. A lot of respect from walking up and blocking.
Okay, right, we're just, the pokes and the neutral game, very, very solid. Yutoto, delaying the back string, very nice.
Yeah, has the Oki situation, delaying his mix-up opportunities and just throwing a Kyopo off. And he has a slight life advantage, but the 6BB is gonna take advantage of that button press and gets the stance transition into Gloomy and able to get the round.
I do wonder if, the 4K just whiffs and a cheeky little AA there for a whiff punish. Yutoto now on the offense, pushing Akiopo right to the edge. Not going to be able to get a ring out because it's right to the wall. Didn't get a wall splat either, though. But that's fine because he's currently working on a perfect.
He is. Oh, but that whiff punish from Akiopo gonna really change the momentum in this match. But Yutoto not going to have any of it. Gets the throw off the launch and is going to get the kill. But he did give the stance transition to Akiopo, so he only needs a couple more to get that Gloomy Coda.
Yeah, I mean, this is probably the quickest we've seen Coda get attained. I know we're not in it yet, but, 6 transitions is very, very quick, especially for 2 rounds. There's another one that we've seen over the past 2 days. I don't think AO's got Coda this quickly once.
No, but there we go. There's the perfect this time coming in from Yutoto. Last time it got taken away from him in a very clean comeback from Akiopo, but not going to happen this time. And the Mantis pressure coming in, trying to sidestep, goes for the horizontal, sets him out of it.
Nice, good 2-2K. Tira has amazing 8-way run options.
Oh yeah, her movement is some of the best in the game. And there's Gloomy Coda. Has that ready to go.
Yutoto, I don't know whether or not he's going to maybe be looking for a CE punish or something, because of course if she goes for that grab, you can just CE and evade it. It's got really, really good. Oh, okay. The hard read for the lethal hit got stuffed.
Nice 2-way challenge there from Kyopo, knowing that that is not a great position for Valdo to be in, especially forward turn. He doesn't have amazing frame traps. That's all in back turn and takes advantage with the slide.
Yeah, 6-6K finishes it off, and still in Gloomy Coda while Yutoto's sitting at 2 bars. Not a good whiff punish, but once again, Akiopo going for the double 3BB and catching Yutoto pressing buttons.
Does, and great back step, using that phenomenal back movement from Kira, baiting out that 2-2-way, getting the whiff punish, going into soul attack.
That's a good soul charge, and Akiopo read it this time! Oh, and he just lets go of God. That wasn't a counter hit, so no true string, but he just wasn't having any of it. Damn. Akiopo, the now first person to dodge that move from Yutoto at the precipice of round loss.
Yeah, definitely. That would have been a ring out. That would have been the game for Yutoto. But Akiopo, aware of the situation, and as you mentioned, Dan, the first time we've seen that move avoided.
There's Akiopo there trying to bait the taunt cancel for Yutoto to get into maximum Tira range.
And immediately, I know this is right after that last game, but look at how the neutral situation has changed almost entirely. They're right back to where they were in game 1, basically. What a huge call out, though, from Yutoto. That micro backstep into the 666B. He let that one rock. But it's not going to be enough, unfortunately, to get the round.
Tira, recent patch gave her an actual BBB instead of a BB into Ari, which is so invaluable, especially since it's I believe it's an MCC.
Don't remember exactly, so I'm not going to say anything.
Damn, okay. Yutoto hitting the dance poses right now. I'm not going to get the wall splat, but it is going to be really good Oki, but a good step into 666B lethal hit. And again, there's
into the ring out. Wow.
Ooh,
great conversion from Yutoto. Yeah. Gets the super hard whiff punish. Able to convert into the ring out. Amazing awareness and execution from Yutoto.
So we can definitely see the difference in neutral play between Akiopo and Milo's, and that Milo's was getting hit by a lot of 2-2-A, and so was Kyiv when Yutoto was just like throwing them out, whereas Akiopo just holding strong, holding that G button.
Yeah, and that back movement definitely also a benefit, as we saw right there, like just weaves right out of that back turn 2-A and able to get that huge launch punish with the 3B and Gloomy.
And look at that damage and look at that carry. Utoto's in a really bad position right now, but a good 2-2-8 to get out of it. Switching the side, Utoto, you still have 2 bars.
Okay.
Oh, 6K from behind.
Wow.
Slide on his face. Man, and
Kyopo,
Utoto had 2 bars. Like, how do you go from Utoto using bar in every single other game to not using any bar in this? I am
The
stumped.
pace of that game was a lot different, right? There was a lot of just poking back and forth, challenging and slight frame advantages and disadvantages for both the players. A lot of that game was dictated by just close range neutral for a lot of it, and then baiting and punishing from there, right? A lot of the times you see them challenge with 2As, and in that last game, right, you would see Utoto liking to challenge with 2A in certain positions. Kyopo has the read on it. He hits the back step, whiffs the 2A. Utoto does, and then you see Kyopo win the round with a 3B whiff punish, right? Those little tiny situations were put into informed decisions later on in the set, and Kyopo was just able to take advantage of it the most because he has the tools to do it and was able to work around it. We saw Utoto able to do it a little bit with those 666Bs, but that's a higher execution maneuver than just a regular 3B and doing it. So Kyopo was able to just get more of those opportunities a little bit more consistently, and I think that's why he won it out.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, just to talk about those 666Bs, they were so on point, especially previously with that micro step into 666B.
Yeah, giving himself the thumbs up there for the end of that round. But man, this was an incredibly just tight-knit game, just super small caliber, put into big decisions like that, right? Like, look at all these just informed decisions that these players are making. It's just absolutely amazing, just them swinging back and forth against each other. I hope we get to see
a beautiful lethal hit into the ring out.
Micro step into the ring out. Yep, great stuff from Utoto in that position. I think this is where we see it. Yeah, there it is right there. Yeah, that slight back step. Oh, I love that. That's just so amazing to see.
That just slides on his face to take the win. What we didn't see in this game in particular was a lot of gloomy 3As. Even being in Gloomy Coda for a long time in that first game, none that I could recall. Whereas in previous sets, especially against Woes, he was just trying to find that opportunity over and over again. And that's how you know when you're fighting in a very, very neutral game, because Voldo is like 99% neutral, that if you're able to condition your opponent to stop using some of their best moves, you've got a really good chance of winning. It was just unfortunate for Utoto that Akupo understood that Utoto was trying to press at the perfect timings to stuff these moves, that he was just able to take full advantage of it.
Yeah, I think Kyopo also, he maybe didn't want to use. He spent a lot of time in Gloomy, right? Just hanging out in it, right? So the 3A series has a high chance and pretty much always transitions into Jolly. So maybe he just didn't want to go for it. Just keep in the stance that he wanted to be and go for those back steps, take advantage of the range differential that those two characters have. But let's talk about this next match. We're gonna have a EU versus EU, Milos versus Kyiv. We're gonna see Keelik versus Nightmare. And we saw this earlier on with Milos versus Kyopo, and Milos lost that one. I wonder if Kyiv was going to take any notes on what Kyopo did there and trying to apply that into his game plan.
But they do play very different Nightmares as well. You very much know that Kyiv likes to move around a lot as Nightmare, whereas Akupo likes to press the G button a fair bit, like we saw in the previous match with when he was using Tira. Tira has a lot of superior movement, but when you're able to shut down moves like 2-2A from Voldo, holding G is a very, very good move. With Kyiv, he does like to use the maneuverability that Nightmare has, especially the backstep, sidestep, not so much, but against against Milos, that backstep might do him a world of good.
Yeah, I mean, we saw it definitely a few times with that box step from Kyiv against Panto Crater, showing just how powerful it can be, especially when you have that conditioning behind you. So if he's able to get those conditioning opportunities against Milos and open up those large damage opportunities, when he gets them, as we've seen many, many times, Nightmare hits like a truck, and it's gonna hurt when he guesses right.
He does hit like a truck, but Milos, in the right opportunities, even though Killick may not hit like a truck, he's got the skills to make up for it. So, you know, we'll see which one reigns supreme, the free flow technique or the high damaging Kyiv.
Yeah, oh, nice sidestepping the A plus B there. Milo's trying to set that conditioning early for these GI situations. Both of them have phenomenal post GI.
Ring out.
Oh, and to the ring out
I mean?
conversion. Wow. Great conversion from Milo's.
Yeah, that 2-2B lethal hit into the Ashura dance, it carries so far.
It does. Poking in with those 4As, but this jump kick coming in from Kyiv. Just doing so much work. It's such a long-lasting hitbox, that move.
All right, Milo's just on the defensive here. Very nicely done, identifying the minus frames of that move for 4K. Just whiffing, though, as
yeah, got the back
tries to keep
Kyiv.
a safe horizontal mid.
Yeah,
oh, he ducks right into that.
Yeah, drops the combo, though. But the 2A slide B coming in from Milo is going to take that round out with the counter hit confirmed.
And Milo's about to take Kyiv in his first game. Kyiv does have 2 bars in addition to right now the NTC. This is going to be really difficult for Milo's to get out of if he takes any type of damage.
But Milo's not at this one yet, poking back. You know, has a slight frame advantage. Goes for the lethal hit that time. Is he going to get the ring out here?
Yes, he
does!
is!
Wow, Milo's great conversion. Getting right over that low wall. Taking game number 1 against Kyiv.
That was smooth as hell. I just want to I want to talk about the chat right now, because the chat has currently got Kyiv at 131 channel points to Milo's is 50. I think they might be feeling a little bit nervous at the moment watching that display.
Yeah, you know, I think, you know, the only thing smoother right now than Milo's gameplay may be, you know, how smooth he is with the ladies, but, you know, we'll see in this next game which one is smoother.
I mean, obviously Milo's with the ladies, you can't deny that, but Milo's his movement with Killick is second to none.
Yeah, but Kyiv not going to let that first game get to him, putting on a clinic right now, going to get the armor proc into Terror Charge. Look at this Oki blender he's putting him in.
That's a good 4A, tries to take advantage of the frames, but Kyiv is having none of it.
Goes with 6A,
catches him with the Monument B.
Yep, into the wall confirmed. Not quite the proper distance to get optimal damage, but he makes the most of it with that 3B. The backstep coming into A plus B, but he gets the punish with the wall rising B into the just frame B slide A. Kyiv on the board.
That's such a beastly move.
Milo's dropping the AGA with that throw. Yep, Milo's going to take that opportunity to move in.
God, 668 has such deceptive range, but you know, so does 9K and a deceptive hitbox. Kyiv once again ducking into the Monument mix-up. There's kind of absolutely no reason to... Oh no, that was so dangerous.
And there we go! Block punish, lethal hit. Wow, Milo's...
Minus 16 block punish.
Oh, that one's minus 20, I believe.
Is that what that lethal hit condition is? I thought it was minus 16.
Yeah, that move's not 16 frames.
Oh, never mind. Oh, he tries to go for the Milo special, but yeah, Kyiv is just having none of it. You're gonna hit one of them at some point, Milo's, I believe.
Into the tech trap again. He has hit so many tech traps right now in this game, Dan. It is incredible.
Get the 1A. Oh, not quite close enough to get the attack grab. And that's a perfect block punish into the NTC extension.
It is. Look at Milo's just delaying his timing, right? He knows that he wants to go for that jump kick, and he's backsteps, just like Panto Crater did before, dodging that AGA and gonna get that round with the meter spend. AGA from Nightmare is unlike Siegfried's in terms of its recovery. On whiff, it has a lot more recovery, so it's a lot easier to get those critical edge whiff punishes.
And we saw in the last time Milo was on screen, his whiff, never mind, beautiful Monument. Lethal hit. Goes for the cross-up once more. Keeps staying on the ground to avoid the grab follow-up. But there's Soul Charge. Forever Night Terror Charge. Let's go.
is great reaction on the slide kick there from Milos. Gets the GI into the lethal hit again. He conditioned him earlier on in the set with those A+Bs back to back to back. And what the heck is happening? What, he hit him at one point during there, did he not?
It has 0 retracking, Zubaz. That's such a problem for Milos right now. He could have possibly taken this if he got a wall splat, but he takes it into the soul attack, and Kyiv, by the skin of his teeth, manages to even up this round.
Yeah, okay, slide kick coming back in from Milos. Ooh, untechable in that situation. 1A on back turn, you cannot tech.
All right, and Milo's sitting at almost 2 bars. Oh, just catches him with the 6-6K. Once again, that string does not retrack either.
It doesn't. Oh, gets him with the frame trap. Gonna get the ground stun here. What do we got off? Go again?
Milo's just spending it. He wants it so much. Oh, and he hits it with the 2A. Doesn't get the full thing, but he goes into the 2A once more. He is having none of it. Milos takes Kyiv to town with a 2-0 win.
Milo showing up right now. That was insane. Like, he didn't have to do that with the 2 bars of meter. This man flexing. Like, he could have went for a tech trap situation. He could have went for something, but he's just something like, else. Nah, I'm gonna spend this meter. I'm gonna send a message, and it worked out. He was able to secure it, right? And that's one of the most important things. If you're gonna send a message, you got to win the round.
Absolutely. I mean, he did 2 CEs into 1A, so it's evidence that he had Kyiv on the back foot, because Kyiv is one of those players that can react to pretty much almost anything. But Milos was just, he was testing him right there. And then, you know, Kyiv, he managed to get the round back with the soul attack tech trap. But then Milos with that 2 bars was just, it was done. It was just done.
Yep. Yeah, that was just incredible gameplay and adaptation from Milos. Like that, this is a different Milos than we saw earlier on today. At the beginning of this event, right, you had those nerves from Milos that you mentioned. You're saying that he felt kind of nervous going into it. But as this event has been going on, he's been performing better and better and better. And it's a pleasure to watch.
You know, there are a few adjustments that Kyiv could have made, in that every single time that Milos was able to successfully GI a Kyiv move, Kyiv didn't bother pressing a button, as in re-GI. So Milos was essentially just able to have free real estate in Kyiv's head and just go for those B4 lethal hits post-GI.
Yeah, and he conditioned him right at the beginning of the game, right? As we talked about before. And that goes a long way.
There it is, the double CE. Bam. One more. Bam. Bam. 1A. It's ridiculous. And then 2A slide B, and then 2A slide B.
Yeah, that was weird that didn't connect with the second hit there. Well, look at the pop-off.
The pop-off is insane. Even better than the last one after beating Sane. This man is,
it's something else, right? I love the energy from this event that we're having. These players, the passion is just seeping through, and the camaraderie after as well. Just absolutely fantastic. But this next game is going to be very, very exciting. Dan, what are your thoughts on it?
Well, if I just refresh myself on who it is, because I think I might have missed it. It is, oh, I see. Pantocrator versus Blue God.
Yep.
From seeing them previously in this tournament, I don't know. I think Pantocrator is currently looking the weaker of the two, in that sometimes his whiff punishment isn't on point, and his block punishment isn't that good. Whereas Blue God, especially as we saw against Utoto and Kyiv, he was able to take those block punishes and run a mile with them. I think if he's able to pull out those right now, he's going to give Pantocrator a really bad time.
Yeah, it can definitely be very, very difficult, especially going against a player like Blue, who has a decent amount of Siegfried experience. He knows a lot of characters fairly well in terms of how they function, and is able to give a lot of like feedback from players on how to improve with these characters. So he's going to have that experience. He's going to be, you know, just the dominant player in terms of results heading into this one. So Pantocrator, he's really going to have to hit Blue with things he's just not ready to deal with, right? And what that is, it's going to be hard. It's hard to shake Blue in terms of just things he's not ready for. Right? He's definitely, when he's feeling himself, a very hard opponent to defeat.
Do we think Panto's going to go close range or long range? Because once again, that I-10 from swords from Aswell is just so good against a character like Siegfried, who doesn't have amazingly quick frames.
No, you definitely want to go more distance against Aswell. His longer range pokes, even in Spear, aren't really, as good as Siegfried's at that distance. He's going to want to hang out in Sword, and Blue knows that. He knows that he wants those block punishment. He knows that he wants that I-10 to deny that stance pressure. And I think he's going to take advantage of it.
And we are once again on the Huang stage, the massive Dorito stage where it is very impossible to get ring outs or wall splats.
And look, you see him using that 8A to get immediately back into Sword. As I said before, he wants to be in Sword mode for this matchup.
Absolutely. Oh, and a 2-2-A lethal hit less than 30 seconds into the round. Oh, that hitbox into the Axlo.
It is getting the knockdown here. Teleporting away into the Psycho Crusher with the back tech. Gonna keep Panto Crater alive. The 8A. Huge call out on the reverse side hold K from Blue God. He's seen that one before. He knows that's the option everyone likes to go for.
Unfortunate slide A slide B with punish not happening, but still able to get reversal edge now on the board with some bar, but that soul attack gonna do some pretty good work.
Yeah, that's the second time we see him use that frame trap after the tip hit of Axlo. Working out for him very well. People like him to press buttons after it.
Oh my god! Oh my god!
Oh, the stance into the base hold A ring out. You don't see that one every day.
Love it. We were talking about this so many times, weren't we, Zubaz, about trying to hit Siegfried out of the stance transition, but there's another wonderful roulette from Pantocrator. He's been doing so well with those this tournament.
Yes, he has. But Blue not gonna let that phase him. Gets the throw block punish, but unfortunately it's teched from Pantocrator. Gets the whip punish with the AGA. Trying to put it into the OE situation, but nice job from Blue rolling around on the ground.
Oh my god, great duck on the grab.
Yeah, huge call out. Knowing that, sword mode, one of its weaknesses, it doesn't have any lows, but Blue God not gonna let that phase him.
And Panto sitting at 2 bars right now. Pretty decent. Is he gonna get the 5K? Yes, he is. Get flapjacked. Oh wow, actually he's in with the 2-8. Not able to get the 2-2B lethal hit though, but still pretty decent to get the counter hit. Now this is all Blue God with the pressure against the edge into the 3B lethal hit, and Blue God takes this one pretty cleanly, 3-1.
Hits him with the sword car into the ring out, and that was other than that ring out from Pantocrator, catching Blue God off guard with that base hold A, which sometimes those things like those work because you don't expect base hold A really ever because it's incredibly slow, but sometimes that lack of expecting it is what makes the move hit. So good job for Panto, but Blue able to just assert his dominance. But Panto not out of it yet, keeping his composure, able to get the block punishes still, so he's definitely not out of this one yet.
That's a really good break for Panto as well. Doesn't want to be put in any more of a life deficit against Blue God, especially a Blue God in sword or in axe, because right now he is putting so much damage on the board.
And Panto right now, he's pressing a lot of buttons at negative frames. And unfortunately, when Aswell is in sword mode, he is a lot faster than Siegfried is. Gonna get the lethal hit with punish. Not gonna be quite enough to kill, but decent Oki situation, and hits him with the low.
Yeah, that 1A, everybody talking about trying to react to those offline, and it's still pretty damn quick, especially when you're in spear mode.
Yeah, definitely gonna go get him with the forward throw into the 9A there. He hit him with a jumping low attack. Mid?
Oh, wow, no, yeah. Going for the Aswell special.
Yep. And there all those lows conditioning him. Pantocrator forgetting what stance he's in and gets obliterated by the 3V.
All right, Panto, you got 2 bars right now. You got to use them. Blue God is pushing him way too close to the edge of the arena. Does the Superman thing. Tries to get a stance transition, but Blue God is just too aware of what's going on. This is it. And 6BB, done.
and very dominant performance coming in from Blue God. Right, and you saw, as I mentioned before this match happened, he spent most of his time in sword mode. That's his fastest stance by far. He has access to an I-10 knockdown with his 8B, and has decent while rising punish and everything. Now, the weakness of that mode is he doesn't have any lows, so he is forced to go for throws a lot more often. But Blue God able to not let that get to him, able to transition between the stances when he needs to get that conditioning. And sometimes if you're not paying attention to which mode as well as in when you are fighting him, you're susceptible to being really mixed up. And we saw that at one point, right? He was in Spear. He went for all those little tiny low pokes. And he manages to get into Axe mode. He goes and gets that 3B lethal hit, taking advantage of that conditioning that he built up between those modes.
Yeah, definitely. I think there's something to be said about spamming moves, because we were talking about just like mashing in general at minus frames, but spamming one move in particular that your opponent isn't going to be able to deal with. That's just another form of conditioning, right? Press a button over and over again. If it's a low and you have a condition that's 3B lethal hits, something like Mitsu, for example, it's going to do so much work mentally. But Zubaz, I believe that's our final game for commentary for our set.
Yes, it is. That is it for us today. Dan, as always, it is a pleasure commentating with you. All of these games today were incredibly hype, but that, gamers, is going to be the end of us for today. Dan, do you have any closing thoughts?
Support Soul Calibur, support WePlay, and thank you very much.
Thank you. Take it away, Kayane, HBT, and James Banks.
Events with Dash Fight. Keep up with the fan schedule, observe standings and brackets, watch VODs and highlights, and keep an eye on your favorite player. Follow events with dashfight.com.
The Soul Calibur action is fierce, and Group B still has 10 games remaining. But this desk right here is about to come the Milo's appreciation desk, because that man is shutting up the haters right now. You know what's quite funny when we do this? First in Mortal Kombat, now when it comes to this, everyone comes and like, this player shouldn't be here. This player shouldn't be here. But we work with all of our talent. We work for experts in every single game to pick these players. And Milo's right now is proving all you idiots, you salty mother... We won't go any further with that. But those people that really want to try and say, oh, I should be here, but you're not, for a reason. We had some great games. I'm delivering the fire for these guys. I'm on his hype train right now because he's starting to step it up.
That's so crazy. I think that nobody expected that. It's unpredictable. Yeah. I think that the top 4, we were thinking at least the top 3 should be the Evo champions. Sure. And now he just beat Kyiv 2-0. You know, Kyiv is the kind of player that is really into the frame data, studying everything. He knows that after this choice, he has some other choice to pick, but it's not. It can't be something else. But Milos, how can you predict that?
I mean, you know, totally not biased because he's London boy, gang, gang, gang. But Jesus Christ, Milos is so on point, and I didn't expect he would play as well as he did. As we all noted at the very start of this, he has been very nervous coming into this. Of course, you know, there's a lot on the line. There's a lot to prove. But, oh my God.
Yeah, the funny thing is that he started to play again once he got invited.
Yeah, that's the crazy thing, right?
That's the crazy thing.
Many people undermined Milos' inclusion here, but he's just gone stride after stride, proving why he's worth being here. And beating an Evo champion is... No, it's an incredible feat in itself, and as someone who admires his work, you know, Kyiv and Milos on the same side of the planet here, this must have meant the world to him.
Well, this one, right, going up against Kyiv, we already spoke about this. Yes, he's an Evo champion with it, but this was a game where Kyiv was fighting back and he had chances in it. But Milos, he is just hitting it time after time, and he's taking advantage of anything he can.
Yeah, so many ring-outs happened in this match too. It happened against Sane, it happened to many players that played against Milos, and then there was a match where he did the double CE just to make sure that he would kill Kyiv, even if it won't make that much damage. So it was quite insane to see how he made against Kyiv. He totally destroyed Kyiv in this match, and it's amazing. I didn't expect that double C.
Yeah, this is ridiculous.
What I'm talking about. It's useless. Why would you do that? Why would you lose 2 meters just to make some 20 damage? But here we go. You can't predict this man.
No, that's the crazy thing with Milos. As we saw at the very start of it, like, it's the equivalent of just like flipping a coin and it comes back a dice. That's how this man plays, and you don't know what to do, as we've seen in every single game. Like, it's so unorthodox, it's so out there. When it can throw you off your game, you start to second think every single option you have. You're like, I can't do this again. I need to approach it in a different way. But he's already like 7 steps ahead. What do you do?
Well, let's see him against Sane as well, right? Because that's where it started. That game against Sane obviously meant a lot to him. You saw him show as a bit of a pop-off. The key one was special, but this is kind of where it started. This is where he started to find a bit of confidence, I would say.
I think it was a very special match because both players, I think, are the most creative in this pool. Like, those 2 players are really unpredictable. And seeing them playing, it really made me laugh because I couldn't guess what they were doing. Both of them. So it was a really funny and entertaining match, and I really enjoyed watching that.
Yeah, I'm not even gonna lie. The second I saw this match in the card, I'm just kind of like, these 2 are gonna purposely play for the highlight reel. And at the end of the day, they ended up doing it, and you know, like, it seems like now Milos has gotten into this form of momentum that's really, really taking him on this high, which I think might actually place him in top 4 currently. But there are plenty more matches on the way, so don't hold my word to that.
But I think there was a call from Eternal Dragon on Twitter. He made a video saying, hey, the UK community, please send your strength to Milos. Eternal Dragon, it's your fault. It's your fault. He killed the two French players in this pool, so now he's the best in Europe in the group.
Wow. High praise coming out from UK, honey. I like that. I'll take that. Us Brits will take that all day long. Now, the other game we want to look at, right, is Akopo going up against Utoto in there. And that one was huge because I thought that was going to be a clash. I thought that was going to be one that would go all the way. And it ended up being a 2-0.
Yeah, Akopo was very strong in this match. He knew the match perfectly. And Akopo hasn't traveled that much in other countries, and especially to play in such an invitational tournament with a lot of pressure. And here, he's defeating an evil champion.
Yeah, one of the crazy things, as the commentators pointed out, is that Akopo was simply able to just like control the pace of the match, and Utoto was always on the back foot because of it. And it really did show. As I mentioned at the very start of this entire group is made up of wildcards, so I think everyone actually now has a loss on their board.
Ooh, there we go. So we're not going to get the clean sweep from anyone in here now, and that is impressive on its own. That kind of just says that the whole strength of all the players are in this.
Yeah, it goes to show just how stacked this group was. I know everyone was talking about Group A, right? But this is definitely the group to keep an eye out on. And we have 10 matches left to go? Anything can happen.
We have no idea who is going to be qualified right now. You see Kyiv, Milos, Akopo, these guys. Wow, we see the prediction.
Look at it.
God. Oh my goodness, seeing Kyiv that in the bottom, it hurts me. It really helps me. My heart is bleeding right now because he's a French representative here. And wow, Akopo is really well done. Has really well done. Yeah, Utoto is good too. Milos, who could have expected that?
I know. I'm so impressed and very, very proud of him to see how far he's come and prove the doubters wrong. You know, like I said, nerves were a big factor with him coming into this, but it seems like it's given him that adrenaline rush and kick to get him through the early stages and honestly just prove everyone wrong, which is, you know, fantastic stuff for Milos. But the real question is, will he be able to carry that momentum all the way to the end of this tournament? Because he still has a fair few opponents to go up against.
Yeah, and some of those opponents include Blue God in there. He's got Woes also to face, and we've seen it, right? Blue God sat at the top. He's had one loss in it, but in general, he has been almost flawless with it.
It's one of the scary parts about this group as a whole. As I said at the very start of it, man, anything can happen. A loss is on the board for everyone now. So you got to wonder, with these last few remaining matches, and you know, how long these duration of matches go, because it's a round robin format.
Yeah.
Will people be able to maintain their focus to the very end, or will they start breaking down?
Well, let's find out, because we're going to go to two commentators who are ready and waiting to deliver the final 10 games that have here for Group B. We're going back with Jobin and Eternal Dragon.
Versus
Welcome back to the WePlay Ultimate Fighting League. Eternal Dragon here, my co-commentator Jobin. We are in our DLC outfits, unlocked last night. Well, Milos. I mean, there was a lot of praise just said by our amazing three members over there. I'm not going to say that word that I messed up yesterday. The three amazing members on the other side of the balcony. Milos. This is the story that we want in this kind of event. People were writing him off like he's not going to do well. The first game off the bat, he won. Major confidence boost. So when he went up against Utoto, he took 2 rounds off him, you know, world champion, he done well. As Kayane was saying, he hasn't been playing that much. So to see him play this well against Evo champions, man, I just have to say, shout out to UK. Like, I am just so happy. This is the underdog story that we want when people were saying, oh, you know, it's going to turn out like this. This group has really shown that Group A was the focus about, oh, it's going to go this way. It's got a lot of strong players. But look at the talent we have in Group B. And now, unlike yesterday, there's no one undefeated.
Absolutely, and I'm kind of the same boat as well. We saw so many opinions. Group A is the strongest. You know, there was a lot of feelings that they may have been disproportionately stacked. But since I saw the groups immediately, I was like, you guys cannot sleep on Sane. You cannot sleep on Akapo. You cannot sleep on Milos. Like, those are all players after my own heart. Each of their matches I was so excited to see because just like me, they like to play a little wild. They're so disrespectful. They've got great cadence interruption. And overall, like, they're so entertaining. You should see the vibe in the back as things kind of shifted away from the more serious, very intense, as we saw more technical players, to a lot of the kind of like nuttiness that we love and expect from SOULCALIBUR with a lot of these players. You know, Akapo demonstrating a strong victory over Utoto earlier. Insane, keeping each of those pros on their toes all throughout it. And honestly, I'm really excited. I spoke with Akapo earlier in the back, and I said, all right, listen, I need to ask you something. What players can you not beat in this bracket? You know what he said?
What?
None of them. I'm not afraid of any of them. The confidence that Akapo had was intense. And the same thing with Sane. He's very much the same way. You know, he kind of came in, had his nerves a bit, and it's Sane. He's everyone's fan favorite, shook it off, moved right through, and was essentially ready to take all comers and has shown throughout the night that he can hang with the best of the best. And overall, I'm super interested to see how this plays out, knowing that Akapo has a lot of Ivy knowledge as well.
That's right. This group has really opened up because he defeated Utoto. Again, a matchup that people might have said, oh, he's going to win it, and then there's no one undefeated. Sane is sitting sort of towards the lower end of the scale. So it's kind of like, if he takes this, it then throws another wrench into the standings here. And we're going to see, like you said about the Ivy matchup there as well, he has a lot of characters, he has a lot of knowledge. And people were kind of, I'm not saying sleeping on him, like, but they weren't really saying, do you know what, I'm not sure how well he's going to do. But I said in my prediction as well on the back, I think he's going to be one to watch. So let's get into this first game back. Tira versus Ivy, let's go.
I think the one thing I'm really excited to see here from Sane is just how unconventionally he plays Ivy. He's got such an interesting cadence that even amongst other Ivy character specialists, he really tends to mix things up. He's so unique, and it'll be super interesting to see how Akapo deals with that.
That's right. Good lead there for Akapo. Nice work.
Great spacing there as well. Already with a huge life lead, Sane a little bit behind, but showing when he's not one to be afraid of anything. I think one thing Akapo needs to be mindful of, and something he demonstrated earlier against Woes, is being mindful of just how powerful Sane's command throws are. So knowing Akapo, he loves the tech jump. He loves to duck so many of those highs and get those nasty punishes that we love Tira for. It's going to be really interesting to see how he's able to take this first round.
Yeah, all right. First blood goes to Akapo. I'm seeing a bit of a slowdown from Sane in this, which, he knows his ult to play for. He knows he has to do something to come back.
Great block there, great AGI. It's a good chunk of damage there for Akapo. Insane really kind of slowing things down more than usual. Not going for his usual unblockable cancels, which is relatively uncharacteristic. He's got a lot of respect for his opponent, respecting him enough to throw them in the air for a good chunk of damage, and overall just establish his dominance this round.
Nice first command throw, stomps on her as well.
Good jump, stopping him from going for any lows. Finishes the string, and Akapo tried to make the hard read there, and that's something I love about both of these characters, is they will go for the hard reads. They'll go for what's fun, and I like the commentators earlier mentioned, great stuff by the way guys, is that these players play with their heart on their sleeves, and you can feel it. After you saw Sane win, he popped off. He even did a little dance there at the end, and just continuing through. It's something that we really want to, keep an eye on. Is especially as you see them play with their heart on their sleeves. Their movement is so indicative of that. So much patience compared to their usual scramble style.
Yeah, that's right. Nice work, Akapo. Good lead. Good duck.
Great punish. Sane's on the ground. Mood swap. This is going to be a tough situation. Sane's back is up against the wall. Let's see how he deals with it. Great positioning from Akapo as well, stepping that, and that's going to be a ring out. Oh, no, wall combo.
But he's dead anyway.
Yeah.
Nice work. I like that. He sidestepped. He confirmed, is it right? The move whiffed, but he didn't go and attack straight away. Made sure he went for the mid instead. Excellent work.
Great stuff overall. And one thing that I really love from Sane is just how much, if you get caught slipping for a second, he's going to be sure to command throw you, and he uses that to great effect. One thing we haven't quite seen yet from tonight is just how effective that Sane can be in this matchup here against Tira. I remember he was playing casuals against some other Tiras, and he was just so solid at utilizing his spacing and various tools, but looks like he's getting a major launch here. That's a lot of damage, big grip. Let's see how Sane defends against this.
Nice, just using a lot of break attacks to keep the pressure on. Spend the meter again. Resets the scenario. Nice run in. Sane pops it as well. Both of them fully powered up. Watch your toes.
And he's gonna catch it, still in. A little bit of health, goes for it again. Akapo gets caught. Tough situation, interesting clash. Ooh, he's got a little bit meter there. What's he gonna do with the last remaining bit of soul charge? Is that gonna be enough? And it is. Is this gonna be out? Is this gonna kill? Let's see. Ooh.
Oh, nice GI clutch. Oh, goes low after it out. 2-2, man. You can see these players are very much confirming, right, is it my turn? They don't want to waste any movement. Nice duck, and then gets the lethal hit punish. Excellent work.
Big lethal hit. Akapo coming into this with a bar of meter. That's going to be a huge advantage potential. Great low, and really keeping Akapo from doing a lot of the movement that he was, showing off earlier in the round. Insane. Fishing for those long-range counter hits in an attempt to lock them down further. Goes for the interrupt and actually gets caught.
Yeah, almost on another mood change. Almost like Coda. Pops the soul charge anyway. Powered up. Let's go. And nice. Slides on her face.
Oh, Akapo taking the first round over Sane there. And one thing that I always thought was pretty funny was actually during the matchup between Akapo and Miles, Kura and Akapo play against each other a lot. So during that whole match, every time things were happening, punishes weren't happening, Kura and the Vac would just be laughing or stressed out, head down. But it was so funny, all in good fun, And when Akapo comes back, Kura was so quick to look at him and be like, oh, my stupid student. And then Akapo looks at him and says, more like my stupid teacher. So, it's a lot of fun between these players, and they all make mistakes, they're all human, but these are two players who will capitalize on their mistakes and turn a scramble situation, something a little off axis, and turn it into an absolute powerhouse of a play.
That's right, we've gone to a smaller stage now. Wolves in play, gets the headbutt. Good step from Sane. Lethal hit back.
That's going to be a lot of damage there. What's going to be the mix-up here? Blocks it. Great defense from Akapo there, but slowly backing up into the wall. It's got to be careful. Still at 0 for stacks of mood change.
Nice work from Zane, gets the launch there. Christmas tree, keeping him out the distance now. They're playing the long range game, making him come in, and he's going to take a lot of damage before he's actually going to get right up in his face.
Ooh, nice block there, an attempt to interrupt there by Sane. Nice stun, gets the mix up there. So once again, goes for the throw.
Oh, break! The reactions to break that, excellent. Great position there for Akupo.
It's going to be a tough one. It's going to be one more hit. All it's going to take. Oh, Sane solid defense. What's going to be the mix-up here? Failed GI. Doesn't quite capitalize at one more hit. 8 seconds on the clock. Sane does have a bar of meter, and who's going to take it home?
Now it's going down 5 seconds. One more hit. Oh my god, a pixel left. Akupo takes that.
That was so close. Akupo just shows no fear. He just kind of looks at the face of death. He's like, maybe not today, maybe next time, and is able to secure so many of these matches just from the brink of defeat.
In fact, the Sane spend the meter early, you know. Nice. Oh my god.
Gets the GI properties and the revenge for the throw. Unfortunately, Sane was able to step away. Unfortunately, wasn't quite able to capitalize a punish off that, but staying safe sometimes is better and allows him to get major damage off this throw later on.
Nice. What's going to be the Oki there? Just stomps on her toes. Good step by catching with the horizontal.
Good stuff. Checks the low. Gets the launch.
Ooh, nice little back step into the launch. Headbutt, and that's the mix-up. Lethal hit. Low or mid. What's it going to be?
That's a lot of damage. Potentially Sane might get caught here. Still has a bar of meter and gets the launch.
Nice work. One more pixel, blocks the low.
Is Akupo going to be able to secure this out? He's shown in the past that he's able to get it.
The respect.
Oh, one more hit.
Oh, man. He put that situation, when you do 6B, it's like, are they going to finish it? Are they going to stop? Man, excellent work from Akupo, putting him in that mixed situation, and there is going to be a beautiful whiff punish.
Great stuff with that CE, and one thing to kind of make note is Akupo has just been stacking up these mood changes. He is doing his best to get in Dakota, and compared to some of the other matches we have seen, he's done a great job of really kind of tunneling in on that and just opting for as many mood swaps as possible, whether intentional or not. He's going to be incredibly dangerous here after one more mood swap.
Yeah, nice step. Look at that. Just goes with the single K, doesn't want to overextend. He's got such a life lead, he doesn't really need to commit much. It's all up to Sane to try and make something big happen.
Absolutely, and this is potential round point and match point here for Akupo. Sane not letting him get out of it too easy, catches him with the ground throw. Solid spacing, and like you mentioned earlier, these players are really respecting each other, but both of them just one nasty combo and setup away from taking this round.
It's got a bit more tense now. Akupo doesn't have that life to kind of rely on, and he's facing him in Soul Charge. He's got 1 meter, and he's almost in Coda as well. He's just playing it safe, 2A. Just poking away, doesn't need to do much. Saying that he gets caught, and now he's in a bad scenario.
Ooh, almost there. Doesn't quite get caught with the ground throw. Akupo in Coda, and the respect again. Really, these like showdown situations have not been panning out for Sane, unfortunately. And it looks like Akupo landing that CE is going to be able to take this game.
Great stuff from Akupo. You can see they almost stood still for about 2 whole seconds, and the respect for that they had, the intensity of this match. Excellent work to Akupo. Strong player, he takes it. Unfortunate for Sane, man. Like, he's been playing so well in this tournament, and like you said, he's one of the creative players and that plays with his heart and his soul and his feeling. You know,
oh, look at that hug. Look at that hug. That's what I mean. They have their emotions on their sleeves, and then, you know, it's like you said, they play with their heart.
That's the stuff you want to see. It's hard seeing any of these players lose, man. You want to root for all of them, but it's got to happen. Someone has to lose, and Sane, unfortunately, not doing too well so far. But the score doesn't reflect how he's playing. The match with Milos, the match with Akupo here as well, it's so back and forth, and you're playing against the best of the best here. Well, so we are getting to these last few matches, man. There's been such great back and forth there. I really like the fact that this is open up, because yesterday we had Party Wolf with the 7-0, and now we have sort of various results here. It's going to be a lot of mathematics to see, am I making it in? Am I not? And then now, there's no good matches for you to go, oh, I can take this one. So every match counts, and this is where you're going to start hoping that this player loses. We're going to start thinking about how many rounds did you take off them as well. Like, we talked about the story of Milos. He fought Utoto earlier. He took 2 rounds off of him, not a game. You know, he's still not out. He's still not in that qualification picture yet. So it's all going to go to how many rounds did you take? How many chances did you get to really get your points on the board? So we'll just see how it goes.
Definitely. And, you know, coming up here with that match that we had previously seen, a lot of times Sane is so confident in a lot of his actions. He's gone for so many unblockable cancels and landed some absolutely insane unblockables against Blue God earlier. Coming into this match, I definitely feel like he trimmed off a lot of the fat for his gameplay. And unfortunately, even though he was playing so clean, Akupo was just one step ahead, making a lot of reads and putting him in these showdown situations where it's who's going to press first. Is it going to be? Is it going to be me? And was able to clench out 2 rounds back to back in such a way to really control the momentum of those matches and truly dominate the overall flow.
We saw him play the range game, which I like. Like, Sane was, right, all right, I need to stop him coming in. So rather than running in and then it's like we're up in each other's face, he was playing the range game, making him take that damage before we're going to have to go face to face. But like you said, Akubo being so patient, even if you're going to play the range game, he's going to wait his time, he's going to bide his time. And you see when he whiffed and he was going for the ring out, the whiff happened earlier, but he didn't actually, straight away, he was like, right, the wall's there. I'm not going to risk it. Went for the horizontal mid just to make sure he's not going to do something to try and sidestep the tech crouch out of it. So, yeah, very considerate play from both players. But we are having Utoto versus Woes. An interesting scenario for Woes. He is kind of in that precarious position, you know, on the cusp of elimination and qualification. I believe he's got 2 wins and 2 losses as well. And having that amazing run from Milos, he's definitely going to try and he's going to need this win. And if Utoto takes it over him, this opens up that last spot.
Absolutely. And kind of one thing in the same situation as Akupo, I had a wonderful chance to speak with Utoto in the back. He had a message that he wanted to share with everyone at home. And correct me if I mess it up, sorry, translator in the back. He had said that he really wants people to know that he's playing for Japan, and he wants everyone to know that this is his fight style and wants to really prove what he's got. Additionally, one thing that's really crazy is I asked him earlier, I said, all right, same thing I asked Akupo. What players are you scared of? And he said Kyiv and Blue God, but didn't say Akupo, and unfortunately Akupo was able to take him out. And I'm curious to see if Woes has what it takes also to dethrone him and really throw him off his balance.
That's right. Rose is, you know, a very strong player, not as maybe as well known as some of the others on there. So that's another reason I guess people looked at this group and thought, oh, it's not as strong, but he is a super strong player. And again, he might be 2-2, but we've seen his gameplay. When he was playing in his match, he was correctly predicting when Akupo was going to jump to try and get the lethal hit as well. You can see that matchup knowledge. He's got so much experience, but now he's got such a mountain to climb going against Evo champion Utoto. Let's see how he deals with this.
I think it's going to be really interesting because Woes is such a storied veteran with years of experience. A lot of folks were kind of waiting for him to come back. I know he was really busy with things when the game dropped, and now that he's got more time and he's back and ready to show what he's got, it's going to be interesting. You know, Utoto's got a lot of great play, a lot of great skill, celebrated champion as well, but it's about time that someone was able to bring, you know, Setsuka out and really catch him, put him on a lot of these knowledge checks, and keep him honest and stop a lot of the nastiness that Voldo can have setups for that Setsuka may or may not have some unique answers to.
Absolutely right. We're getting into this match. Nice step, but doesn't get punished off a bit too slow.
Great break attack and solid movement there by Woes, not wanting to get caught up in that mid-range that can be so nasty with Voldo. Great punish there as well.
Yes, side wall, nice work there.
Wow, Woes already at half stack for some of his mechanics there. Once that happens, it's going to open up, you know, additional new properties on each of his moves. So, guard gauge already in the yellow.
Nice, good work, excellent work from Woes. See, that's the thing about the timing. It's not always about, oh, just use that move. It's mixing up the timing, especially at this high level. Those little twitch darks, those little crouch in your face, it makes them flinch. That's how you get those counter hits.
Absolutely, and Woes taking that first round. Utoto mixing him up, back against the wall again. And just like you mentioned, his pressure that he can exert is insane. Solid tech jump by Woes there to go over that low and get the kick.
Nice. Gets the wall hit. Good combo, but no, Utoto stays on the ground, avoids the Oki. Great situation, gets the wall hit, scorpion kick.
Ooh, big bounce. Damage, gets the launch in Mantis. And just so continued, Woes has got to be careful here. Doesn't quite have the meter to reverse off, take a break. Guard gauge in the yellow, it's a lot of damage. And Utoto sealing the deal with that low. And what we mentioned earlier with Setsuka as well is each of their moves open up new opportunities. If you hit them countered, if you hit them moving, and if you hit them in general, it opens up, you know, additional things. And there, triggering the third mechanic, it's going to be incredibly difficult as, you know, Setsuka and Woes get new opportunities to punish and their damage starts going up as well.
That's right. In Soul Charge now, double elbows, he knows not to press. Oh, they clash. That's it, pop the Soul Charge. Reset the neutral. Nice back step.
Ooh, guard gauge in the red. Woes, absolute monster. Doesn't block the mix-up. Utoto gets hit in the toe. One hit away. Good Soul Charge by Utoto. This is going to be tough for a situation for both. One away from a guard break and one away from death.
Let's just reset this situation. No, breaks the guard. Bounce, bounce.
Big damage. That's going to be a potential mix-up here. And he blocks it. Look at the dancing. Solid stuff. And gets the throw. You know, earlier when we saw Woes walk in, he was absolutely, you know, showing off his dance moves. Looks like Utoto's giving him a little bit of what he's got as well.
Showing that he's got moves too. Utoto 2 rounds up to 1.
Great stuff there. Whoa, still has the meter here. Hasn't used too much there in the means to lock him down at longer range, but hasn't quite unlocked his 4-4 B+K, which is a long-range vertical mid that can be pretty nasty.
Oh, big leap hit for Utoto, but the axe is off and he just kind of faced a complete wrong direction. Nice. Gets him with the horizontal.
Good stuff there as well. Great soul charge.
He's gonna mount to climb now, but he's got all the meter to work with, but Utoto again doesn't have to commit to nothing. That's it. Just hold block, just step, wait your turn, and nice work. Utoto gets first blood.
And once again, my apologies there, chat. I said hi. Whoops, little mistake there. Utoto getting first blood, and like you said, that was really solid. Woz had a lot of unique options to deal with some of Voldo's lows, and Utoto able to control the pacing. Woz, had a lot of opportune soul charges, was able to really take advantage of a lot of knowledge checks, it felt like. Great use of that aerial stance, which we've seen him do tonight. Didn't get caught out like he did quite against Akapo, was able to put a lot of that pressure on, and we've got to see how he's able to adapt. Utoto is so good at mixing up.
Yeah, that's right. Woz is going to that style of just 2 ways. He's just going with the lows. He's playing that really small caliber. And then that's where he was excelling in some of his exchanges, but then the big damage and the bigger lethal hits was coming from Utoto and his patience, just waiting for the right moment. He's kind of finding it difficult to get his foot into the game, Woz. But interesting, he's going for the character change. The first Taki.
Is this the first time we've seen a character change in the middle of a match?
It may just be, and Taki the first one of the tournament as well.
Great stuff here. Woz has a celebrated history with this character in SOULCALIBUR 6. One of the people who's so oppressive with them amongst a handful of others. Let's see how this plays out for them. It can be really difficult for Voldo as Taki's so quick at such close range and really able to lock down a lot of his options using A6, which is one of the fastest tools in the game, as well as just nasty tech ducking options in the form of 3B that can really shut down Voldo.
Nice, a jump in low, the Caltrops. Look at the cancels. He's dancing in his face, man.
Great tech jump there. It's only going to be one more hit. Woz gets interrupted by Utoto coming to the end here and gets thrown again. Is this going to be enough to kill? No, and Woz sitting on 1 bar meter gets the block.
Holds it, break. Keeps up the pressure, and no, he just doesn't respect it. I like how Woz is really mixing up with this kind of stance dance as well, but Utoto knowing where the gaps are, knowing when to interrupt.
Absolutely. And once again, Utoto does a grip damage right at the beginning of there. Huge life lead, pushing them towards this, the stage edge. This is going to be a really nasty situation to be in, and great soul charge by Woz, buying a little bit more of that time, and interrupts the AGI with that break attack. Good stuff. Tac ducks the throw as well.
Nice work. He's rolling on the ground, trying to avoid the Oki. Keep up the pressure with the break.
Good stuff. Oh, great interruption on the roll. Gets the bounce back into Mantis. 1 hit away here once again. Great block. Not able to really punish that. It's really tough to punish when Voldo goes face down like that. It really narrows down your options to just how much you can do, especially cast wide.
So far, the character swap isn't sort of going in his favor. Utoto dealing with this Taki matchup very well. Using the horizontal there to keep him locked down. Big clash.
Utoto up 2 rounds here. This could be the final round. Woz really demonstrating significant control and great lethal hit with that A6.
Yeah, the first one. Nice work. Rolls in, keeps him from stepping. Where you going?
That's going to be a tough situation for Utoto as guard gauge is in the yellow. Woz still sitting on 2 bars. Great GI. Doesn't re-GI, gets caught there. Great punish there. Guard gauge damage again. Is Woz going to be able to catch him? And he does.
Tried to step and it just caught him in the legs. This is the moment that Woz needs. He's got the meter to deal with it as well. Nice GI.
Good soul charge. Once again, Utoto's been demonstrating just how strong he is tonight with that soul charge. And in response, Woz, going to do it himself as well, which opens up some really dangerous options for Taki and a lot of pressure. Great interrupt by Woz there.
Yeah, nice way. He's going to be able to duck that string the 4BA with Taki as well. There we go. Breaks the guard. Lethal hit.
This is going to carry him across the stage all the way to the other side. Nice stuff. There it is. Pressure's on. Oh,
overextends a bit and he gets the launch. Donut.
Doesn't quite get the tack. There it is, another soul charge. Pressure's back on. Ooh, great block there by Woz. Once again, a solid response. These players aren't going to let each other control the momentum here because between these two, all it's going to take is 1 more hit in order to really control things all the way. Great break attack and gets the launch.
He doesn't finish the string, goes for the low. Using the 2-2-8, keep him in place. Oh, they reset the neutral. He's back turned.
Good.
Oh, gets the interrupt.
Plus frames there. Oh, and he's able to catch him. Good stuff from Woes. That's exactly what we expect to see from veteran in this game, who's known for having such a potent Taki in this iteration.
And it was uphill battle round. It's 2-2. Woes doing well to come back.
Good stepping, good movement as well. Really slowing things down here in this round and kind of moving away. And Yutoto know to interrupt there with a quick 2A, not wanting to get rolled in on.
Nice pop the soul charge. Oh, he catches him in with the 3B, gets the air throw.
Great launch, has to block the break attack there.
Oh, he missed though as well. Nice work, his guard gets getting destroyed again.
Yutoto using that move to such devastating effect tonight. What's it gonna be? Gets the block. Woes does the cancel into plus frames. Moves away from what is going on.
Oh my god, this the showcase of mechanics. How much meter do they have?
All of it. All of the meter. And just like that, Yutoto's only got a little bit of guard gauge left in the red. What's Woes gonna do here? Great punish there, reading the whiff.
Oh, it's on the floor, avoids Oki, but gets caught anyway. What's the mix up from now?
Ooh, it's a tough situation. Is this gonna be grounded for Woes? It is. Able to get up and interrupt. Wow.
What a comeback. There's me saying he's got this massive uphill battle. He came back from 2 rounds to none. Woes still in this, man. The attacking matchup wasn't sort of going in his favor initially, but he really started to pile on the guard damage. It was the pressure. He was using the stances to avoid any retaliation by just canceling, jumping away. Nice work from Woes.
Great stuff, and opting to stay on the same stage. So fun fact for those of you at home who aren't as familiar with Soul Calibur and its mechanics, you guys know that the walls on this stage move. The hands open up and close. They don't always stay like that and can actually create a variable for your position in game.
Yeah, that's right. We always know the stage is a big factor in Soul Calibur. We haven't seen much ring outs there, but it's always in play. Excellent jumping low, gets the caltrops. Nice work. This is exactly what Woes needs. Get those first round on the board. The momentum is start to tip in his favor.
Absolutely, and that's something that we've seen from Woes is he's so good at oppressing people with Taki. Solid use of his possession stances and interrupting, with various horizontals. And he's actually a player, in my opinion, who's one of the best at excelling utilizing Taki's built-in movement tools.
Yeah, we've seen a lot of that. He doesn't duck the string this time. Good 2A to interrupt. Doesn't want to deal with any of the stance. Again, that jumping low is having a lot of mileage with Woes.
Indeed, Yutoto gets in with that demon elbow. Great stuff. Bad position for Woes to be in. Also low health, really tough. Doesn't commit holding it, just trying to catch Yutoto interrupting, because in between that charge, you can actually interrupt it if they go for the guard break version.
That's right, and Yutoto's showing that he really knows when to interrupt these strings. Gets the air hit, drags it back.
Good stuff overall. Doesn't commit to going into the stance and catches Woes pushing a button. No fun allowed.
Nice. That's it. Spend the meter early. You don't want to save it.
Yutoto just taking a step away. Great stuff from Woes. I wasn't sure if he was going to throw out the projectile, but just going for the mental fake out. Solid stuff, but unfortunately taking a lot of damage there.
Nice. We're off to the mid this time. Yutoto's been ducking that on reaction in the string.
Ooh, great defense. And man, Woes breaking these throws. Great stuff overall. And again, pressure's back on. Solid space between these two. Yutoto not letting him in easy. Attempted to go for the launch once, twice, potentially a third time. Nope, not back turned.
Nice. Good pressure there from Woes. Oh, good duck, but no, he doesn't get anything off of it.
Oh! That was interesting. Woes attempting to go for the hard read with another jump, but unfortunately gets caught by Yutoto's horizontal attack.
All right, great approach still. Spends the soul drop and then pushes back out, and he's got to come in again. Ooh. Counter hit.
Big damage there as well. Nice patience from Woes, really not wanting to get caught out and utilize the last of the soul charge meter.
Ooh, he interrupted Boldo as well. Oh, he charged him, but he nice. Avoids the unblockable, gets the satanic elbow.
Good stuff. Oh, man. Pressure's on. We've got a possession cancel. A lot of movement there. Great catch. Doesn't want to let Yutoto have any chance to start his oppression up. Makes the hard read with the break attack and is able to secure the round with that nasty unblockable combo.
Wow, that is exactly what Woes needed, man. We've gone down to the final game, man. Who's going to take this? This match is so key. It's really going to open up the bracket.
Good stuff overall. Yutoto sitting on 2 bars a meter and not afraid to use it. Let's see how Woes is able to put this pressure on against that nasty soul charge Voldo that we've seen just absolutely tear it up.
Cancels the unblockable. Just using the 2A. Nice. Catch him swimming. Backstroke.
Good pressure there. Back against the wall. That's a lot of damage. Woes responding with his own, trying to buy himself a little bit more time here. Cancels the unblockable from Yutoto. Now they're kind of getting a bit cheeky, a bit more crafty, and really seeing what they can get caught out with.
Yeah, look. Great situation with Yutoto. He's got so much life. You can just play the range game, just walk away, walk away. I know you're trying to come in. And just use a bit of throw. Again, 2 breaks in a row. Oh, free beat. Doesn't get the air throw.
Doesn't. I think he was opting for something more unique. He gets caught. Interesting. One hit away. Interrupts. Back into possession. Good soul charge by Utoto. It's going to come to hit for hit here. Let's see if we're going to go for an interrupt. Some other type of situation. And goes behind him to take it. Woes. Great stuff. He caught Utoto slipping and was able to go behind him, go for a hit. You know, it's always funny. Voldo always thinks so, back turn facing the other way. You know, maybe Itaki's one of the few characters who gets the opportunity to say, I'd like to see the other side of you sometime. And doing that in order to take the round.
Wow, man, such a good match. Initially, we was like, what, the Taki pick? But you said that he's got a lot of history with the character. This guy had to come back so many times when he was losing, down 2 rounds in a lot of these games. It just showed that he was using the right tools to approach and really started to beat up his guard gauge. Excellent knowledge from Utoto, ducking the strings, but whoa, showing a veteran when it comes to coming back from the jaws of defeat. Again, man, you cannot predict what's happening. The fact that I think he was 2-2 now and he's got that win, every game is going to count. And speaking of games that count, we've got Milo's, the hero from the last games, going up against Blue God, which, my God, this is going to be we're going to say this all the time. This is going to be another test. But, you know, there's less pressure in it now because of the performance that he put on before. It's still all to play, but, man, you're going to be feeling yourself after that last match that you had to keep yourself in this tournament.
Absolutely. And, you know, one thing I really wanted to highlight that just how skilled Woes is, for those of you who don't know, Taki actually has a stance called Possession. It allows them to go into a few different options, plus frames on vertical attacks, some really nasty kicks and horizontal catches. But Taki also has the ability to cancel some of her moves, and it's actually one of the items in this game that has a relatively high execution barrier. Woes makes it look easy, and that was how he was able to catch Utoto out with so many of these various nasty movements with Taki. Overall, the thing that he did a great job with as well was utilizing Taki's built-in tech steps, tech ducks, and really keeping Utoto on his toes, a character who loves to be just as disrespectful.
Yeah, that's right. This was the first game that we saw when with the Setsuka pick. It wasn't really working out. You can see the emotions, and he is frustrated, but nice lethal hit. This is where Utoto was pretty much in control. Wasn't in any trouble in this game.
Yeah, you know, I agree as well. Like, Utoto was really, like, solid at stopping that Setsuka. But as we saw later on as we moved into this Taki match, it really became a little bit more difficult for him to keep up the pace.
You talked about the speed as well, like obviously the complete change of character, the fact that Taki was able to approach, use a really fast tools, you know, she's got I8, I6 moves as well, very quick, and it's like that he didn't have to deal with trying to fight to come in. He was already in with a few steps, nice work, and he was coming back from so many times when he was down and out.
Absolutely. And I think that's one thing we saw too is Utoto obviously knew Taki's strings. He knew a lot about the character, but Woes is just such a different animal. It's similar to the same vein we saw Sane into other players. He plays so differently and is able to really show what he's got. A lot of players aren't ready for what Woes has to offer. And again, Group B is full of killers, Woes being one of them.
Man, this is such a group full of monsters. Next up, we've got Blue God and Milo. So, when it comes to matchup experience, we were saying before about, you know, different regions have certain characters that they're used to. In EU, we've got players that use as well, and Milo's is played against them quite often. But has he faced anyone on the skill level when it comes to Blue God? This is really going to be the test. Like, are you going to be able to go up against Evo champion? You took down one. Now is another test. Are you going to be able to do it?
You're hurting me on this one, especially because of that character knowledge. As well, there is one that runs around Europe that I love to pieces. You know, Ganondorf is such a nasty Aswell player. He's great, he's hilarious, but very freestyle in of how he plays it, you know. Milos does have a lot of experience playing against him, you know, both in online events and just in general casuals. And one thing that I really need to note is when you mention your support for Milos, you know, you mentioned UK boys. Well, unfortunately, your power is going to be matched. Blue's actually from my region down in Southern California. Ooh. And I'll tell you, it's, you know, no bias whatsoever, but I'm glad that us as SOULCALIBUR fans can come together and really see all these different regions and give our love and support. So for all those California people in chat, all the West Coast people, don't tell Dragon this, but send them your support. We need to match the UK's support for Milos here.
Nah, we need to get another video, guys. The video gave them power. Come on, with UK, EU, we need to get behind our boy Milos.
It's gonna be good stuff overall. Oh, and as we can hear from the two wonderful hosts, I believe Kayane shouted out for Ganondorf from France, and the two wonderful folks from the UK seem to be throwing their support behind Milos. Let's see who's gonna take it here in this match between Killick And Aswell.
Yeah, we talked about the experience he has with playing in Ganondorf, and he's come over and played quite a bit. But that's the thing, the styles make the fight. This is where it's not really about the character in this kind of scenario, because if you take that into a match, you can actually make it worse for yourself, because you're thinking about, I'm used to this, the person I play does that. So you're gonna, in a way, have to empty your mind, just see this as a brand new opponent, use the knowledge that you have, and just fight with your heart.
Absolutely. And one thing Blue's really good is shutting down a lot of nutty players. I speak from experience, he's such a technician when it comes to utilizing Aswell's sword speed, interrupting with that AA, which is such a powerful tool, and he's got so much knowledge across the entire cast. He's a lab monster, and he does have a lot of experience playing against Killick. It's not something new, and something Milos is really going to have to overcome.
Nice work. Keep him at a distance now. Excellent with the parry, but no, doesn't get the follow-up though. Grabs him out of the 2-2B.
This is going to be a tough one. Milos has fought stronger opponents, but not as many as strong as Blue.
Nice, the back 10K, the Milo special. Oh, where you rolling, son? Eat this pole.
And great low to end the round there by Milos.
Nice. Doesn't be able to get the punish on the jumping axe low. Sweep.
Starts off with axe.
Oh, look, and we got the view in the back with the players as well.
It is so heated back there. You guys don't understand. Obviously at home, you're probably watching your respective Discord parties, feeling along with the chat, but I'm telling you, the energy back there is unmatched.
Everyone's definitely watching this match with a keen eye. A good interrupt there. Blue God showing, man, I'm not out of this yet. 1-1.
Oh, this is going to be a tough one overall. Blue opting for Soul Charge right at the front, giving Aswell so many oppressive options. But Milo's responding with his own.
Oh my God! Yo! He's like, what were you, Beyblade?
Beyblade, let it rip. If I let it rip, let me rip you right out of this move.
Oh my God, demon time, let's go.
Blue showing he's not one to, get them stuck on the bad end of things there. Not able to fully utilize a lot of that Soul Charge. Milo's just absolutely oppressive.
Nice block on the low axe.
Good catch.
Back 10K. Man.
Blue back into sword. Gets the hit, back against the wall. Great defense by Milos overall.
Nice.
Wow.
Mix up, and he gets him with the single B. Excellent. Milo's up 2 rounds. This is snowballing. It's snowballing. Let's go.
Absolutely. Blue not wanting to be, deterred.
Yo, what you doing? Get parried.
You know what? This is going to be a tough one. Blue sitting at 2 bars a meter. Milos is absolutely on a tear right now. Gets caught. Interrupts. Big sword.
Ooh, he went for the parry again. Right, he's got to calm it down now.
Ooh, opting for axe.
Using unblockable to get out of there, but no, Blue still. Oh, and he's gone. He's out. He's out. Milos takes it 3-1 over Blue God.
Goodness gracious. Milos on a tear. What happened? Milo, hey, can we get some view on him right now? Is that still Milos playing down there? He didn't power it up. It's crazy getting to see all this because, like we mentioned earlier, during that Kura and Akapo match, there were so many moments because Kura, being a Killick player, was just Milos, oh, Milos this, oh, goodness, why that, why this? But now, I'd love to see a Kura cam right now for this match. Just seeing his reactions to how well Milos is playing. He's not even giving Blue God the chance to adapt. It is non-stop pressure, catching him and shutting down so much of his pressure with a lot of horizontal checks, and overall, just absolute mastery and unconventional usage of Soul Charge.
I'm seeing the Milo stuff, but you can see he's definitely dialed it down and playing much more fundamental and solid because he knows the stakes are high. He cannot play with that play style, which is a bit reckless at times. Nice. Gets the launch. Great start.
Good launch there. Not really allowing Blue to get into stance quite as much as he could. I don't think we've seen Blue been able to go for a single Axlo or any formal mix-ups.
No, he hasn't. Oh, he jumps away from the mix-up. Milo start back 10K.
He's so nutty, and this is what I love. It's so unconventional, so out there. And, at a certain point, I'm pretty sure Milos just should become a Yoshi player with how all over the place he is. Nothing but respect for the amount that he's able to check Blue God with all those lows.
Oh, no, but it's not out of it yet. Uses the breaker to keep the pressure. Oh, no, he goes for the GI, but no, this is what I'm saying. You can't get overconfident just because you got the life lead, though. Remember who you're playing. Remember the stakes. Blue God is not going to let him have his way. Great start from Blue God. Excellent counter hit.
Ooh, what's the mix-up going to be? Tries to go off on the other side, but gets caught by the axe. Jumps the low, opting for the ring out. Great defense again from Blue. Gets thrown. going to take the damage still with the life lead. And remember, this is an EVO Japan winner. Blue is nothing to laugh at, and he's been a dominant player in the scene for a very long time. Also dominating him with that axe low there.
Nice, he just runs up, hits him with the axe low. You can see Blue just starting to get into stride. He's going to start to have to simmer down his offense now. Milo's starting to get a bit reckless.
Indeed. He's still got 2 bars of meter here, and that is when Milos has shown that he's so strong. When he has 2 bars of meter to burn, whether it's on the ground for fun for 20 damage or just go absolutely wild, it's got to be a really bad spot for Blue to be in, and really is going to take a lot of defense for him here.
Nice work. Catches him with the mid. Back parry, break attack. Grabs him up, boys. Demon time, let's go.
Oh my goodness, Blue is exhibiting such solid defense, but Milo's still, able to punch through, opening him up quite like we haven't seen tonight.
Clips him in the shins, man, again. Right, but it's 2-1, 2-1. Let's not get ahead of ourselves. Tuck in the axes at him. Have another axe.
After a while, it's going to get really, really tough for Milos to keep this pressure up as Blue starts feeling more comfortable in the matchup. Unfortunately, he also feels comfortable getting back throw.
Yeah. Then he spends the meter using the soul charge early.
Ooh, good pacing there as well. Solid control at range for Milo's. Not afraid to contest Aswell at that. I mean, Aswell's so quick in those situations in a scramble. Milo's taking advantage of those plus frames, but Blue not wanting to allow him to keep him.
What's he going to do now? He's using a lot of life. Tries to go to resist impact. Ooh, it's good punish, yeah. He took a bit of risk there. He knew he had to try and do something to come back, but this is where you're taking these risks, and Blue is definitely going to punish a move like that.
Absolutely, and we're coming down to the final match here between the savior of humanity and, what was it again? What was Milo's name?
The savior of the UK.
Oh yeah, really? Because I thought it was your girlfriend's favorite player. Great stuff by both of these players as we move forward, and it's really going to be up to Milos to adapt to some of this pressure that Blue's throwing out. Like we had mentioned, it was really hard in the first game for him to get Milos in a lot of these mix-up situations, and that being said, it's also imperative that Blue continues to keep that pressure up and stop him from playing around at neutral and really forcing him out of those soul charge situations where he's gotten caught in.
Yeah, in the first game, Milos was getting him with a lot of mids and getting him stepping as well. There wasn't so much in that, so Blue was trying to tighten up his gameplay and sort of step at those less key moments.
Ooh, great stance AGI there. Big punish by Milos. Tons of damage, not even 20 seconds into the match. Great interrupt, time to mix up. Gets hit by the second hit.
You're looking for an axe low, no, mixes up with the mid.
Great interrupt there by Milos. Again, just back-to-back. Already has lethal hit available in the first round.
Oh, nice patient and lethal hit. Back. Bang. 3 hits, done.
Milo's showing out here again. Like, Mr. Banks had mentioned earlier, he deserves to be out here. He is hanging with the best and really demonstrating that amongst so many top players.
Yeah, that's right. Nice GI there. I like he's playing the range game as well. He's knowing when to come in, but he's using the distance he has. Looking for that wall hit. Nice punish from Blue God.
Ooh, good soul charge there by Milos. Pressure's back on. Blue doesn't have the meter to contest this. Back against the wall. Goes for a throw. Interesting, catching Milo on the defense.
Bounces off the wall. Nice. Oh, he could have punished, but no, he's a bit slow on it. Excellent punish, though, from Blue God.
Jumps to the throw. This is a tough situation. Still blocks the delay. This is going to be a big punish. Blue goes for the sword throw, which is heavily punishable by the cast.
Oh my God! Milo's one game from taking over Blue God. His guard is flashing as well.
Goodness gracious, Blue. 2 bars of meter here. How's he going to be able to take this? Milos goes for some form of interrupt, gets hit by the tail end.
Ooh, look, 2-2-B, nice. He's going to get the mix up from this. Monument, again.
Catches him with the mix-up. Blue, 1 hit away potentially from a guard break situation. Good soul charge. Milos completely obliterating his entire first soul charge. This is a tough situation for Blue. He doesn't have many resources left, and Milos has 2 rounds to spare.
Breaks the guard. Nice, good damage there. Nice, good interrupt. Blue God challenging. I'm not out of this yet.
Solid stuff.
Oh,
gets caught
he's
again.
got it. Oh, he's done it. Yes,
Milos! Look at him. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness gracious. Oh man.
Oh my God, this is the Evo killer right here. Milo's the Evo killer. Let's go.
That was so impressive. Look at him. He's winning. He dominated the match. And look at that. Round of applause. Wow. I'm not going to lie. I know it wasn't, Blue who won, but Milo's really blew me away. Really impressed by that gameplay. And that was not what anybody expected by any of this. We've seen so many, I hate to call them upsets because that's not what they are. It's demonstrations of skill in a lot of matchups that we haven't been able to see in a setting. But like we've said, there's so many surprises. Nobody would have expected Akapo to take out Utoto. Nobody would have expected Milo's to take down Blue. Nobody would have expected Milo's earlier to absolutely go on this tear. It's insane.
It's like you said, no one would expect it, but in a way, when people are doubting you, that's where you've got everything to prove. And we see the difference in Milo's game plan. It was still Milo's craziness, but it was much more fundamental. He was reading the situations. He was catching Blue stepping. He was knowing how to use his AGIs to stop. And nice work, man. But Blue still, he wasn't out of it yet.
I mean, there he was out of it.
Yeah, he's out. Get out of there, man.
And like you mentioned as well, Blue was just so, even though he was on the defense so much, the ability that Milo's had to keep himself out of these mix-up situations that Aswell wants to get a lot of his damage out of cannot be overstated. He was so good, and just due to the nature of his unconventional playstyle, it really allowed him to excel in keeping Blue off of his game. He was able to keep Blue unarmed so much, for Aswell has various weapon modes, and overall dictate the pace of the match. Look at that.
Man is getting high. Man's going in.
Look at him, dude. Oh my goodness.
I'll give a shout out to Blue God. His block punishment was on point. We're talking about Milo's a lot, but Blue was playing that very well. You can see the adaptations from the first game. He saw, all right, came out the gate, Milos kind of blew me away. The adjustments he made, his stepping changed because Milos was catching him with a lot of these tech traps. He was catching him stepping with these horizontals. He started to mix up the timing to not get hit with the AGI. So Blue God was very good with adapting to the scenario. He was also, his block punishment was on point. Every time Milos needed a wrist to come back, he was trying to use a 3B to, I need something big now. Blue God was like, nope, block punish, and he was giving up his turn. So, excellent work to Blue God. He's showing why he's an EVO champion, but Milo's showing, man, I'm taking that EVO champ. That don't mean anything to him.
Absolutely, and kind of in the same situation, Akapo, this is going to be pretty unique if we see this happen, because he took out Utoto,
yeah,
who was the EVO champion previously. Now, if he's able to take Kyiv out, that means he also beats the EVO Japan champion prior to Blue. So let's see if this is truly going to be an EVO killer moment for both of these players. And as I mentioned, I love watching Akapo. He is the same situation. It's just back-to-back, Sane, Akapo, Milos, all players who are just so all over the place, play with their heart, and it's going to be interesting because we do know that Akapo, as indicated by his earlier matches, has plenty of Nightmare experience and played him himself against yours truly.
Exactly. That I was just going to touch on that. He picked Nightmare for a specific matchup. We know Kyiv is going to stick it out with the Nightmare, so the knowledge is going to be there. It's not like that we would need that to think he's not going to know the matchup anyway, but the specific character knowledge, when it counts in a match, he has it. So the pressure is all on Akapo right now because I think Kyiv is. I think it's impossible for him to qualify. Akapo needs to keep up the wins. You don't want to start resting and go, do you know what? I won the last match. I'm feeling good about myself. Beat Utoto. It's getting close. With the match with Milos earlier opening up that last kind of 2 spots as well, Akapo needs to remain composed. He's facing another EVO champ, so just because Kyiv hasn't been performing in the way that we've expected, you can never underestimate this guy. He's been so consistent when it comes to the recent online tournaments that he's been entering. Offline, it hasn't been his day, but you can never doubt. We saw yesterday when it came with Ailes, he was in the same scenario where he wasn't doing too well, but when it came to the last match, he was able to get that win. And just as we expected, Tira versus Nightmare. And speaking of Ailes, Kyiv is going to have a lot of matchup experience with Tira as well. Both of them, they know these characters inside and out. Let's go.
Absolutely. And that's something kind of we heard in the back during the training sessions as well. Ailes had mentioned that, Akapo's giving away the Tira secrets. So who knows how much of that Kyiv has been able to absorb and how much he'll know about the situational matchup.
They play very differently as well. We see Ailes use the 6B series as well. Akapo doesn't use so much, and that's going to be a ring out. First blood straight away goes to Akapo.
Staying hydrated is important.
Excellent work. This is what he's going to want, though. Get the first round on the board momentum. Excellent. Nice. The Snow Smasher. Give me that energy.
Big launch, and now he's going to come out of that empowered with Terror Charge as well, giving him some really nasty options. Great punish with the AGA. great block for the throw and solid punish by Akupo. That's one thing Akupo's doing really well here is he's not allowing Kyiv to really dominate and really losing a lot of these exchanges in the form of trades.
Nice. I like cancel the stance. Excellent step. Uppercut. Gets the lethal hit.
Kyiv
answers back now, and it's 1-1. So he's starting to stem that momentum. You know, it's not going to snowball on me just yet.
Kyiv is doing a really good job of being mindful of his movement, and that's really what got him killed in the first round when Akupo caught him stepping. And that's once again going to be something if Akupo is able to continue shutting Kyiv down, stopping him from really getting into terror charge as much. And like that, we saw Akupo stepping the Black & Decker drill.
I like that. You see how he's standing still for quite a lot. Just that perfect sidestep, the perfect movement. He doesn't have any wastage. Oh, nice. Good lethal hit from Kyiv. He's getting juggled.
Man, hurts when you see someone get juggled by a character with a sword that big.
Good punish there, see. Gonna get the extra damage as well because in Gloomy.
Ooh, look at that damage. Still, Kyiv has a chance to bring this back and does have the meter to burn, which he's going to do. Take some of that momentum back. Nasty soul charge in the form of Nightmare. And again, Akupo's on the defensive.
Oh.
Explosive performance by Kyiv there, back up against the wall and showing what it means to be a veteran, fully understanding your character's capabilities and being very mindful of Akupo's habits as well. He's noticed that Akupo does like to apply a lot of pressure, and Akupo loves to push buttons, something that Kyiv is going to now be even more mindful of moving forward.
Yeah, you can see they're trying to get each other's timing. Good size step, nice. Gets the launch, relinquish your life.
Great stuff. Kyiv's still at full health here. A lot of
brilliant step, man. He's like 3 for 3 on those lethal hit punishes.
That was perfect, if I say so myself. Look at that heart rate. Kyiv, cool as a cucumber here. It's been really interesting to see all these players, you know, heartbeats going through this, their heart rates. And man, it is impressive. This is truly going to be an uphill battle for Akupo, something he's not unfamiliar with, though.
Yeah, you can see the matchup knowledge Kyiv had in there. Everything he did was very considerate of the Tyrion matchup as well. We didn't see him trying to duck any of the AGAs as well. Nice. And again, that's like 4 for 4 now. Kyiv ready for that big fist.
They've pretty much got Akupo's pattern down in this situation, so it's going to be relatively difficult for Akupo to kind of open him up without the use of those tools. We've seen him go for a lot of throws in the past to kind of keep that pressure on, but against Kyiv, I do understand that there's a lot of that hesitancy to do so against Nightmare.
Good block on the low. He tries to do low grab, out of range. Went for the uppercut again. Gets the throw. Nice, cancels the stance, gets him to duck. Give me that energy.
Kyiv really feeling it here. Coming into this with a significant life lead, now still bar meter up. Akupo only at 1 move transition, and look at that movement and vertical mindfulness from Kyiv, stepping and getting the launch. He's done that so well, and Akupo's really going to have to reconsider his approach. Great headbutt into the stance transition, sitting at 2, and attempting to return back into Gloomy.
This is the first time I've kind of feel like he's in the driver's seat when it comes to the matchup. He's playing it so well. See, look, he's stepping at the right moments. He's not doing anything that he needs to overcommit. Look at the movement when it's come to just how he's dealing with the Tyrion matchup. I say that, he gets launched.
Ails will be proud of that.
That's work. Slidey, good punish.
A lot of damage there. Mood transition, RNG is on his side.
Nice, using the 2-way just to interrupt there. Again.
Interrupt again. Interrupts, doesn't want to hold the mix-up. Great knockdown by Kyiv. Pressure's on, blocks the low and trades, not allowing Kyiv to take that. Solid stuff. Akupo was really contesting a lot of those mix-up situations that Nightmare was putting him in.
Yeah, good knowledge. You know, if he would have taken that, he would have got hit with the lethal hit from Nightmare as well, so good knowledge on Akupo to stay on the ground.
Absolutely. Wow. 2 hits, chunks of damage gone. Kyiv still at 2 bars a meter. An interrupt there again by Akupo. And really not being deterred by a lot of Kyiv's attempts to punish him for such, you know, button pressing in those situations.
Yeah, again, using that 2-way to interrupt. Again, nice. They've stopped the break attack this time. Kyiv goes for the drill, pops the soul charge, doesn't deal with none of it.
Good answer. Just out of range for that horizontal.
Oh, he's going to be out.
That's out.
He's gone. For good measure, just that little hit as well. Kyiv, again, this is like the first time that we're seeing like the true Kyiv.
The Nightmare's been unleashed. All it took was seeing his fellow EVO Japan champion fall, and he says, not me.
Are you ready to be crushed?
Great stuff there. Good soul charge.
Nice.
Gets the duck and punish.
That's what I was waiting for.
Very smart. Akupo with the knowledge to be mindful of that high and with the bar available. Great stuff. And it's going to be really impressive if Kyiv is able to come back from this. Doesn't have the meter to really, you know, push that again if he gets pressured heavily by Akupo. Back turn. Great defense from Kyiv.
Nice, using the AGA. Keep up the pressure with the break attack as well. Good interrupt. Nice headbutt. And Akupo, we're talking about good Kyiv is, but you can't count this guy out. Bringing it back to 2-2.
It's going to be starting out the match in Gloomy. Interesting trade there. Great defense from Kyiv. Blocks the surf that's worked so well against other players. Gets hit with the launch. The Ale special.
Ready to be crushed. But now he's got the wall right to his left as well. Using the 3A.
Got to be careful. He has Terror Charge up. Ducks the high. Still not a good situation to be in. Big punish from Kyiv on that whip.
Oh, he's gone. Oh, no, mix it. And he's gone anyway.
Wow. Talk about flipping things around. I'm really impressed. Wow.
I wonder as well, like, if the matches were different, look how confident Kyiv was in that Tira match. Like, night and day compared. So imagine if he played Akapo as his first game, would the momentum have built differently? Would his games come after? Would he have got different results? It's just the way the bracket goes. And look, Kyiv is like, mate, it's this way. Like, you're going the wrong way. Like.
Yeah, I know, absolutely. And like, it's really impressive to see just Kyiv open up. We haven't really been able to see him be as dominant as we would have liked to tonight. And actually seeing that dominance that we've seen so much in the past is very refreshing. Akapo, you know, no slouch either. Solid Nightmare knowledge himself. Had a lot of unique ducks, a lot of great punishes. And honestly, like you said, he loves to use that 6B series as well. But in this particular matchup, really had to stop going for as much because Kyiv was just great with those lethal hit punishes and had no forgiveness whatsoever for some of Tira's strings.
Yeah, that's right. You really see him navigate that matchup well. He was knowing when to sidestep. He's knowing when to twitch duck. He's knowing when to sidestep and not press anything because you know if she does the other extension, you can step to her back and it'll still clip you. So you knew, do you know what, just sidestep, reset.
Great stuff as well. And this is kind of what you saw, just like that you had mentioned. You need to be careful and be mindful of what Tira is going to be throwing out. You can get some pretty nasty punishes, especially with Nightmare. And again, solid defense.
Nice work, keeping up the pressure with the break attacks. And he was using the AJs at the right range as well. There was only one time he was able to duck and punish it. Kyiv knowing when to use it, knowing when to keep him in this. And look, the ring outs as well was another thing. He got, I think, 2 or 3 ring outs in that series. He was knowing how to control the space, and Akapo wasn't able to read when Kyiv was going for that. So excellent work to Kyiv, showing that I might be losing these earlier games, but you cannot count me out. And I think it was important for Akapo to win that because he was the one that's looking for qualification. Kyiv is the one that's kind of towards the bottom end of the table. I don't know who's fourth in it, but Akapo's going to be probably looking at the numbers, calculating, you know, have I done enough to get in?
Yeah, and I think that's something that you mentioned, you know, yesterday, today, is in this format, and I really want to highlight that, it's not all about who you beat, it's about how many you win, how many rounds you win, what your losses are, and really kind of stacking up. And without the dynamic yesterday, no one is actually, you know, 7-0. We don't have that at all. And especially with Blue's recent loss, it really kind of helps to, you know, close the gap between these players. It's really opened things up. And with these next 2 players that are coming into it, both of these players, I believe, are going to, especially Sane, is someone who does potentially have the option to take some wins away from Utoto and drop him further down the line.
That's right. We're seeing a lot of Evo champs, like, you know, put in precarious situations and going down. You know, there might be Evo champs, but they're not unbeatable. That's the thing. We big them up as saying the Evo champions because we know the skill it takes to win these massive tournaments, but they're human. They can still bleed. And in some ways, the pressure is more on them to perform because they're the ones that are supposed to win. You know, they're supposed to beat you. So you come in, you know, I've got nothing to lose. You take it to them. You win that first game. They're the ones that start to sweat. They're the ones the heart rate starts to increase. So, but we say that. Utoto, you know, he's composed, he's calm. Those things aren't going to affect him as much. And Sane, you know, he hasn't been doing as well as he's hoped, but the scores don't reflect how he's been playing in these games, and his games have been incredibly close. He's been playing with, you know, this kind of heart and soul style as well. But he's a very fundamental player too. He's not just playing like with mindless, I'm just playing with my heart. He knows about the move, he knows about the fundamentals. I really want to see him do well in this matchup, but he's got, you know, Evo champ Utoto in his way.
Absolutely, and I think that's something that really I've noticed about Sane is we talked previously in this particular matchup, like how do you feel against Utoto? How do you feel against a lot of these players you haven't quite gotten as much experience with? And he approaches every matchup with the same sense of confidence of I'm going to do my best, I'm going to, you know, put on a good show. And even in the hardest of matchups, he's so stalwart in his performance. You know, he doesn't get shaken up against, you know, the champ. He doesn't get shaken up against matchups he may not know. At the end of the day, everybody gets command thrown the same way. Yep. And that's something Sane has proven time and time again during these past 2 days that he can do against players of all skill level or perceived skill level.
That is correct. All right, we are going to the next match. Tira versus Voldo. Oh, the same with the Tira. He's probably thinking, you know what? I've been losing a few games. Let me switch to my Tira, see how that's going to do in this situation. I know he's been working on a Tira as well in the practice room. He's been talking about it.
Absolutely, and like it's actually pretty interesting to see him make the swap. I believe this is the first time all event that we've seen him swap off Ivy during the course of the group stages.
Yeah, I think that's correct as well. He's kind of getting beaten up at the moment. Utoto really controlling the situation here. He's back against the wall.
Good stuff. Great interrupt again. And Utoto kind of making notes from the issues that he had against Akapo and being a lot more careful and not really committing to some of those scrambles that got him punished so hard. Look at this spacing from Sane and trying to really fish for some of those counter hits and potential launches.
This is one of the most slow plays. Look, almost like 10 seconds left. You can see and you can feel the tension between them. They don't want to overextend it and commit to something to get heavily punished.
Definitely. I spoke to Utoto about this earlier, and I asked him, well, what do you feel against when you play against some of these other American players and, European players? And he said, back in Japan, players will wait. They'll see what each other, they'll see what each other do. They'll kind of feel each other out. But Americans and Europeans and other players, they just kind of come at you. You don't really get the chance to observe, and it really puts you on the spot, and it kind of can make things an interesting dynamic that he's not inherently used to.
Yeah, we press a lot of buttons as well, but like you said, it's a contrast of play styles. That's what I think. It's the styles that make the fight. And there we go, 1-1, both. Sane answering back, just adding insult to injury, kicking him on the ground like trash as well.
It's something we kind of saw from Sane as well. Each of these rounds, he's, practicing his crouches earlier against Panta Creator, kicking people while they're down. It's just really about establishing kind of that confidence. And when Sane feels confident, you can see his playstyle actively change. He's a player who plays by emotion, hot and cold, and right now he's playing incredibly hot against, Utoto.
Nice, he gets a satanic elbow there, punish as well. Tries to jump over.
Gets launched.
Ooh,
and
wow.
Utoto able to shut him down there. Very, very conscious of a lot of the tech jumping moves that, Tira can throw out. Solid stuff.
Yeah, that was a gift from the gods. Utoto, you don't usually get much benefit of like anti-air hits as well, but he was able to capitalize and got the round. Nice backstepping with punish.
There it is. That's going to be a good chunk of damage. Given that they were in Gloomy, a little bit more. Let's see if Utoto's able to come back from this. And once again, Sane going right in and keeping a lot of that pressure on. A little bit of a whiff, but gets the just frame. Bad spot for Utoto to be in. Back up against the wall. Sane cancels into a low. One hit away, waits out the Super Freak. Utoto answering back with something of his own. Utoto again catching the jump in.
Nice work, drags him back, but he catches the low and kicks him in the nuts. Nice work there from Sane, man. His tier is looking really good.
Absolutely. A lot of people only think of Sane for his Ivy, but he does have other characters he plays, and he plays a lot of them for fun. I mean, I'll tell you, he still has his Setsuka in his pocket as well.
Nice work. Let's get the backstroke and the donut. Bad situation for Sane. The wall's behind him. Eat this mix up.
Ooh, that's not good. He doesn't have the meter to quite answer with it. It's one hit away. Utoto still at full health. Is Sane going to be able to bring this back? And unfortunately not. That was the perfect gameplay by Utoto in order to kind of bring things back down to earth and kind of cool Sane off being such a momentum-based player.
That round was almost like a 2D round. Straight off the bat, Utoto got the pressure. He really went in with the break attacks, and it's a threat of the horizontals. He didn't want to step. He really just dominated that last round. Sane was playing it well up until that point. He was moving at the right moment. We saw the very first game was so slow, very slow, and I think slowing that down, that momentum shift is what we kind of need. Sometimes we saw a lot of aggressive play throughout yesterday and today as well. You just might need to take a step back, let the time run. Like you said, the Japanese players are going to wait and see what you do as well. Sane had great success with that, but in that last game, it was kind of the opposite. He just got dominated, break attack against the wall, and Utoto really locked him down.
Absolutely. And there we go. Sane, going back to Ivy, something you might be a little bit more comfortable with. Great spacing. And Utoto's going to have to be very mindful. Sane is going to be doing a lot of cancels, and once again, so many command throws. Let's see how he deals with it. Great block and punish.
Nice work, drags it back. Gets the scorpion kick. Roll in.
Sane blocks the mix up there. Utoto gets hit by the quick low. It's interesting how Sane's really not doing as much as he usually does for these command throws and going to be allowing Utoto a lot of opportunities to be dominant in neutral.
Yeah, it was very back and forth there, but that Utoto really just opened up with that lethal hit. Quick one game for him. Nice work. Good backstep and punish there from Sane. Blocks on the low, stop and step in.
Good use by Sane there, trying to fish for the AGI. And again, spacing things out. Doesn't want Utoto to get too close in, but Voldo does have some really unique options to go under a lot of those highs and close the gap and put Sane in a very unfavorable position.
Nice. I like the way Sane plays the range game. I know they're up close now, but he has a lot of success when he stats it back in a way and trying to let him come to him.
Definitely, and that's something Sane really does, is even no matter how far he goes in the match, he always backsteps. He is conscious of his spacing, but would rather be in an optimal position for a potential 668, which is a long-ranging horizontal, or other of Ivy's moves that are more dominant at range. Unfortunately, it does put him at such a bad spot on maps such as this, where it could lead to an easy ring out, which Utoto has shown he will take advantage of.
Yeah, we saw it in the last game. Utoto 2 rounds up. Oh my god, what a punish with a satanic elbow from Utoto. Pops the soul charge, spikes him down.
Is going to have a lot of pressure here. Ooh, interesting interrupt by Sane. Responding with his own soul charge. Let's see what he's able to do with it. Good catch there, pushing him back. Doesn't want him in too much. Gets hit by the fish, which we see Utoto do so well tonight. One hit away. Ooh.
Oh, wow. Utoto, the classic run forward, jump back. Nice work. Utoto takes that. I mean, that's why he's the Evo champ. That was just very much control from the first game to the second game. And I can see why he switched to Tira, because Sane had a lot more success with that Tira matchup. When he went to the IV, Utoto just seemed to deal with it right. He wasn't even able to keep him at a distance. Even though he had success in the scrambles, Utoto was just able to just lock him down. When they were going back and forth in these pokes, he was the one that was getting these lethal hit punishes. He was the one that was stepping and getting the big damage. And unfortunate to say, losing there, but good work for Utoto, still just getting these wins, cementing his name at the top of this bracket.
Yeah, and I think one thing I really want to speak of in particular to the matchup that really caught me off guard was Utoto had such a problem dealing with the more unconventional and, interesting cadence that Akapo was able to throw out. But during the time that he had in the back and was able to kind of settle down, rethink his game plan, he was doing a very good job shutting down a lot of that play that we saw and made some solid adaptation in an attempt to keep it from happening again. As you can see here, Sane did have some great plays in order to get punishes just such as those, but additionally, the one thing when he swapped to Ivy made it incredibly difficult for him to get his game started is Utoto already was onto his playstyle, has watched him play, and especially has experience against other Ivies in Japan.
Yeah, it was up-close battles where Utoto was having the most success, and he wasn't able to contest as much as he was with Tira. He was ready with the lethal hits, and so we were talking about the range game, but they're linear, so Utoto was sidestepping and getting that lethal hit elbow.
Yeah, all too often we can kind of get caught up in the range game being such a 2D thing, but remember, this is 3D. You can step into the foreground or into the background, There's plenty of movement, and Utoto, kind of in the same way that Kyiv was able to demonstrate that as well, is just on top of stepping so many of these strong verticals these characters can throw out. One thing I'm really excited to see, coming from Utoto is if he's able to kind of maintain that dominance that he had throughout the entire event, because getting caught up in that one loss seemed to have kind of thrown him off a bit, as we saw him take a bit to warm up in that match against Sane.
Absolutely, he's showing now he's really strong, but taken a while to sort of get in his game sometimes. And Sane, he was the one that didn't have the pressure. Utoto needs to get those wins. He managed to do it, but the slow starts can really change it for you, because are you able to come back? Not every single player is able to come back from these deficits and, change that momentum, stop the snowball, and take the win.
Absolutely. And coming into this match here between these two players, Woes and Pantocrator. Pantocrator, has been having kind of a rough run in today's group. He hasn't quite gotten to get anything started as much as he wants, and he's a solid veteran. He's wearing the shirt with his character on there, which, great design, by the way. Don't know where it came from, but I'm sure they're great people. And the other thing that I really want to mention is Woe's also a veteran of the scene and had a great character swap into that Taki and really bringing things back. So now what I really want to see from both of these players is how they're going to be able to adapt to each other right out of the gate. Is Woe's going to stick with Taki into Siegfried, or is he going to stick with Setsuka to start out and potentially make a swap?
I'm not sure how he feels at this particular matchup. I think I'm going to say he's going to go to the Setsuka first and stick with the main. The matchup and the characteristic with Utoto really came in because he felt like he was getting stuffed. He needed a more highly mobile character to get in, because he was getting stuffed at a lot of opportunities and he just wasn't able to get his foot in the game. I think Setsuka, I don't know how much experience Pantocrator has with a high-level Setsuka. There's not a lot in Europe. I know Skill has a Setsuka as well, so that's probably where he's got his matchup experience. So that's the thing. It's not like I doubt Pantocrator's matchup experience. He just hasn't been able to get these wins and start getting that momentum building. And your confidence is starting to go... your momentum and your confidence is going to start to dip when you think, I play against Kyiv and a lot. In the tournament that you and I commentated a few weeks ago, he was the one that eliminated Kyiv and put him into losers. So he's got to be feeling himself, but he just wasn't able to get his foot in the game.
Absolutely. And it looks like we're going to be going into a Siegfried and Setsuka matchup here.
No. They're just checking their buttons.
Just checking buttons.
Yeah. Typical FGC classic.
Button checking is an important part. For those of you at home who don't actually know, this might be your first time tuning into an event. A button check, essentially, when you come to these events, people play on various controllers, pads, and it's really important to sit down, adjust your buttons to your usual settings. No one wants to sit down, press, your circle button on your controller and accidentally get the wrong input. So this is something for those, to your first offline, something Dex has had to learn as well, is this is a button check. And so now we're actually be going into the real match, and you guys have a little bit of inside info there.
That's right. If you don't check your buttons, you could be dropping rounds, and that's exactly what you do not want to do when it comes to tournament, man. You don't want to be giving away games. But this is the real match. Let's go. He's going to stick with the main Setsuka, and we got Siegfried here from Pantocrator.
It's one thing I really want to see from Pantocrator is him to really get some of that offense started. He's an interesting Siegfried player from my perspective because, like you mentioned in the tournament we commentated a bit ago, not only does he heavily focus on the neutral game, but he has the ability to just flip the switch and go into heavy stance transitions and keep his opponents mixed.
Yeah, you're seeing that now as well. He said he's very an advocate of the stance as well. Nice work, pushes him towards the wall. There he goes, spin in. Good block and good punish there from Woes.
Ooh, interesting. Just like we mentioned earlier, Woes is a talented veteran and currently one of the people who's considered a top Setsuka player. It's really interesting to see just how, on top of they are with some of these unique punishes and blocking all of these Siegfried mix-ups with the exception of one.
Yeah, and you see the fact that he punished it with the lethal hit. Pantocrator is definitely going to be in his mind now because if you know of his execution on the point, he's going to get heavily punished for trying to do these mix-ups.
Oh, we're about to time out here, and it's going to be...
Wow.
Ooh.
Is this the first time out of the whole
I believe that's the first time out of the whole tournament. And that's just very telling for these two veteran players. And one thing to also make note of is that Woes is almost fully complete on his mechanics. So right now he is a fully empowered long-range poke and going to get some additional tools to help him deal with Siegfried's pressure shortly.
Nice work. Good stuff there with 2A. And this is that poking style that he was doing the whole tournament. And it's really frustrating opponents there. Look, just poking away, just stabbing at his toes. Death by 1,000 cuts.
And Pantocrator loves that move. We've seen him hit a ton of people and get a lot of ring outs in the training room with it.
Nice work. There we go. The stance bit. Boots.
Catches him jumping. Still has Dark Legacy up. Gets punished. Wow. Catches him with the low. Forces the block.
Wow,
one more hit.
Coming back.
Woes yellow guard gauge and able to catch Pantocrator through the pressure and maintain that dominance. Still up 2-0, and Pantocrator coming in with 2 full bars of meter.
That round was just complete small, compact caliber from Woes, and when it needed, that's when he opted for the launch.
Absolutely incredibly smart, play by Woes. And there it is, Soul Charge wanting to maintain that dominance. This is going to be really hard for Pantocrator to deal with. He's going to have to, be very conscious of the lethal hit that Setsuka now has available. And especially, even more so, he's going to have to eventually use some of this meter he's sitting on. He's sitting on 2 full bars.
Well, is he going to hit the wall? He's going to get the wall combo as well. Oh, and there you go. Woes takes it.
Unfortunately, dying with full resources. And remember, a lot of the times, for those at home, you always have these meters available at the round that's if you're on your last round for a loss, because that you get a full meter for free. You can use it to soul charge, get opponents off you. You can use it for the CEs, which are those major attacks, and the soul attacks, which can be used as combo extenders in certain characters, as well as major attacks. But you always want to be able to use those resources.
Yes, you do not want to die with a lot of them stacked. There's not a lot of counterplay except resist impact, and a lot of times it's got to be the hardest of reads to even make use of it.
Absolutely. And Pantocrator, again, already into major life deficit in Dark Legacy. Solid defense and great RI or GI there. Repositioning. Whoa, stayed on the ground, didn't have to worry about the mix-up. Another block and punish.
Oh, nice. Oh, it's going to be a ring out.
And
yes,
it is. There it is. Pantocrator loves using that move, and I hate to see him land it.
Totally scumbag move there. But this is what he needs, though. There's early starts. Nice work. Gets to the counter hit. Oh, that missed completely.
Interesting, must have been a little bit off axis there. Woes putting the pressure back on, using that jump into great effect, catching a lot of steps as well.
Ooh. Nice, gets the flip over, uses the break attack to keep him in position, wants to maintain this wall pressure, but he's getting beat up.
Ooh, good interrupt there again. Woes, just like you said, keeping it small caliber and not allowing Pantocrator to really get much started.
Ooh, gets it. lethal hit. He's got Dark Legacy, the bubble into the CE as well.
This is going to be huge. Maybe not inherently a lot of damage on the side of things, but is at least going to get him a lot of stacks for that early Dark Legacy. It's going to leave him at 6 and only 6 more in order to get access early, which is going to be a huge game changer considering he already has 1 round up.
Oh, he doesn't finish the string, and you can see Woe's just waiting for it. Pops the Soul Charge though, trying to catch him step in.
Oh!
Oh, wow, this is what Pantocrator need now. He's up 2 rounds, so the momentum's all on his side.
Pantocrator really kind of coming alive here. Great step by Woes and solid RE, taking a note from Dexus' Siegfried.
Nicely clash. It goes in his favor, gets the guard break. This is going to do gripper damage. No, he just misses the wall though.
Just out of the wall. Ooh, Woes interrupting them. What would have been another major wall hit. Burning the meter for Soul Charge. Let's see what he does with this. Gets the hit. Big damage.
Nice counter hit damage.
Look at all that red.
Oh, he's on the roll on the ground as well. Watch your toes, GI.
Oh, into the wall. Wall splat. Gets the combo, still has Dark Legacy up. Gets the cancel. Into the mix-up, and he's through the wall!
Wow, man. He got beaten around this stage, left, right, and center. Pantocrator bringing this back 1-1. He was really not deterred because the first time he started using the stance mix-ups, Woes just punished it with lethal hit straight off the bat. But he kept on doing it, and that's the thing. When you're not deterred, you start to put the mix-up in yourself. Now Woes is thinking, oh, so he's still doing it. And then it makes you start ducking, and Pantocrator really capitalized on that. Got some really big comebacks when he was down and out.
Yeah, you know, I talked to Pantocrator a little bit earlier as well, and one thing that he really mentioned that stuck out with me was speaking about kind of his transition back from online to regular offline play with this event. It's been a difficult transition period for him, and it's really nice to see him really, you know, bring that into fruition with this match. And of course, he brings it up against Woes, putting him back on his toes, a player who's been so dominant in this group.
Nice, jumps over, gives a break attack, another one. Really beating up the guard, keeping in position.
Ooh. Goes for the reverse ledge, not wanting to deal with the mix-up in that situation with the aerial stance.
Just like that, Woe's in a good position, and that's going to be it for the first round. Like you said, good option. You know, he didn't want to deal with what's coming, so he opted to reverse the ledge, but Woe's kind of predicted that, got him with a sidestep lethal hit as well, took off a lot of damage. Excellent backstep and whiff punish, but nothing follow-up from there. It looks like a missed input.
Oh, good catch there by Pantocrator, and even better defense. No punish exactly from Woes there on that, you know, mix-up block. Good low, keeping Woes honest. Full screen AG and attempt to zone him out.
Oh, just beating up his toes. Nice, good patience there from Woes, building up his mechanics as well. But this is going to be the wall hit. This is going to do damage.
Big damage. Wall down. Is that going to be out? And it's out. Pantocrator still in a little drop kick to follow him out. And that is one move we have seen Pantocrator use incredibly well in tournament. Maybe not this one, but who knows?
This is the second time when he's been down and out. He's come back with a ring out, and this is the momentum that he really feeds off. But now we're seeing Woes going back to that really poking style, getting beaten up now, lost about 50%. Ducks under the AGA.
Good stuff. Great defenses there. Woes not wanting to lose the momentum, goes ahead and goes for the Soul Charge. Again, one hit away from full mechanics for Setsuka. It's going to be a really nasty tool for him to deal with. Great launch into CE.
Wow, it's going to do chunk of damage as well. This is what Pantocrator needs. Let's go. And his back's against the wall as well, so it's even a bad position for Woes as well. Look, he's sidestepping to keep him there.
Oh, unfortunately, Woes just out of Soul Charge there. Great throw attempt by Pantocrator. It's 6 out of 12 for the early Dark Legacy. Woes catching him out. Big damage as well. Not a good situation. And gets hit, unfortunately, with the low. Woes taking the round at game point here.
Oh no, we talked about momentum of a Pantocrator, but it's looking like a precarious position now. Has the train. Low.
Oh, gets caught there. Not a good situation to be in. Almost at 2 full bars a meter. This is where Pantocrator really excels, is at this range where he's trying to fish for some of those long-range counter hits that really play into Siegfried's preferred builds.
Oh, look at the range, but no, a bit slow. But anyway, still gets it on the second go.
Ooh, 2 full bars a meter. What's he going to do with it? Oh, the Pantocrator special, the CE. We always joke about, you don't mess with Pantocrator when he has 2 bars a meter, because just like Milo's earlier, he'll throw it out and is going to have another bar to spend here in Fish. Unfortunately, Woes drops the combo, gets caught with the mix-up by Pantocrator.
He's got a lifeline, he's got the wall position, bubble and the resist impact. Oh my god, lethal.
Oh! No! That was so close, and the hard read by Woes with the resist impact. We've seen the Siegfrieds today and yesterday get hit. First, Dexus gets his, his bubbles, reverse impacted and the resist impacted. Now, We see it happen to Pantocrator as well. Look at that. Look at the love between these two veterans. And that's something that is really on display tonight. The emotion and the passion of these players, you know, both on stage and in-game, we've really seen it, in my opinion, was really demonstrated in that last matchup.
Yeah, we see, you know, Pantocrator definitely, you know, disappointed in his performance, but again, all the matches have been back and forth. We've seen that when he was able to get these ring outs, he was keeping the momentum on his side. And even the way he navigated the stage, when he was able to get Woes back to the wall, he was looking for those counter hits, fishing for it, got him with the ring out. It was just that unfortunate scrambles where he wasn't coming out in the best situation. And, you know, what you said earlier about him adjusting to the offline, you can kind of see that he's not really got his foot in the game. So it's unfortunate to see him come out like this. But, you know, nonetheless, we are going to move on and join our fabulous three guests on the other side, James Banks, Kayane, and HBT Warrior.
Follow events with Dash Fight. Keep up with the event schedule. Observe standings and brackets. Watch VODs and highlights. And keep an eye on your favorite player. Follow events with dashfight.com.
There are just 4 more games remaining, and you may have not seen us for a while, but you certainly heard us during some of those games, because my, oh my, it is close. And we do not even have a close chance of understanding who's going to go through just yet, because of how even these matches have been, and how many curveballs we've been thrown.
Yeah, it's amazing to see, like, the top 4 is really closed, and you see that Milos once again is the Evo Slayer beating Blue God 2-1. Beating Kyiv 2-0? What happened?
I don't know, man. It's a lot to handle, and I'm very impressed with what I don't think anyone expected this. I don't think anyone had expected this at all, and it blew us all away. But before we can talk about that, let's briefly talk on the match between Wows and Utoto.
Utoto really beat Satsuka, but then after that we had Woz picking Taki, and that was an unexpected pick, because I know that Woz is playing Taki like a few months before Satsuka's release, and as you can see, Setsuka didn't work, and Setsuka is actually his main character, but he didn't feel comfortable enough, so here we go, picking Taki here.
Yeah, I feel like it's 2 instances right here. You know, like going back to pick your character, you know, you put in a lot of time into, although we might have someone new on the table to, you know, really put on a show for everyone else, there's no place like home, right? And we really did see it here. And Utoto was honestly like, he was kind of the favorite to win considering how he ranked up on the leaderboard. But, you know, things change, especially when you go back to where you feel comfortable.
Yeah, that match was actually very amazing, and it was so close. And the thing is that Woz could beat Utoto with one of the worst moves of the game. That was so funny.
Look at this right here. This was absolutely disgusting by Milos, using Soul Charge and the invincibility frame to just point blank yeet you into the ground.
That was amazing. Amazing read, amazing timing. I didn't even know that it was possible. And this ring out, Milos is definitely magical in this tournament.
Yep. One thing we should point out as well is when Milos went to the back stance here and goes for the break attack, that grab is guaranteed, which is why it scales so incredibly hard. But again, great scoping out by Milos, but we can't count out Blue God. He made some incredible reads, did put another point on the board for himself, but Milos, at the end of the day, I'm dubbing V the Evo Slayer, and he's living up to it so far.
I think it's funny you're talking about Milos so seriously, but I posted our pop-off on Twitter I know you were so excited. James too, me too. We don't need a crowd when we have this.
Just goes to show the heart on display. But also talking about heart, we have Wows against Pantocrator right here. And honestly, it seems like whilst things have been kind of on the downside with Panto, he definitely showed he wasn't out of the fight just yet, really taking the fight to Wows there.
I think Pantocrator is the same than Isles that we had yesterday in Group A. I feel like those players are amazing players, but when it comes to play offline tournaments with such in such an invitational tournament, they feel a lot of pressure and they don't play their usual game. And I expected more from Pantocrator, but it feels like he really can't deal with the pressure in this tourney.
Now this is going to be interesting, guys. These are our standings right now.
Wow.
Just to explain it for everyone at home who may not be realizing, when we have the ties like this, how it will go down, and obviously there's still 4 more games to go, 4 very important games, but it'll be done on, first of all, obviously the wins and losses, then it goes into the rounds if they're tied, and then it goes down to the head-to-head. It's going to get very crazy. It's going to get very interesting because this group is still wide open in that sense. Now, Kyiv, he still has 1 match against Sane. He can jump up in there, but he's had already enough losses in it that makes it a problem. He can still tie with someone depending on how the rest of these matches go, but the real interesting match is going to be match 27. Milos versus Woes.
Whoa.
Because those two are very much likely to be the two in contesting here for one of those spots.
Oh, God. I can't say. Milos have been defeated 2 Evo champions, and Woes have been defeated Utoto. So he's also an Evo champion slayer, you know?
Yeah, I mean, I don't know how to call this. This is wild. I knew at the start when I said here, anything could happen. But even then, I didn't see this happening.
No.
At all.
But you see, was at the end of a match against Pantocrator, he was feeling pressure, and you can see it because he was missing some whiff punishments, he was whiffing some combos. It doesn't usually happen to Woz that often, but you can feel the pressure of these matches, especially those last matches. It's really late here. You need stamina, you know, and all these matches that happened were all crazy. I think it was even more crazy than yesterday, actually. It's more stacked today.
Without a doubt. It's just because, like, we knew that stuff would be wild, and we just didn't know the extent of how far these players would really push themselves. It goes to show how hungry they are for a huge victory here. And, you know, with only a few matches left on the table, you know, you got to pull out all the stops.
And they have to, right? It's all do or die when it comes to this. This isn't going to be easy at all, but I'm assuming it's going to be going to our commentators soon for this next matchup. They're standing up. I can't hear anything in my ear anymore. I believe my battery's died. Of all things to happen and start here. Oh no, they are still with me. Production did wake up. Are we throwing out production? Are we continuing to keep it moving? Or do you want us to talk some more about these games? Oh, we get to continue to talk. We have more time to roll with this as we are waiting for these players. So out of these matchups, right, the next one we've got is Akopo going up against Blue God.
Wow.
That on its own, right? Again, those guys towards the top of the table, everything's even right now. Everyone here, they can get that win. It's to push their way up to 5, to push them up with the shot of having that chance. But that still may not guarantee them.
Akopo is playing amazing. Like he to me, he has been invited, and it's his first offline tournament outside of Asia. I still can't believe it because all the players invited here, they had a lot of experience traveling abroad for 1 year, even 2 years of SOULCALIBUR VI. And Akopo is really showing one of the best Tira in the world. I think he's the best, actually, Tira. And he's showing really strong and he's very active in his game. And being able to do that in tournament offline when he's not used to, I think it's really strong.
It goes to show his versatility as a player as well. The amount of characters he has at his arsenal, maintain that high level and take games over some of the best the world has to provide before him. Like, that goes to show his experience, knowledge, and understanding of the game. And you got to think with how he's picking all these different characters, how exactly, like, is he picking them from a counter pick point, or does he just know how that character plays and just wants to go for whatever feels comfortable for him?
Well, let's see what he does find out is going to be comfortable in this next matchup. Let's get ourselves back with Jobin and Eternal Dragon to close out Group B for the final 4 games.
Versus
Thank you for that amazing insight, guys. So we had a look at that
table, man. My God. And it's about what? How many players are on the same point? It's actually crazy to see because we were trying to see like, oh, I think he's down and out, but is it really over for how many players? Like, this is where I can't wait when we start to get into the maths at the end. Oh, he beat me this round and I beat him there. Like, the players are just going to be stressing because in the other day, we kind of knew when we got to this stage, you know, who's at what spot. Man, it's going to be all to play for. So now I'm thinking the players are going to be kind of like, oh, I've got my position, but no, we got Blue God and we got Akabo coming up. And both of these players, every win is going to count, man. Every win is going to count.
Absolutely. And, you know, kind of when it comes down to the minutia of the rounds, literally this for that round exchange, it's going to be tight. The spread is thin, and it's going to be coming down to individual matches. Even this match right now between Akapo and Blue is going to determine who goes into that, you know, final top 4 spot. And like Mr. Banks mentioned earlier, we are also going to have to see a really intense later between, you know, Milo's fighting for a spot as well.
Do you think now, seeing how, I don't want to say the Evo champs have gone down because we've seen that no one's really out of this yet, but Akapo, Milo's, we've been seeing how well they've been doing against the people that on paper that should be beating them. And it's no disrespect to the players, it's just that you're going to pick who you think is going to take it. In this scenario, we have, again, Akapo, one of the players that, you know, defeated Utoto. He's going up against Blue God. Blue God having that loss to Milo's, I think it might be weighing in his mind because it's probably thinking, you know, I could have won that game. Now I'm fighting for my life. And I'm against Akapo, who's a strong player who took out Utoto. But on the other hand, he just lost to Kyiv as well. So there's a whole heap of emotions going into this. So how do you think this is going to play out in terms of both of these players dealing with this scenario and their emotions going into this game?
Absolutely. You know, Blue plays it really cool. You know, we do feel him get frustrated in his gameplay, and especially if he's not able to get a lot of things started like we saw with Aswell, it's going to be pretty interesting. Akapo, again, very aggressive, very, very interesting cadence, and is going to have the very real ability to shut Blue down in the same fashion. I think this is going to be entirely dependent on just how well Akapo is able to stay out of a lot of those mix-up situations that Aswell can offer. And for those of you, again, at home who don't know, Aswell has unique weapon modes. He has a sword mode, which offers faster moves. He has, you know, a spear mode, which can offer longer range moves. And obviously from each of these, you can use them, but they come out faster if you have that selected. And overall, an axe move that gives a very, very nasty low hit to kind of keep them on their toes. So if Akapo stops him from getting into any of these, it's going to be one thing to keep an eye on.
That is very true, man. I agree with that. We're going into our first game, and Blue got starting off with a big lethal hit. Bang, bang. What's he going to do now? Oh, another lethal hit. Again, same. Oh my God, man. 3 for 3. Goes for the axe low, and he blocks it. Wow.
Wow, Akapo taking multiple lethal hits in a row there and just staying completely unfazed. Very impressive stuff.
I'd be so demoralized if I just landed those 3 lethal hits back to back and I lose that round.
You know, that's the average person, but Blue is simply built different. You know, this kind of attack on his mental fortitude is nothing compared to what he's experienced queuing up in League of Legends. So I'm not worried about him in the slightest.
Nice work, man. Good throw. Oh, he breaks it anyway, but gets the RNG change. Well, okay, man. Lethal hits galore for Blue God, and this time he is going to seal out the round with that.
That's kind of what we had mentioned as well there, is just how well that Blue's able to really kind of oppress his opponents if he's allowed to have his weapons, if he's allowed to space out and keep up that, you know, weapon game that he has, and, you know, keep Akapo in such nasty mix-up scenarios. And like there as well, great defense, you know, Akapo fishing for those long-range lethal hits as well.
It looks like he's really scouting for the verticals. He's got those 2 leaflets in the 2TB in that same scenario. Good grab there from Akapo. Puts himself back against the wall though. Now it's a precarious position because Blue God is going to pop the soul charge and the pressure is on. Oh, he jumps out of there, and just like that, what a turnaround.
Oh, the literal turnaround as well here as he gets hit with the axe into the wall. Big combo here. Solid stuff. Gets the resplat. What's the mix-up going to be? Gets hit again. Weapon arts. Is this going to be enough to kill? And it is. Blue surviving by just a sliver of health.
Wow, that was really like a battle for the wall position. They kept turning around, and he punishes that. Nice work. That is Ninus as well.
Ooh, gets another mood swap. 1 away from Coda here with the life lead, and still has a bar here. It's going to be interesting to see how Akapo deals with a lot of that pressure. And again, solid checks by Blue, utilizing those quick sword attacks, stopping him from stepping in any direction, trying to keep him in one spot for more pressure from Axe.
Nice one, yeah. Gets hit with the mid again, just using those lows to keep him in place. A low of his own, again, stops him stepping with the throw. Excellent work. Keeps going, and there another one. Gets the leave up with a 2-2-P. Bang, bang. Picks up.
And unfortunately gets hit with the mix-up, taking a step away, utilizing the soul charge here. Ooh, this is not a good situation for Akupo to be in Dakota, but one hit away here is potential death. Gets caught, surviving by a threat, and able to secure the round. Good stuff, and going to be coming to this with access to soul charge moves in the form of Coda. Unfortunately, going to be 2 meters down.
Oh, that's right. What a clutch performance there from Akupo, still in it. Good sidestep, but doesn't get much off of it. Back against the wall for Blue God. Backing away, doesn't want to deal with it.
Entering in here, going to be an interesting spot. Gets the block and punish. A lot of damage from Akupo. Blue still has a meter. Takes things away if it gets into type of situation. Gets interrupted. Akupo just going absolutely wild.
Yeah, spends a second meter though. Blue God. Oh, the delays, the mix up the timing. You can see that.
Oh. Good patience overall. And ducking the projectile, gets punished again in the same fashion. Incredible, but gets the AGI, which was only available via spear.
Nice work, and he's coming back though. Good side roll, and he gets with a wake up kick. And there's definitely going to be feeling himself after that. What do you think about these live hits that we're seeing at the start? Blue has been scouting when he's been going for these verticals and he's been hitting these 2-2-Bs, the lethal hit, he's been getting the combos. How do you see that playing out? Because this is the first round we've seen so many of these. Really, Akupo just getting, falling prey to the mix-ups.
Yeah, you know, from my perspective, this is what we spoke on earlier. Akupo is just so unshakable and really plays by emotion. For him, you know, we've seen him just eat hits, go in, you know, it's just, do I have the health? Yes, I'll continue. I'm not going to adjust my game plan. Like, he goes absolutely feral in these situations, and honestly, it does give Blue a substantial amount of meter to work with, but unfortunately, Akupo is doing a wonderful job of shutting down his soul charge state.
Nice. Good work. Good break as well. Ooh, goes underneath it, headbutt.
Good break attack there as well. Pressure's on, back against the wall. Similar situations earlier. Akupo fishing for a potential wall combo there. And again, there it is. Gets the splat and able to secure the round. Good stuff. You know, he called himself the Sunfish. And, you know, he's definitely showing us a lot of finishers.
Nice work. Gaze on the ground. No punish there from Blue God, and he doesn't punish of his own. Slides on his face. This ducks the throw.
Big punish there, a lot of damage. Akupo is just going absolutely wild. It's a really tough situation for Blue to be in. Entering in Sword for a lot of fast options to contest there. Goes ahead and gets the interrupt. Great defense there by Blue, and the launch attempt by Akupo. Gets the interrupt again, into Axe time to mix up. Gets hit by it again, great block. Continuing with the soul charge for the pressure.
I like the fact that he's doing that and spending the meter early, because this really puts the pressure on, and you can make this comeback. Oh, he cancels it with G. Oh.
One hit away.
Jumps over it, and he's going to take it. Blue God, like you said, spending the soul charge early. Sometimes they hold it right towards the end, but now you've got a round in. You might have lost the meter, but the round is more important.
Absolutely, and one thing to note, you know, this is only round 2, and Akupo is only 2 away from getting Coda. That's significantly earlier than he has on average, and going to prove to be an interesting obstacle for Blue to deal with, especially as he comes into this with no meter and significant life deficit. Akupo still has almost a quarter left to soul charge as well.
And look at the damage, man. Wow. Good sidestep. Gets him in the back with a lethal hit. Another mix-up. Use the breaker that keeps him in place.
Good spacing there from Blue.
Nice. Good headbutt. Now he's in Coda. This is where the damage really begins.
Ooh, blocks the second hit there. Great punish. Catches him with the axe low. Is this going to be enough? No, it is not. And just out of range of the wall hit. And he lands the command throw. And for the folks at home, that is actually unbreakable. You need to duck that. That is not like other throws in the game. You just got to deal with that if you get hit.
And it does so much damage. It's such a threat. El spends the soul attack, just running right up to his face.
And no fear, Akupo going for an immediate interrupt. Although he's at a life deficit, it really feels like he's controlling the pacing of this match. Steps the second hit, great pressure, continues with the 6B string.
Nice, gives him the low. A low of his own, he's back into Coda now. Look at the respect, just standing there. They're both using these little quick 2As. There it is again.
Using that move to great effect. Akupo holding on for dear life. Misses the low, unfortunately, but still has meter to burn. Catches him out of the air.
Just like that, he's back in a headbutt. What's he gonna do? Yes, he had to do it. Pop the soul charge, create some distance. He does it as well.
Great stuff, responding with a soul charge of his own. Ooh, gets caught there by the tail end, still has one more hit left. Oh! And Blue God intercepts the 6-6K. Attempted to go surfing on the face, but unfortunately caught his sword to the chest.
You saw that heel coming to his eyes. He's like, nope. Okay. Big leap here. This is a great start for Akubo. Look at that. Almost 50% gone already.
Ooh, interesting stuff there. An interesting choice for Blue to push. He's normally been very careful with a lot of approaches and jumps the low in a solid punish.
That was excellent, man. The reactions, he gets him into 3B, goes into the critical edge. One more hit as well.
Is this going to be enough? Oh, just a sliver of life left. Is Blue going to be able to come back from this? Let's see. Back against the wall, gets the interrupt. Great defense from there. Another interrupt. Gets the launch. He's going to be ending this in axe still.
He's going to go low. Yeah, he's going low. One more hit. Oh, the heels miss. They both miss.
Whoa!
And the heels connect anyway.
Akubo able to secure the round, not only taking out an EVO winner, but also taking out an EVO Japan winner. That is awesome, especially with Akubo. You know, I hate to say it, but all's well that as well.
Oh my God, you said it. You know, we have like in events, there's like the Night of Champions, you know. This is like the Night of the Killers, like Akubo and Milo's. They're just going to be ticking off right. Yep, took him out, EVO champ. Yep. Took him out, yep, EVO champ. And it's such an amazing thing to see. Like you said, and Kayani pointed out this earlier where I didn't know this, but I thought maybe he's traveled, you know, offline to international. But this is his first one international, and it's not another Asian tournament. You know, it's very far away in such a high-pressure, stressful situation. He's playing against the best, and he's really performing. I really like how he's kind of flown under the radar, where people would have looked at B and going, oh, EVO champs, all day and every day, but he's really thrown a wrench into their plans.
Absolutely. And you know, that's something that I want to point out too, especially when it comes to just how gutsy he was in a lot of these matches. He's demonstrated his ability to just genuinely not care. 1 hit away, 20 hits away, doesn't matter. He's still playing with the same mental fortitude and being incredibly mindful of his opponent's moves.
Yeah, this match was a lot of 2-2B lethal hit and a lot of Coda. I haven't seen so many mood changes in one game, and there he gets the unbreakable throw that really brought it back and saved him, because look, he was down and out, managed to bring it back there, gets a little life regeneration, takes a little sip of water, nice, rehydrate.
Blue, absolutely stalwart. You know, I take it back. Maybe I spoke a bit too soon. All the while, you know, great stuff there. And one thing that was really impressive with Akubo, this is the same thing we saw him do against Sane, down to the wire in those throwdown situations where it's like, all right, man, I've got 1 hit left, you've got 1 hit left, what's going to be the situation? And able to clutch it out consistently against other players who we've seen steal those rounds, and he's like the king of clutch at this point.
But we saw them both have that scenario where they whiffed, and he's like, okay, it's an easy punish. Oh, I've whiffed, and now they have to do it too. So the clutch moment is where I think Akubo was really shining. The use of Coda as well. We know it's random in that, but the fact that he was able to really lean on that when he was able to get in that stance, it was Blue God dealing with a lot of high pressure situations while the Soul Charge was in effect as well. So, you know, I'm going to say it's not surprising, but Blue God is such a super strong player. He's, you know, one of your favorites to take the whole thing, and he's not having a difficult time, but who would have thought this? Akubo's like EVO killer, Milo's EVO killer. This is just, you know, such a wide open leader tournament table that we have here.
Absolutely, and you know, that's one of the main strengths of the round robin format, is seeing all of these players get to play each other. And this is for a lot of us, you know, here in the audience, you know, in the back with the players, and especially those on the online audience in the Discord parties. A lot of these are dream matches for so many of it. It's like, you know, who would have thought we've got to see Utoto and Pantocrator fighting again after such a long time? Who knew we got to see, you know, Akubo coming out and demonstrating superiority? It's, you know, truly a treat, and we just want to give a huge shout out to WePlay for putting together such an awesome event for us.
Definitely bringing the strongest players from around the world together, seeing who is the best. So we have Pantocrator and Utoto. So, like I said, yesterday when we had this similar time within the tournament, the players at the top were thinking, you know what, I'm all right. Party Wolf was sitting up there 6 games, 5 games, you know, pretty. Utoto now, he still can't relax. He has Pantocrator that hasn't been performing well as he would like to, but now he can be the ultimate gatekeeper. He takes out Utoto here.
then that top spot really has a lot of potential to be opened up because no one's really comfortable in these top areas. He hasn't been performing as we've liked, but as we saw with Kyiv, we saw with Els, when you have that moment where, you know, I'm not performing well, all they need is that one game, and that one game is where they feel like, yeah, I've got the confidence. I know that I haven't doing too well, but it's just this offline environment, the nerves. But now it's higher stakes because Yutoto doesn't have this match to go, well, I won, I lost, but I'm still in it. He doesn't. There's none of that saving grace at the moment.
Definitely, and I agree with you as well. And you speak especially of the saving grace as these guys are kind of down towards the bottom of the potential, leaderboards. A loss here for Yutoto could be imperative depending on the other stats. It could be enough to keep him afloat. Could be enough to bring him down beneath the qualifications. And one thing at this point, Pantocrator is a man with nothing to lose. At this point, unfortunately, I don't believe he can qualify, but that doesn't mean he's out of it. He can still give us a great show, give us some good caliber, and demonstrate his skill here, and potentially take a digit off of Yutoto's record. And I want to ask you, in this particular matchup, what are you most excited to see for this gameplay?
I was going to touch on that because talking about matchups, he plays Raziel is a French Valdo player who I think a lot of the EU players will get the experience from him. So again, he's in the same scenario where he knows the character. How is he going to do with Yutoto and how the Japanese play this character? Because I can see the differences in how Raziel and how Yutoto play. So again, it just comes down to play style and how is he going to really stop him from running riot on him?
Absolutely, and it looks like we're kind of starting out a little bit slower than usual. Pantocrator really taking it easy. Unfortunately, getting caught out by a lot of hard reads and launches by Yutoto, but his back is against the wall, and it's an optimal spot for Pantocrator to be in. Just as dangerous for Voldo as Pantocrator loses that first round, but he's always fishing for that nasty reverse ring out from Siegfried.
Yeah, really good start from Yutoto. Just controlling with that same move is really just kind of doing the business. 2 A's into these little pokes. There he goes with that move that you said to try to ring him out with.
Interesting, good spacing again from both of these players. Pantocrator really slowing it down compared to what we've seen from earlier matches. A lot less of the traditional mix-ups, and in general, trying to just fish for any mid-range, long-range hits that he can get. And that's something that Siegfried can really excel at.
I would think, you've got this giant chunk of metal, and the distance is just, you can see it apparent. Try to use the range game a little bit at the moment, but he's running up close to him, goes into a raw stance. Yutoto's got all this life, he just has to do a little kick. He doesn't have to do anything to commit, and just like that, 2 rounds. I think Pantocrator is taking a bit too many big risks there, but he gets the throw.
Absolutely. That's a good chunk of damage there, but unfortunately gets lethal hit by a Yutoto. That's going to be a lot of damage, committing to the soul attack to end this string and soul charge himself, and solid response by Pantocrator to kind of even things out. Unfortunately, he has a major life deficit back up against the wall, and Yutoto decisively takes those first 3 rounds. Not a lot of opportunity for counterplay by Pantocrator, and Yutoto just making so many hard reads, so many launches, and overall not allowing Pantocrator to get anything started, let alone Dark Legacy. I believe he stuffed it the one time it happened, or at the very least when he was setting up a base hold, stuffed it right at the end of that second round.
Yeah, he's not letting him employ. We said in the other game he likes to do the stance, he likes to do the spin, but he's just not, no, you're not doing any of that. I know you really want to do it. All right, he uses reverse edge, something different that he didn't do. Nice, blows in his favor.
Good stuff, gets the catch for the reversal edge. Solid pressure there. What's the mix-up going to be? Patience from Yutoto. Interesting choice. And Yutoto is seeming to deliberately allow him to keep his back against the ring edge for a potential ring out and really repositioning for it.
Oh, wow. Jumped over as well. Nice. The scorpion kick. Donut.
Ooh, good launch there. Again, fishing for a potential ring out situation. Look at this patience from Pantocrator. Gets the catch with the horizontal and putting Yutoto's guard gauge into yellow as his own is in the red.
Lost the mix-up. He just interrupts again. We see the reaction on Yutoto. He's not willing to whether he's going to crouch or he's going to stand up. He's just going to use that 2A to interrupt and not deal with it. And I think maybe less of the stance game he's going to have to deal with now.
Absolutely. Yutoto is just, making a lot of hard reads and utilizing so many low-profile moves in an attempt to stop it in general, interrupting. Great soul charge from Pantocrator. Let's see what he can do with that here and maybe regain some of this momentum.
Nice, right. You talk about the raw stance. He's doing it again, mashing up his guard gauge. Good movement there from Yutoto. It interrupts.
Ooh, both of them in the red guard gauge. 1 hit away. Yutoto getting hit by the launch. Potential mix-up situation. Gets mixed up for the first time in this match. Good cancel by Pantocrator. Unfortunately, gets blocked and Yutoto taking a large step away. Ooh, guard break into the round for Pantocrator. Good stuff.
Right, now this is where it's vital. Utoto would like to have taken this 3-0 because we said the rounds really count now. If Pantocrator gets a couple more rounds and even starts to win, it's all going to have an effect later on.
Absolutely. Again, Pantocrator gets the lethal hit. Solid stuff. Ooh, big pressure there. Good spacing. Cancels the stance. And wonderful mindfulness by Utoto.
Yeah, he's starting to respect the stances more, Utoto. He's able to do this, and Pantocrator coming back, starting to snowball. He had to use the Soul Charge to get him away. Create some distance. Satanic Elbow. He's looking for the ring out.
Oh, the second hit there due to the Soul Charge string is able to take it. Lethal hit after the break attack. Pushed up against the wall, stays grounded. God, you love to see it from Utoto, man. And delays the attack, looking out for Pantocrator's GI in that Mantis situation.
Interesting. Pantocrator has no stacks towards Dark Legacy.
Yeah, that's quite unfortunate, as he's normally a player who at this point at least likes to be fishing for a lot of CEs and attempt to build up an early Dark Legacy. Again, Utoto is just making a lot of reads and stopping Pantocrator from playing optimally.
Drags him back, pops the Soul Charge.
Ooh, gets hit with the low there. Good interrupt and disrespect by Pantocrator. Still alive. Big pressure there, spacing things out. Duck and punish. Solid knowledge from Pantocrator to duck that string.
Exactly. This is what he needs. Now, again, we talk about throwing a wrench to the plan. He's doing well with 2-2. He's got 1 bar meter as well. There we go. He's got him to flinch. He started to mix up his timing. Less than 50% already.
Yep, indeed. First 10 seconds in, utilizing that Soul Charge again. Wants to capitalize and keep this pressure on. Siegfried has such a potent Soul Charge as well as a large portion of the cast. But look at that. Opting for patience instead of utilizing a lot of it. Ooh, man. And no punish from Utoto on the step.
Oh my god, he's really taking it to him. He doesn't need to come in at all, but he's just really going toe-to-toe with Utoto.
You proud of that one?
Just a little bit.
Yeah. Great stuff. Oh, and Utoto going for the jumping throw in an attempt to stay over the lows. Doesn't finish the string. Has Dark Legacy available.
Oh, no, I don't want to see that. Please,
no. Dark Legacy has been almost like... It's been hard for so many of these Siegfried players to deal with. At this level, at this point, it seems like over the course of quarantine, all these players have really locked down their ability to look out for those bubbles. And RI they have consistently done it.
It's cost them more games than it seems like it's won them, or maybe not even more, just when it actually matters. And it seems like that is that a skill ceiling now? If you're this level of a player on reaction, you need to be able to resist, impact it, because it's so many games we saw it instantly. We're like, oh no, not like this, especially when it comes to the end of the game. You know, at the start, fair enough. When it's at the end is where we're like, no, like you're playing so well. He had a massive life lead in that. And I'm seeing a lot of this across the board, and I can understand it, where you got a massive life lead. But what I see with skill will wait at the end of the stage and just say, you got to come to me. You have to come to me. I'm seeing everyone go to, he ran up towards Utoto. He had a massive life lead, and he was employing his Soul Charge offense, but I don't really think he needed to.
Absolutely, and as we can kind of see here, is just how much Utoto is able to really dominate these rounds and fish for a lot of these counter hits and get significant amount of launches and be mindful of so many verticals that Pantocrator was throwing out. He stuffed the stance there, and just honestly, there was so much knowledge Utoto had, and overall had an interesting cadence that stopped Pantocrator.
Yeah, the first rounds when we saw it was a lot of him trying to stop the stance, and it was working. Pantocrator started to come back because the timing was starting to get different. And look, it's from a standstill point, and that was the heartbreaker. Oh man, I hate even watching that back because he had such a life lead. It was like, just let him come to me, and then the time starts to make, he has to make a move. He has to start coming in. So, man, it's unfortunate, but now Utoto doesn't have to deal with, okay, if I might lose that one. He is got his win. We have gone back to that scenario where Milo is going up against another super strong player. There is no easy opponents. Every game counts now. If Utoto would have lost that, he would have had a kind of a lifeline, and it might have worked in his favor. He's going to have to take out another strong player to solidify his spot in this top 4, because currently we don't know who's actually qualifying.
Absolutely, and you know, Woz is an absolute monster, as we've seen tonight. He's proven time and time again that he is no one to be messed with. His Setsuka, scary. His Taki, just as scary, potentially even scarier. And one thing that we notice as well is he does have a lot of matchup experience against Killick. Now, for Milo's in particular, I know he's kind of been making a run tonight. He's a superstar. A lot of people are really happy, and a very unexpected winner for a lot of tonight's matches, and I know you're enjoying that for your fellow countrymen. So how do you think he's going to stack up here against Woz?
Well, Woz with Setsuka, right? A newer character. When Milo sort of had his sort of downtime from playing the game, I don't know how much Setsuka he would have played against. I know Holycarp, another strong UK player, was using a lot of Setsuka. How much games has he had against him? Has he had much against any? I think that's where it comes about the experience of these characters. He's had a lot of chance to kind of watch him, though. You know you're eventually going to be playing him. You've been playing casuals in the training room as well, so he's not going to be going into this completely ignorant. He knows his strengths, his weaknesses, and speaking to him before, when he knew the matchup coming up, he knew what he had to do. He knew it's going to be tough, but he's been rising to the occasion, and I think if he just plays this game where it's a little bit of that crazy Milos that we really want to see, but each game he's zoning it in, he's making it very considerate. So I don't know.
Ooh.
Whoa, but saying of experience.
He does have, this is the other character that Woz has a lot of experience with, is a very dominant Raphael that I saw him practicing it earlier in the practice room, when we first got here. I wasn't expecting him to bring it out. And like you were saying, it is going to have to be incredibly compact play from Milos, because Woz is a player who will look for any opening and completely capitalize on that, choosing Raphael, who's a character that excels in such actions.
Yeah, initially I would go, okay, he's maybe more comfortable with Raphael because, we have another strong Raphael in terms of Silas, which is dominating a lot of people in the EU scene. But was he prepared for this switch where this is the first time we're seeing Woz, and he's kind of getting beaten up, poked to death a little bit now, not really finding his footing?
Ooh, it's going to be, once again, solid use of, prep by Woz, the stance that allows Raphael to throw out a lot of those quick hits, mix-ups. And one thing we always like to joke about is Woz is so unbreakable when he's in that state. Not a lot of people can open him up, and his pressure is incredibly dominant. It's, there's a reason he goes by the name, the work Wi-Fi warrior.
Wi-Fi. Oh, a bit slower on the punish there. Really good whip Bukati, but this should be a ring out. Bap, 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 bap. See ya.
Wow. Milo's completely holding up to said pressure that we were just talking about. And that's exactly like you mentioned it. Making the read, going for that lethal hit, and staying compact, and playing a little bit nutty to keep him off guard, I think might be the magic sauce to allow him to defeat Woz and secure that spot.
All right, yeah, he's going to punish that.
Yep.
Well, I'm not saying a knowledge check, but we've seen some people fall prey to that. That's the Milo stuff that we want to see. First time landing the unblockable low. Is this?
Yep, and here we go. It's going to be pressure on. Milo's using killing soul charge to great effect, but Woz probably not going to allow a lot of opportunity for him to run in and open up that game plan that we've seen so far.
Oh, nice, man. Yeah, that's gonna put the notice for Milos. He's doing these moves as like checks. Is he gonna block it? Is he gonna duck?
Woz is a player who will, jump it every time. He's got great knowledge, great awareness, and is actually looking for these opportunities to try and lock down his opponent and just add one more thing to the mental stack. I now have to be mindful of these launches. I now have to be mindful of what I'm fishing for. They know this is unsafe, and in the game, especially as we've been playing as long as we are tonight, it takes a lot to stay on top of it. And Woz showing exactly what he's got here in order to keep Milos on his toes.
Oh, he went for the monument setups. Nice, the back turn K. Right, this is where Milos excels now. He's got the red guard gauge. Excellent from Woz for getting that soul charge in. Oh no, pushing him towards the ring edge. Not going to be a ring out.
Not quite.
Oh no, break attack.
Great defense from Milos.
Oh no, right for the right ways and beat. He's beating him up. Toes.
Oh, he's committing to the last possible pixel.
Ooh. No, he's got the break attack. Keeps the pressure up.
Oh! That's the thing. Milos, that might have worked against anyone else tonight, but unfortunately Woz is, ahead of it. He's looking out for those situations, especially Raphael, a character with some pretty nasty step punishment compared to the rest of the cast. That's something that is going to be really solid for Woz to kind of lock down a lot of that very nutty playstyle that Milos can tend to exhibit.
I understand as well, not opting to just rematch. The stage ring outs is what Milos has really excelled with in all of his matches there. Again, pushing right towards the ring edge. Is he going to... Oh no.
Oh,
okay.
Catches him on the backside.
Nice work. Look at them, tentative play. Good little pokes there. Nice stuck there from Woz. The reactions, but no.
Oh, doesn't quite get the punish there.
Pull back and swing, but no, he gets punished himself.
Look at the damage there. Pressure's on again. Solid defense for the most part from Milos, not really allowing Woz to continuously shut him down this round as much as previously.
It's like that. Yeah, he's just kind of getting locked down. Oh, wow. Slow lows he's gotten with. Tries to go for the parry.
One hit away, gets the wall rising, but unfortunately gets caught out there by Woes again. Against Raphael, especially this matchup, you have to be so conscious of what buttons you're pushing, especially against a veteran looking for a lot of those openings, and he will do it. Raphael is absolutely nasty at situations like that.
Yeah, we know like usually the quickest move that they have is like 12 frames, and that's usually the move, but Raphael has moves that are quicker than that, and we really see him apply that.
Absolutely. And Raphael is a character who doesn't have quite as many tools that can catch step. But Milos is definitely looking to, step into the foreground or, background to really look out for these, as we saw for his attempted step launch earlier.
And he knows he's in a precarious position. You see he's kind of dialed back down into very solid, fundamental play style.
Indeed. Milos currently has the health lead. Has to be careful though. Woes does have that soul charge still available. Ooh, gets caught. It's going to be one hit away here. All it's going to take, guard gauge in the yellow, goes for the throw, broken, and interrupts and able to control the round and secure it.
Wow, this is a great situation for Milos. Now, he maybe managed to get his guard into the yellow, working on that, and he's almost got 2 bars as well.
This match is so important for Milo's qualification into top 4, as well as Woes, I believe.
Yeah, like we said, that tie is going to really come into effect as well. Nice delay. No, he doesn't. Oh, it doesn't jump over it. Didn't wake up in time.
Milos has 2 bars of meter here. Oh, this is going to be a tough one. Gets caught while stepping there in the counter. Still has 2 bars. What's he going to do? Interesting trade and scramble situation here.
Oh, no, that's going to be a ring out.
Potential game and set point for Woes here. What's Milos going to do?
He's got to have to do something spectacular to come out of it. He's got the meter to do something, but I feel like this playstyle that he's employing is much more safer. A bit slow on the punish there.
Still has 2 bars. Oh no, gets the throw ducked. Woes, be incredibly careful of that and wanting to look at as many ducks. Great use to jump away there by Milos. Something we've seen all night. Catches a step.
Well, he's still poking him away. Milos is in a precarious position. He's got 2 meter, but oh no, just jabs him in the eyes with that long range. Again, count it, and that is going to take it. Wow, that is a heartbreaker.
Man. I know that this was a very emotional match, and you have a lot of personal attachment, so I don't want to take this moment away from you. So in this moment, tell me how you feel. Lay it all out on the table.
Man, look at Woes up there. He's like, hug me, hug me. They embrace, UK, American cousins there. So we know that all these players were in that same situation where they need to qualify. It's hard. I don't know who's where, but Woes was kind of sitting towards the lower end as well. But the veteran in him, he was ready to make the counter picks at the right moments. Rather than sticking out of his main, he knew to change the tacky, and he knew, right, I really need a win here, and I need to go to Raphael because no one's expecting me to pick Raphael. Everyone's expecting Setsuka, maybe Taki, and the way that he was able to dismantle Milos was just clinical. Milos dialed it down, and he wasn't doing as much as the outlandish stuff because he knew, okay, this is a different scenario, but he was just poking. We said about Raphael has faster moves than the normal, the quick punishes that usually people go for his AAs, which is 12 frames. He has quicker moves, and he was just side step, jab, side step, jab, side step, jab. He was just really making use of that, and he never really needed to commit to anything big, where Milos needed big things to come back. He needed to take these risks, and then Mose was just punishing him with these very good block punishment, with punishment as well. And I feel he was ready for the Setsuka. I don't think he was thinking about the Raphael, too much.
Absolutely. And I think that's something I kind of want to bring attention to tonight, as we're going to see in this replay here, is as being a pro player and a veteran as these are, you always have to be super mindful of character diversity. So many of these players have strong mains, secondaries, and their tertiaries and everything in between. At this certain point, it is so confusing in this, the state of the game. Is this truly your main, secondary? The lines start to get blurred, and the knowledge check and requirement for Milos to exhibit tonight playing against a whole cast of characters. And if you look at today's matches, we've had way more characters tonight that we haven't seen yesterday. So it's a lot of good stuff. And the one thing I really, really want to highlight was just how well Milos did on his run tonight. I cannot speak highly enough. I might have rooted against him a little bit, but I cannot speak highly enough of just how well he did and really exceeded my expectations and the expectations of so many out there.
Yeah, he's really done well to represent himself. He's represented the UK boys, the UK, everyone in the UK, not the boys, the girls, everyone, he's been done really well. he's now, I'm not sure if he's got any more matches left, but it's just all up to the maths now, the equations. And we have Kyiv going up against Sane. I think this is the match that probably isn't going to affect the top of the table too much, but these players are going to be playing, you know, for pride. It's more games to get in there, and you've come to such a big stage, and you might not haven't performed too well. But actually, no, saying that, Kyiv is sitting at the lower end. I think he had the same amount, but he's only got one more game to play. So he's going to be able to bump himself up, and with that loss from Milo's, I don't know if he's going to sneak above. But he's going up against Sane. Again, none of these players are easy matches, but Kyiv has started to kind of shake off a bit of that early poor start and started to climb. Sane has a more tough time doing that. I'm just eager to see how this is going to, you know, come down to it.
Absolutely, and I know Sane was really looking forward to this matchup in particular. It's kind of the same thing. Is I want to see how he's able to, you know, look out for Kyiv's movement. Sane will really do a great job of forcing Kyiv to stay on his toes, but Kyiv, as we saw earlier, knows what to look out for and knows all of Nightmare's lethal hits and where to punish. And is Sane going to be able to put a lot of that pressure and fear into Kyiv for those command throws and stop him from going for so many ducks? Because Nightmare has so many nasty options from crouch.
Yeah, that's right. Talking about matchups, and you know, we talk about different regions having different characters. Kyiv's mentioned this in before when he, you know, was playing Dexys in these previous tournaments, that there's not many strong Siegfried, so he struggled initially to have enough practice to get good at that matchup. Ivy's in EU, off the top of my head, I'm thinking of Holy Carp, which is a really strong player from the UK. How much has Ivy has he been playing recently? His knowledge there, but her being a legacy character, it's a bit different from some of the newer characters come out of there. Saying that, it doesn't always matter about matchup experience, because you know, he fought Milo's and it's the style of it as well. So we're just going to see how this is unfold. You know, classic match here. I just really, personally, I want to see Sane do well, man. Like, I just want to see him get a win. I want to see that emotion of getting that win. So let's go.
Absolutely. And as we head into this, is going to be a really interesting stage for both of these characters, both with tremendous ring out potential. Nightmare, just absolute monster when it comes to, you know, ring outs. Ivy as well under certain situations. So this match, from, you know, what we've seen from both these players, we've seen Kyiv go aggression for aggression and really lock down players. And especially with Sane, one thing we want to be careful of is just how much he's going to be able to make these hard reads and 3Vs into Kyiv. And that's the kind of thing we see with the creativity. Sane's really feeling himself. The matches he lost earlier, he wasn't doing, you know, unblockable cancels. He wasn't going for a lot of the fun stuff. This is why the people at home love to watch Sane. Not because he only has great fashion sense, but because he has a great sense of game as well.
This is a really contrast of fashion as well as game style. All right, let's go. AGA, max range.
Interesting stuff by Sane here. And Kyiv, kind of what you mentioned earlier, for the veterans being able to space things out, you know, don't come to me, you know, I'll come to you. Kyiv kind of on the other end of the spectrum. If he has the life lead, he's going to do it. And look at that defense by Sane.
Wow, nice. And you see, Kyiv used the resist impact. He had such a life lead. Did he really need to use the meter to even do that? Could he just waited and got a simple hit? You know, it's these little optimizations you have to take into account in a longer game.
Absolutely. And there's the command throw from Sane. Let's see how the mix-up is going to be here. Oh, Sane gets hit, or Kyiv gets hit. Look at that spacing. You know, it's kind of dangerous for Nightmare to play at that range under certain situations. But other than that, Sane is doing a great job shutting Kyiv down here.
Nice revenge attack there. Gets him an AGA. Doesn't duck. Headbutt. Look at the pressure from Kyiv. Really controlling that.
Sane choosing to space things out a bit and fishing for those counter hits. Catches Kyiv at mid-range, interrupts the AGA, and again, spacing things out.
And like you say, the difference now, again, once you've got the life lead, now Kyiv has to come in, and that's where he's coming in. He's going to have to commit to something, and Sane takes it. And like you said about the veterans, knowing when to come in, knowing when to use the time. You've got 60 seconds. Make them earn their win.
Indeed. And I think one thing that's really stood out to me as well with Sane is when he feels himself, he's such a hot and cold player. He knows to look out for those AGIs and does it consistently. And, you know, just his choices in even, you know, the mental game that he's trying to impose on Kyiv here. Whether he's doing it, you know, an attempt to bait Kyiv out, Kyiv is cool as a cucumber, probably not going to work. But that's why we love Sane. It's just fun. He does it for fun. And he'll go for it sometimes on occasion and catch players out like we saw with Blue. And big lethal hit there.
Yeah, just the way he's mixing it up. Nice. Bit too far away. Just needs a couple hits. Now he's jumping.
He's done that before, and the reason Sane has done that is because it leaves him in an interesting state where, depending on the moves, it doesn't leave for a consistent follow-up. sometimes he's just willing to take the hit for the scramble, and that's something really unique that Sane has done. That is, he's done it in the casuals with the other players, and he does it in tournament as well.
Sane in a really good position now. He's got the round advantage, he's got the meter. Again, he doesn't need to do much there. He's just like, yeah, all right, I'm just going to use this time. Oh my God!
But Kyiv, not wanting to get caught out, just commits to the move. And even then, look, you see Kyiv stopping every time he starts it as well. And Sane really doing a great job instilling that into him.
It's the fear of the move as well. You let it rock. Nice APA as well. API.
Great knowledge from Sane as well, knowing Kyiv is going to come in with those horizontals and catches him with the throw.
Nice. I like the way he's playing the very long range game. Like, look how slow it is. And now
Another one. Do it again. Do it again, Sane. Do it again. Oh, went for the unblockable. Let's see here.
Oh, okay. He lets it rip that time. But it's all right. He's got the... Oh wait, I'm gonna. All right, he's in.
Sane has.
Oh, he's out. He's out.
Oh,
no. My God. There's me saying, okay, you're doing that, and you got a life lead, and he just carried him from mid to the end, and okay.
That's what we said as well between these two characters. That can be so devastating. Both of them have tremendous ring out potential. Great block from Sane there, and solid defense.
Nice work. Doesn't duck the high. Commits to just stand and block.
A lot of patience there. Kyiv stepping back, gets hit with the counter. This is going to be a mix-up situation. Sane bringing him in. What are we going to see? Ooh, hits him with the mix-up.
What's in his favor? Kyiv walking back, but he's not sidestepping and doing that kind of box step. So he's able to get these long-range punishes as well. Nice jumps over.
Gets just enough meter for a soul charge there. Manages to avoid the throw.
Wow, just snipes out the air. But no, doesn't get much off of this. But Sane with the soul charge keeps up the pressure.
Fishing for the counter hit. Not a good situation for Kyiv, but still, look at that patience. And Sane able to take the round.
Nice work, Sane. See, we talked a lot about range, and we don't want to get too focused on, Ivy long range, keep at range, because, it's so fluid. You can be long range and be right in their grill fast, but the fear of that long range is making Kyiv stay away, and the longer he's further away from him, the more he's playing into the time's a factor. And then when he's got the life lead, Kyiv is going to have to do something to commit, and we're seeing that. So the more the players are getting relaxed, we're seeing that, okay, do you know what? I don't always have to be super aggressive with running. As soon as he had the life deficit, Kyiv was like, oh no, I have to run in. And then he ran in. So I like to see more of that going forward.
This is really interesting to see, especially from the perspective that Kyiv is so technical. And while Sane is just kind of matching that with, this is essentially fun at the highest level. He's willing to commit to things that are, easily punishable like that. But putting the fear and cancel into Kyiv is really been paying off for him and really throwing off a lot of that technical gameplay.
I'm the fear though that the times where it matters, he's going to duck it and get punished severely for it. So I hope it doesn't come to that. But nice, he's mixed
another one.
Grabs, yeah.
Kyiv doesn't have the meter to deal with whatever silliness Sane throws out into a taunt cancel to take the round. Oh my goodness, that is the personality we love to see brought to life that only this game can really open up.
What is this, man? Like, even the animation just looks so weird. Nice work there from Sane.
That's what the cancel looks like, and he just allows it to come out. It brings a joy to my, brings a smile to my face that we can see these cancels and the personality come through. And now Kyiv has to be so mindful.
That was sick. Jumped over, gets the leap hit, shoots the arrow, gets the wall hit as well. Bang. Yeah, oh man.
That's the unblockable, but still the other unblockable.
Oh my
Sane
God.
with the dynamic focus to be able to take things all the way.
Oh my
Potential
God.
game point into the cancel. This is absolute astral chaos right now. Jumps to low.
Oh no. Soul Smasher. Builds the meter. Stomp. Oh,
Interrupts.
He's lucky. The second hit stops.
Oh my goodness, cancels it again. Keeps sitting on 2 bars of meter here. Sane slowing things down, but catches him at max range. Magnet hands.
Man, this is... Okay, right. he's going a bit wild, but you got the rounds. Okay, nah.
Nope, still has to respect that until he gets the appropriate punish. Kyiv coming into this with 2 bars. Is this going to be enough to stop the absolute mad pressure that Sane is throwing out? This is also unconventional and really difficult to deal with, especially in a tournament setting.
Yeah, and he's playing so well with that. He's going to get the wall hit from there, and that could have been a ring out, but drops the combo there. Flips him over. Oh, this is probably going to be close.
Still in. Blocks the shockwave. This is really tough. Huge life deficit with Kyiv in the lead here. Is Sane going to be able to secure it? Spends the meter. Good choice. He's going to get one back at the beginning of the next round anyways.
And see, that was what we said. he knew that he was the one that had to come in and commit. Kyiv was just like ready to interrupt, and we've gone to a 2-2 situation now.
Sane, with the knowledge, knowing that Kyiv tends to AGA twice in a row. Solid stuff to defend against the second one. Ooh, gets caught already 10 seconds in, below half health. Not a good spot for Sane to be in. Gets the knockdown.
Nice, goes with the Christmas tree as well. Good interrupt with the AGA. Show me your power. Spends the soul charge to keep him close to the edge.
Oh, gets the throw. This is going to be a lot of damage, empowered by soul charge.
Nice work. Is he going to look for it again? They're both powered up. He's got Terror Charge and Soul Charge running out for Sane.
Good choice by Kyiv. Wait things out. Ooh, ducks it.
Oh, he was already ducking. He just stayed ducking.
This is not a good spot for Kyiv to be in. This is where Sane shines, especially on Oki situations. Jumps in to avoid the low.
Man, he was feeling himself. The jump into grab. Do you know what? Do it, man. Do it. Just he's feeling himself. You know that there's not many games left to play. Respect it. It's 1-1, but Sane's got, you know, another game to try and figure out what he can do. And I like how where he knew it was starting to get important, he kind of dialed down on the unblockable counters. He wasn't doing them, but the seed's there now, and he was able to land it once. And it's like mental damage when he gets hit on. You're like, oh man, people saw me get hit with that on stream.
No, absolutely, and that's it. You know, for those watching from stream, like, I hope you really enjoy this, because Sane, he's a fan favorite for the reason. Look at that smile. Look at that smile. Especially stuff like that. You know, you hate to get hit by his silliness, but you gotta love the guy.
And the funny thing is, this silliness isn't stressing out Kyiv. His heart rate is going down to like kind of normal.
I think Kyiv might be more confused by a lot of this, because so many arbitrary cancels, all the while Sane staying on top of his positioning and getting the appropriate punishes.
Nice little box step there, avoiding the go. Okay.
Empty jump in case Kyiv threw out a low there. Into the throw, one hit away, and perfect way to end the first match.
Excellent scenario, yeah, for Sane. Almost, it's basically got half bar of meter.
Good stuff again. Look at the patience. Sane opting to run up to him. This is a lot of aggression. It's going to be up to Kyiv to really catch it.
Nice. All right, goes in reversal edge.
Kyiv wanting to build that meter. What's it going to be? Oh, gets caught coming into this in Terror Charge as well.
Nice. Oh, good interrupt. Do the jump kick. Jump kicks.
Doesn't want to get caught by Sane's command throw.
Relinquish, but no, he doesn't punish it. Good interrupt, and this might be a ring out, or he's just going to die. Yeah, he's dead.
Good choice by Kyiv, allowing Sane to stay alive. He's too dangerous to be left alive at this point.
Kill him quick.
You know, even with the fraction of health. Interesting, Kyiv going for the full screen guard impact.
Nice. Watch your toes. Backing away a little bit.
This is so tense in this particular situation. Sane now being more mindful. Sane is a player who has consistently caught players out of their jump kicks with Ivy's anti-air throw. If Kyiv keeps that up, Sane is going to catch him with it.
Yeah, that's true. He doesn't get much off the whiff drill, though. He's got Terror Charge, and Sane just playing the patient game. He's lucky he didn't get caught in the air with his own jump. Ducked it, nice.
Good punish there, knowing Kyiv was going to go for it. Break attack.
But now he's got his back towards the good. Excellent.
Again.
Yes, step
do it again.
into the duck.
This is exactly the same thing we saw Kyiv do to Akubo, but now Sane is doing it back to him.
Great situation. He doesn't need to do anything now. Oh, nice. Auto guard impact.
What's the option going to be here for Sane? Putting out the mental damage. You messed around a bit too hard. Got launched. Ooh, soul attack. Pressure's on. Sane still has a bar meter to answer with his own, on his own if he gets too much here.
Oh no, now even up, he spends the soul charge, needed to do it.
Wants to potentially secure the round. Has to be careful, Kyiv still has Terror Charge. This is one hit away potentially for Kyiv.
Run up.
Oh! Sliding into your DMs and potentially sliding into a victory here. Good stuff by Sane.
I like that. Like, no one's done that option for such a long time. He's expecting this stuff and he just, run up, slide tackle.
Absolutely. Oh my goodness. Great punish there by Kyiv. Completely swaps her out with positioning, and that's going to be incredibly dangerous spot for Sane to be in.
Oh, this is a ring out, leave it. He's gone, and Sane going to get his first win, shoots the arrow, and he's done.
Let's go. Wow.
Wow.
Solid stuff by Sane. You know, everybody on Twitter knows his catchphrase. Everybody on Twitch now knows Sane's name. So, with that being said, is Sane the best Ivy that we've seen tonight? What's going to go at the end of that sentence?
period.
Yes! Good stuff by Sane. Wow. Talk about a lot of wonderful matches, and that was, for my opinion, one of the most entertaining matches we've seen tonight.
I like the fact that, Sane, we're still committed to do the same style, that funky, unblockable cancels. And it's not done for any random reason. It's to put the fear in his opponent, playing that, okay, any time he could let it rip. And I really like how Sane looked like he was playing much more calm and comfortable. There's less pressure now in these later stages. He could just play his game, have fun, and he gets his win on the board. And we know that Kyiv was in that contention for one of the lowest spots. So that's, again, going to affect the numbers, which we were going to have a look at shortly. But we are going to go over to our amazing analysis from our...
It's all right. I got you, Don't worry.
I did it on purpose. I was like, analysis from the... analyses?
It's all right. I got you. Hopefully I'm a little mad with the matchup. All right. We'd like to pass it over to our 3 wonderful analysts. Take it away.
Eternal Dragon, you may be a badass when it comes to commentary, but you are disrespecting us, bruv. You're letting an American show you how to talk English. It's our language. What is going on? At least we had good games anyway, and they can deliver good commentary. Joby and Eternal Dragon, thank you very much. You guys absolutely killed it for those last few games. But sadly, you're going to have to go and learn how to say analyst. It's not so hard. The analyst desk with 2 analysts, 1 host. It's generally how it works. He's hiding in shame down there right now. But you know what? All of those games, guys, mattered in incredible fashion, especially right at the end. It was deciding who would have a chance to go through. And we do already know, but we'll come down to that later, because we want to start running through these replays. So many fantastic games from start to finish. And honestly, I did not expect Blue God to go down 2-0 in that opener.
Yeah, that was absolutely insane to see that until the last matches, you couldn't figure out who would be the top 4.
No.
The thing is, as we mentioned, of this being a round-robin format and going on for quite a while, it's an endurance test. It really pushes these players to the breaking point, and we did see a lot of that here. Now, one of the crazy things about here is that Pantocrator today, he may not have been exactly on point, but he did show signs of brilliance as the night went on, and as mentioned, an endurance test. Maybe it takes a few games to kind of warm yourself up, but when you take a while to get the cogs going against world-class talent, it simply just may be a case of too little, too late.
Yeah, I'm quite sad he couldn't make it at the end, especially with this reverse impact from Yutoto. I think that he couldn't make it, but unfortunately it was not enough.
And here's a very emotionally charged match between Milos, Wows, and I. This one was
He wasn't ready.
He was ready. Yeah, Rafael was an interesting pick from Wows. I think Milos didn't know the matchup against Rafael. It's a really hard matchup to play against, and we don't have enough Rafael in Europe, unfortunately.
It wasn't just that, but it was just the perfect counter pick to Miles' somewhat free-for-all style. Every mistake he made, just got overextended, poked in every sense of the word, and it was very unfortunate.
Oh, this match break my heart very much.
It's been the story of your day, County, with Kyiv's matches, hasn't it?
But actually, Ivy is not a matchup that we see often in Europe, and we don't have a top high-level Ivy. And Kyiv, knowing that he would fight against Sane at the end of the day, he was really afraid, because we know how scary he is. See, this unblockable, only Sane can do things like that in tournaments. And the CS, so many throws with the CS, it was amazing. And the last round, oh shit. My heart is bleeding. For France, I mean. Oh, wow, that's wave punishment was incredible from Sane. I have to say that he played amazing. And, he's a very creative person.
Yep.
You can't know what he's going to do. And when he has something in mind, he really wants to do it. And he really wanted to unblockable Kyiv so many times.
Yeah, it was one of those things because, as we've seen with Zayn, a quite unorthodox style, but it does work. And, you know, when we're seeing that 2-1-4 unblockable get stirred up, built again and again, gets to the point of, like, I'm conditioned to, like, ducking you now and then expecting it, then not. And, of course, unfortunately, Kyiv overcommitted with one string, and Zayn was like, sweet.
Yeah, Zayn at the end of the day is like, whatever, I don't care. He's like, I don't care, period. That's what he would say. And he's so scary. If he can't be like that at every match, it would be so bad for every player that play against him.
Oh, definitely. And it's always different when the pressure's off, right? You get to a moment where you think, okay, look, it doesn't really matter, but I'm going to do it for a bit of pride. At the end, you start to play a little bit different. You start to play a little bit more comfortable. But I want to take a look at these standings. I want to see who are going to be the 4 players making it through when it comes to Group B. And it is going to be... Oh, Blue God's the one that swiped through at the end.
Wow.
And he does it by the skin of his teeth. Milos would have lost out on the round difference in it, in that how it all went down, because obviously he did manage to win the head-to-head against Blue God. So it's round difference first, then into the head-to-head. But look, compared to what we saw in Group A, it was a little bit more like straightforward. This, it could have been anyone's game. That match really determined it. Milos had to have beaten Woes for a good chance to stay in.
That is very unfortunate, but it goes to show how back and forth these games were. I mean, look at people in the top 3, 5 wins and 2 losses, just to give you an idea of like how good everyone really is. It was as back as forth as I could have really had guessed, but you know, at the end of the day, it comes down to the points, the decision making, the endurance, which I think we really did start to see in the last few games here. So, you know, although not everyone had made it through, I, without a shadow of a doubt, can say they've put on a fantastic show for all of us at home watching. So please, thank you. Keep up the hard work.
I'm sure you're very happy to see that the 2 challengers in this pool, we have Akopo from Korea, Milos from UK, and they both did amazing, defeating 2 EVA champions in a bracket like this. We can say that they really played amazing today. We can applaud them. They were real true challengers, and they really made my day, actually. I was so hyped. I'm so awake right now, even if it's almost like 3 a.m. or 4 a.m. I don't even know. Yeah, it's so late here, but I'm so awake because of all these matches. It's been so hyped and excited, even if I'm sad that only Skill could have made top 8 from France.
Well, sometimes the SOULCALIBUR action is just so good that it does keep you going. And if you want to come back for more SOULCALIBUR action tomorrow, we're bringing you the fun 2v2 tournament. That's right, we get a shorter day tomorrow. It's a 2v2 and it's a pocket pick clash, which means they can't play their mains, they can't play their secondaries. They have to pick something a little bit more out there and try and see what they can fight off. It's a bit of fun, a bit of a breakdown before we go into the playoffs on Sunday, where you'll have our finals. So we're done for another day here at the WePlay Ultimate Fighting League, and we'll see you back tomorrow, same time as always.